Hello everyone. Before we start, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. And leave a comment with where you're from and what time you're watching. That way, YouTube will keep showing you stories just like this one. Now, let's begin. The marketing startup in Denver seemed like the perfect escape after college graduation, but 6 months into the job, everything started falling apart. January 2022 found me crying in bathroom stalls during lunch breaks, unable to sleep more than 3 hours a night, and calling in sick twice a week just to avoid facing another spreadsheet. My apartment in Capitol Hill felt like a prison cell. Just me, takeout containers, and the constant weight of knowing my family in Ohio had no idea how badly I was drowning. After my manager pulled me aside to discuss my concerning performance decline, I finally admitted I needed professional help. My company's health insurance covered mental health services, and the HR department specifically recommended Whitmore Behavioral Health Center. This gleaming facility nestled between medical offices and wellness spas in Cherry Creek. The reviews online were stellar, 5 stars across every platform, with testimonials about life-changing treatment programs and revolutionary therapeutic approaches. Dr. Nathaniel Graves became my assigned psychiatrist, and our first appointment felt strange from the moment he walked into the consultation room. He moved with this calculated precision, like every step and gesture had been rehearsed 1,000 times. His appearance was almost artificially perfect, silver hair that caught the light at exact angles, a white coat that seemed immune to wrinkles, and these pale blue eyes that would lock onto mine without blinking for uncomfortably long stretches. He listened to my symptoms while taking notes on a tablet he kept tilted away from my view, occasionally making these soft humming sounds that weren't quite agreement or disagreement, just acknowledgement that words were being spoken. After exactly 45 minutes, he diagnosed me with adjustment disorder with depressed mood, and immediately recommended their intensive outpatient program, 3 sessions weekly including individual therapy, group meetings, and what he called pioneering mood regulation protocols. He explained that Whitmore was participating in groundbreaking research, using techniques that major universities were still years away from implementing, methods that could rewire negative thought patterns at what he called the neurological substrate level. The first few weeks seemed normal enough. Standard talk therapy with a counselor named Janet, who had warm brown eyes and always offered me chamomile tea, group sessions where we shared our struggles with anxiety and depression, and basic mindfulness exercises. But then came the mood regulation protocols, and that's when things started getting weird. They'd take me to this windowless room in the basement, walls painted this specific shade of gray that Dr. Graves insisted was chromatically optimized for neural receptivity, where I'd sit in a reclining chair while they attached sensors to my temples, wrists, and chest. A technician named Bradley, who never made eye contact and always wore these thick rubber gloves, would monitor readings on multiple screens while playing audio tracks through headphones. Not music or meditation guides, but these rhythmic pulses mixed with what sounded like reversed speech that I could never quite make out. During these sessions, Dr. Graves would enter periodically to inject something into my IV that he claimed was just saline solution with vitamin B12. But it always made my vision blur at the edges and left this metallic taste that lingered for hours. The other patients in my group therapy started mentioning similar experiences, though we were explicitly forbidden from discussing our individual treatment protocols with each other. They said it could contaminate the therapeutic environment and compromise treatment efficacy. There was Kevin, a former teacher who'd developed these facial tics after his session started, constantly touching his left ear like he was trying to adjust an invisible earpiece. Melissa, who'd come in for postpartum depression, began speaking in this flat monotone during group sessions, reciting her feelings like she was reading from a script she'd memorized but didn't understand. And then there was Anthony, probably the most disturbing case, who'd started documenting everything in this notebook he carried everywhere, writing down timestamps and drawing these intricate diagrams that he'd quickly cover whenever staff members walked by. We all noticed the changes in each other, The way our symptoms seemed to be morphing into something different from what we'd come in with, but the fear of being labeled non-compliant or treatment-resistant kept us quiet. Everything escalated during my 6th week at Whitmore, when they introduced what Dr. Graves called cognitive reconstruction sessions. They moved me to a different wing of the building, one that required a special key card and had no signs or room numbers, just colored dots on the doors. Mine was orange with 3 black stripes. The chair in this new room had restraints, which Bradley assured me were just for postural consistency during neural mapping. But once they strapped me in, I couldn't move anything except my eyes. They placed this curved screen inches from my face and began showing me rapid sequences of images. Some were benign, like landscapes or furniture, but others were deeply personal photos I'd never given them. My childhood bedroom, my mother's face at different angles, even screenshots of text conversations from my phone. Between the images, single words would flash too quickly to consciously read, but I'd feel my mouth trying to form sounds that weren't quite words, like my tongue was attempting to speak a language it didn't know. After these sessions, I'd lose chunks of time. Not blackouts exactly, but these gray periods where I'd suddenly find myself in different parts of the building with no memory of walking there. The staff would tell me I'd been participating in activities, even show me sign-in sheets with my signature, but the handwriting looked wrong, too perfect, like someone had practiced copying my style. My roommate called one evening, concerned because I'd apparently had a 20-minute phone conversation with her that I couldn't remember at all. She said I'd spoken normally but kept repeating specific phrases about being grateful for the treatment and how Dr. Graves was helping me understand myself. The worst part was finding notes in my journal that I didn't remember writing, detailed observations about the other patients using clinical terminology I didn't know, rating their compliance levels and susceptibility indices with numerical scores and color-coded categories. My breaking point came when Anthony slipped me a folded paper during group therapy. While Janet was distracted by Melissa having one of her episodes, she'd started laughing and crying simultaneously while reciting multiplication tables. His note was frantic, barely legible. "They're conditioning us. Check your diagnosis. Original paperwork. They changed mine." He'd drawn a crude map to the records room, marked with times when staff rotations left it briefly unguarded. That night, I pretended to have severe insomnia, which wasn't hard since the medications they gave me caused this constant buzzing sensation under my skin, like electrical currents were running through my veins. When the night nurse did her 3 a.m. rounds, I counted exactly 4 minutes after her footsteps faded, then made my way to the administrative wing using Anthony's map, my hospital socks silent on the polished floors. The records room smelled like old paper and disinfectant, file cabinets stretching from floor to ceiling with tiny labels I could barely read in the dim emergency lighting. I found my file in the 3rd cabinet, fingers trembling as I pulled out the thick folder marked with my patient ID number and a red sticker I'd never seen before that said Protocol 7A. The intake form I'd signed clearly stated, "Adjustment disorder with depressed mood," exactly what Dr. Graves had told me, but underneath were additional documents I'd never seen. My diagnosis had been amended 3 times without my knowledge, first to severe treatment-resistant depression with psychotic features, then schizoaffective disorder, and finally, dissociative identity disorder with high suggestibility index. Each change was dated after specific treatment sessions, signed by Dr. Mai, Graves, and 2 other doctors I'd never met, with attached forms authorizing increasingly invasive procedures. The most recent form, dated just 2 days ago, approved something called Phase 3 neural restructuring, and had a box checked for patient consent obtained through therapeutic persuasion. Behind the medical forms, I found something even worse. A research proposal titled Behavioral Modification Through Systematic Diagnostic Escalation, with Whitmore's logo and a pharmaceutical company's name I recognized from the news, Xerogen Corp., recently investigated for unauthorized drug trials in Eastern Europe. The abstract described using incremental false diagnoses to justify experimental treatments, testing how far patients could be pushed before they either accepted their manufactured conditions or attempted to leave. We were the test subjects, sorted into different protocols based on our initial psychological profiles. My group, Protocol 7A, was designated for maximum cognitive plasticity assessment, essentially seeing how completely they could rewrite our sense of reality. The document included charts showing successful integration rates, where success meant patients who fully accepted their false diagnoses and requested continued treatment even after the study period ended. I photographed everything with my phone, hands shaking so badly that half the pictures came out blurred. But I needed proof because I knew no one would believe this without evidence. As I was putting the files back, I found Anthony's folder with a yellow sticky note on top. Subject terminated from study, excessive awareness, schedule for standard treatment and discharge. The date was tomorrow. I grabbed his file too, along with Kevin's and Melissa's, shoving papers into my pajama pockets until they bulged obviously. That's when I heard footsteps in the hallway, the distinctive squeak of Bradley's rubber-soled shoes against the linoleum. I slipped out the other door, the one leading to the stairwell, and ran up 2 flights before ducking into a supply closet that reeked of industrial bleach and something sickly sweet I couldn't identify. Through the door crack, I watched Bradley pass by with Dr. Graves, both of them heading toward the records room, their voices low but urgent. The next morning, I acted completely normal during breakfast, forcing myself to eat the scrambled eggs that tasted like cardboard, while Bradley watched from the corner, his eyes tracking every movement. During group therapy, I participated enthusiastically, even volunteering to share how much the treatment was helping me see my distorted thinking patterns, using the exact phrases Dr. Graves had been feeding us for weeks. Janet seemed pleased, making notes with a slight smile, unaware that I'd uploaded all the photos to 3 different cloud services and emailed them to my sister with instructions to contact a lawyer if I didn't call her by 6 p.m. Anthony wasn't at group therapy. They said he'd been discharged early that morning due to family circumstances, but Kevin whispered that he'd seen security escort Anthony to a van around 4 a.m., still in his hospital gown. After lunch, I told Janet I was feeling overwhelmed and needed to call my mother, something they encouraged as maintaining family connections. Instead, I called a law firm that specialized in medical malpractice from the lobby payphone, speaking quickly while watching Bradley pretend to read a magazine nearby. Within 3 hours, my sister arrived with 2 lawyers and a court order for immediate release and preservation of all medical records. The look on Dr. Graves's face when they served him papers was pure calculated assessment, like he was determining exactly how much I knew and whether it was worth trying to discredit me. They had to release me immediately, but not before Janet pulled me aside to warn that leaving against medical advice would severely impact any future treatment I might need, her warm brown eyes now cold and threatening. The lawyers got me out of there, along with copies of my official records, which mysteriously only showed my original diagnosis and standard treatment notes, nothing about the experimental protocols or the documents I'd photographed. But I had the pictures, the other patients' files, and most importantly, I had Anthony's notebook that he'd hidden in the communal bookshelf, filled with dates, names, and detailed observations of everything they'd done to us. The investigation is still ongoing. Whitmore is still operating, and sometimes I wake up at 3 a.m. with words on the tip of my tongue that I don't recognize, fragments of that reversed speech still buried somewhere in my mind. The tremors in my left hand had gotten worse over the past 6 months, bad enough that I couldn't hold a coffee cup some mornings. My neurologist ran every test imaginable, MRIs, nerve conduction studies, blood panels, and found nothing. Could be psychological, she said, suggesting maybe something from my past was manifesting physically. That's how I ended up driving through upstate New York on a rainy October afternoon, heading toward Riverside Psychiatric Institute, where I'd spent 8 months as a 16-year-old. My parents had me committed after my brother died, said I was having a breakdown, but really I was just an angry, grieving teenager who didn't know how to process losing the only person who understood me. The place had been closed for 5 years, according to Google, but reopened recently as some kind of research facility. Still, they kept old patient records, or so the woman on the phone claimed when I called asking about my files. The building hadn't changed much. Same red brick exterior with those narrow windows covered in wire mesh. Same imposing iron gates that made you feel like a prisoner before you even walked through the doors. The parking lot was nearly empty, just a few cars scattered around like forgotten thoughts. Inside, the lobby had been renovated with modern furniture and fresh white paint, but underneath that new car smell of recent construction, I could detect something else. That institutional cocktail of disinfectant, floor wax, and something medicinal that seemed baked into the walls themselves. The receptionist, a young woman with nervous energy who kept tapping her fingernails on the desk, said Dr. Simmons could see me in 20 minutes. While waiting, I noticed my hand had stopped shaking for the first time in days, like it recognized this place and decided to behave. Dr. Simmons turned out to be a woman in her 50s with prematurely gray hair pulled into a tight bun, and the kind of careful, measured way of speaking that made you wonder what she wasn't saying. She led me through hallways that sparked fragments of memory. The art therapy room where we made clay sculptures that always got thrown away, the cafeteria with its bolted-down tables, the medication window where we lined up like cattle every morning, noon and night. "You were here in 2002, 2003, she said, reading from a tablet as we walked. "Part of the adolescent program under Dr. Harrison's care. Says here you responded well to treatment." I asked what treatment specifically, and she glanced at her screen with this odd expression, like she was reading something that didn't quite make sense. "The notes are sparse, but I can show you your file if you'd like. We're actually in the process of digitizing everything from that era." Her office was in what used to be the isolation wing. I remembered because Jorge got sent there once for 3 days after he refused his medication and tried to flush the pills. The other kids said they could hear him screaming at night, but the staff insisted the rooms were soundproof. Dr. Simmons pulled out a manila folder thick with papers, some yellowed with age, others looking like they'd been photocopied multiple times. As she handed it to me, I noticed several pages had black redaction marks across entire sections. "Patient confidentiality," she explained, but that didn't make sense. It was my own file. The first few pages were standard intake forms, my parents' signatures authorizing treatment, psychiatric evaluations describing me as hostile but manageable. Then I found the medication logs, and my stomach tightened. Alongside the antidepressants I vaguely remembered, there were drug names I'd never heard of. Neurozine 7, Synapticor, something called TX-149 listed only by its code. "What's TX-149?" I asked, pointing to the entry that appeared daily for 3 months straight. "Dirt." Simmons leaned over, adjusting her reading glasses, and I saw her jaw clench slightly. "I'm not familiar with that designation. Probably a trial name for something that's now FDA approved under a different label. This was 20 years ago after all." But her voice had changed, gotten tighter, more formal. She tried to turn the page, but I held it down, scanning the dosage charts. The amounts kept increasing every 2 weeks, and there were handwritten notes in the margins. Subject shows expected neural response and tremor onset week 6 within acceptable parameters. My left hand started shaking again, violent enough that the paper rustled. Dr. Simmons noticed and pulled back slightly. "Mr. Walker, I think perhaps we should..." But I was already flipping through more pages, finding similar notes about other patients. Jorge's name was there, with a note about facial tic development. "Continue protocol." The room felt smaller suddenly, the air thicker. I found a page titled Trial Group C, Long-Term Observation Required, with 12 names listed, mine included. Next to each name were codes I didn't understand and a column marked persistent effects that had been completely blacked out. But whoever did the redacting got sloppy on one page. Held up to the light, I could make out partial words through the marker. Neurological, permanent, class action risk. Dr. Simmons stood up, reaching for the folder. "I need to make some calls," she said, her professional composure cracking. "This shouldn't be. These documents should have been." She stopped herself, but I'd already seen enough. I grabbed the folder tighter, and that's when several loose pages fell out from the back. Pages that looked different, like they'd been hidden there. They were carbon copies of consent forms, but not signed by my parents. The signature line showed Dr. Marion Harrison with a check mark in a box labeled Ward of State, Temporary Guardianship. My mind raced trying to process what this meant. My parents had visiting rights, came every Sunday for the first few months until the staff told them I was becoming too agitated by the visits and needed space to heal. But if Dr. Harrison had claimed temporary guardianship, even for specific medical decisions they would have needed a court order, some kind of legal justification. Unless... I remembered now how they'd kept us in the adolescent wing for those first 72 hours of evaluation. How they said it was standard procedure. How no outside contact was allowed during that period. Enough time to file paperwork, to exploit some loophole. Dr. Simmons was on her phone now, speaking in hushed, urgent tones to someone, throwing glances my way every few seconds. I photographed as many pages as I could with my phone, my hands shaking so bad that half the pictures came out blurry. Then I saw another familiar name on the trial list, Christopher Valdez. I knew that name. He'd made the news about 5 years back, killed himself after years of battling unexplained neurological problems. His family had blamed PTSD from his teenage years, but now I wondered if they ever knew about Riverside. "Mr. Walker, I'm going to need that folder back, Dr. Simmons said, ending her call. Her tone had shifted from nervous to something harder, more authoritative. "Those documents contain confidential information about other patients. I shouldn't have..." But I was already reading another carbon copy. This one a memo between Dr. Harrison and someone at a pharmaceutical company called ZeroGen Corp. The letterhead was partially visible through the aged paper, and the content discussed preliminary results exceeding expectations and minimal oversight from state regulators. The memo mentioned that the adolescent subjects were ideal candidates because their developing brains showed higher plasticity, and any side effects could be attributed to their underlying conditions. My whole body felt cold, that kind of chill that starts from inside your bones. "Doctor." Simmons moved toward me, but I stepped back, clutching the folder. "How many of us were there?" I asked. "In the trials. How many kids did you people experiment on?" She stopped, her face cycling through expressions like she was trying to find the right mask to wear. "Dr. Harrison's research was approved by the board at the time," she said finally, each word carefully measured. "Different era, different standards. But I assure you, any treatments you received..." I cut her off by holding up the memo about minimal oversight and watched her face go pale. She knew exactly what had happened here. "You need to understand," she said, voice dropping lower. "I only started here 3 years ago. When we reopened, we found boxes of these files in the basement, water-damaged, forgotten. I've been trying to piece together. But Harrison destroyed most of the actual research data before he retired. What you're holding might be the only proof left." The tremor in my hand had spread up my arm now, the muscle spasms visible through my shirt. She noticed and added, "There are others. Former patients who've come back over the past year. Same symptoms, same questions. Most of them can't afford lawyers and without complete documentation." She trailed off, but the implication was clear. We were screwed. I thought about calling the police right there. But what would I report? Experimental drug trials from 2 decades ago with half the evidence destroyed, and the main perpetrator probably living comfortably in retirement. Instead, I asked Dr. Simmons for the names of the other former patients who'd come forward. She hesitated, clearly weighing the ethical implications against whatever guilt she was carrying. "I can't give you names," she said finally, "but I can tell you there's a support group that meets Wednesday nights at the community center on Oak Street. They call themselves Survivors of Institutional Abuse. You might find who you're looking for there." She paused, then added quietly, "Bring copies of those documents. They've been trying to build a case for years, but nobody had proof of the drug trials." Harrison was careful, but apparently not careful enough. My phone buzzed with a text from my wife asking if I was okay, and I realized I'd been here for 3 hours. Time had done that strange thing it does during trauma, stretching and compressing simultaneously. Before leaving, I made copies of everything using the printer in Dr. Simmons' office while she stood guard at the door, nervous that someone might walk in. "Security cameras were disabled in this wing for maintenance," she muttered, more to herself than to me. "At least that's what I'll say if anyone asks." As the machine hummed and spat out page after page of evidence, she told me something that made my chest tighten. Dr. Harrison died last year, pancreatic cancer. But his research partner, Dr. James Brennan, he's still alive. Lives about 2 hours north near Albany. He might know more about what was in those drugs, maybe even have data about long-term effects. She scribbled an address on a post-it note, her handwriting shaky. "He's in his 80s now, mild dementia according to his daughter who called here once looking for information about her father's work. But on his good days..." She let the sentence hang. I took the copies, the post-it, and left that place with my hand trembling worse than ever. But now I understood why. My body had been remembering what my mind had been forced to forget. That was 6 months ago. The support group led to a lawyer who specializes in institutional abuse cases, and we now have 43 former patients documented with similar neurological issues. Dr. Brennan, on one of his lucid days, admitted to keeping detailed records of the trial hidden in his attic. Records that showed Neurozine 7 and TX149 were experimental neuroleptics designed to create permanent changes in brain chemistry to make patients more manageable long-term. The tremors, the tics, the various neurological problems we all developed were listed as acceptable side effects in exchange for behavioral modification success. Xeragen Corp dissolved in 2008 after a series of unrelated lawsuits, but we tracked down 3 former executives through the lawyer. The case is moving forward, slowly but steadily. Some days my hand shakes so bad I can't write my name, and Jorge, yes, I found him, living in Syracuse with that same facial tic, has seizures now. Christopher Valdez's family joined the lawsuit after we showed them the documents. But we're alive, we're fighting, and we finally have proof that we're not crazy, that what happened to us was real. Dr. Simmons still works at Riverside, now helping other former patients access their records. She calls sometimes to check on me, and last week she said something I'll never forget. The real horror isn't what they did to you. It's that they genuinely thought they were helping. Six years of case files, patient advocacy meetings, and discharge paperwork had made me pretty good at spotting inconsistencies in medical records. At Greenwood Medical Center, where I worked as a social worker, paperwork errors were common enough that most people just shrugged them off. It was March 2023, and I was 34, recently divorced, basically living at the facility because home was just an empty apartment with too much silence. My supervisor used to joke that I knew the patients better than their own doctors did, which was probably true since I spent most of my waking hours reviewing their cases and coordinating their care plans. The facility itself was nothing special. A mid-sized psychiatric and rehabilitation center with about 200 beds, serving mostly Medicare patients and folks on state insurance. That mundane setting makes what I discovered even harder to believe, Mrs. Hoffman changed everything when she showed up at my office on a Wednesday afternoon, her face puffy from crying and her voice breaking every few words. Her son Daniel had been in our psychiatric wing for 2 months, dealing with severe depression after losing his job and his marriage in the same year. The nursing staff had told her the previous week that Daniel was being transferred to Fairmont Hospital for specialized treatment, something about a new therapy program that would better suit his needs. But when she called Fairmont to check on visiting hours, they had no record of Daniel ever arriving. She'd even driven there herself, spent 3 hours arguing with their admissions desk, watching them search every possible variation of his name and birth date in their system. The way her fingers trembled as she showed me the transfer paperwork made my chest tighten, because deep down, I knew something was seriously wrong. I told Mrs. Hoffman I'd make some calls and get to the bottom of it, assuming initially that this was just a clerical error, or maybe Daniel had been sent to a different facility by mistake. I spent the rest of that afternoon on the phone, calling every psychiatric hospital within a 100-mile radius, even reaching out to general hospitals with psychiatric wards. Each conversation went the same way. No patient by that name, no transfer from Greenwood on that date, no record in their systems at all. By 5 o'clock, I'd contacted 17 different facilities, and my notepad was covered in crossed-out hospital names and phone numbers. The transport company that supposedly handled the transfer, MedTrans Solutions, had a record of picking Daniel up at 3:47 a.m. on a Saturday, with a driver named Carl Brenner signing off on the paperwork. But when I called MedTrans back to get more details, they said Carl had quit 2 days after that transport, left no forwarding information, and his employee file had somehow gotten corrupted in their system. That night I stayed at the office until almost midnight, pulling transfer records from the past year. What I found made my mouth go dry. Daniel wasn't an isolated case. In the past 8 months, we'd had 14 patients transferred to various facilities during overnight or early morning hours, always on weekends, when administrative staff weren't around. The receiving hospitals were scattered across 3 states, never the same one twice, and when I started making verification calls the next morning, not a single facility had any record of these patients arriving. The transfer orders all looked legitimate, signed by Dr. Reynolds or Dr. Patel, both respected psychiatrists who'd been with Greenwood for over a decade. But when I checked the duty rosters, neither doctor had been on call during most of these transfers. Someone was forging signatures and they were good at it. I only noticed because Dr. Patel always drew a tiny circle instead of a dot over her lowercase i's, and these signatures had regular dots. I decided to cross-reference our transfer records with missing persons reports in the surrounding counties, which meant spending my lunch breaks at the public library because their computers had access to databases I couldn't reach from work. The librarian, Mrs. Garner, started recognizing me after the 3rd day, always offering me the same corner computer where nobody could see my screen. It took me 2 weeks of searching, but I found something that made me physically ill. 3 of our transferred patients had been reported missing by their families, but the reports had been filed weeks after the supposed transfers. The families had been told their loved ones had been moved to long-term care facilities that required limited contact during the adjustment period. One family had even received typed letters, supposedly from their daughter, saying she was doing better and asking them not to visit yet. The handwriting expert they'd hired said the signature looked authentic, but something about the language felt wrong to them. Too formal, missing the little phrases their daughter always used. My biggest mistake was taking this information to my supervisor, Howard Finch, a man I'd trusted for 6 years who'd always supported my advocacy for patients. Howard sat behind his desk, fingers steepled, while I laid out everything I'd found. The missing patients, the forged signatures, the pattern of weekend transfers, the transport company irregularities. His expression never changed, not even when I showed him the missing persons reports that matched our transferred patients. When I finished, he leaned back in his chair and told me I was stressed, that my divorce was affecting my judgment, that I needed to take some personal time. He said these transfer discrepancies were probably just bureaucratic mix-ups that would sort themselves out, and that I was connecting dots that didn't need connecting. But the way he wouldn't meet my eyes, the way he kept glancing at his phone like he was waiting for something. It told me he knew exactly what was happening. He offered me 2 weeks paid leave to reset and refocus, and something in his tone made it clear this wasn't really an offer. I refused the leave and went back to my office. But over the next few days, things started getting strange in ways that made me constantly check my rearview mirror during my commute. My keycard suddenly had restricted access, blocking me from the records room I'd used freely for years. Patient files I'd been working on disappeared from my desk, and when I asked about them, people claimed they'd never existed. Colleagues who'd always been friendly started avoiding me in the hallways, conversations stopping abruptly when I walked into the break room. Doctor. Patel pulled me aside one afternoon near the parking garage, pretending to look for her keys while she whispered that I should be careful, that some questions were dangerous to ask, that she'd seen what happened to people who dug too deep. Before I could ask what she meant, she walked away quickly, and the next day I heard she'd taken an unexpected sabbatical to care for a sick relative nobody knew she had. The breaking point came when I received a call at 2 a.m. from a blocked number. Just breathing at first, then a distorted voice telling me that my concern for patients was admirable but misguided. They knew about my visits to the library, about the copies I'd made, about the flash drive I kept in my car's glove compartment with all my research. They suggested I think about my own well-being, about how accidents could happen to people who worked late and drove home on dark roads. The next morning, I found my car tires slashed in the employee parking lot, and security claimed their cameras had mysteriously malfunctioned during the night. But what really terrified me was finding Daniel Hoffman's patient bracelet tucked under my windshield wiper, the one he should have been wearing when he was transferred. It still had dried blood on the edges, and the date hadn't been updated since the day he supposedly left our facility. That morning, I called in sick and drove straight to the police station, carrying a box of copied documents, my research notes, and Daniel's bracelet in a sealed plastic bag. Detective Ruiz listened to my story for about 10 minutes before his partner got a phone call that made them both step outside. When they came back, Ruiz's entire demeanor had changed. Suddenly, I was the one being questioned about why I'd been accessing confidential patient records, why I'd been harassing other medical facilities with false inquiries, why I'd stolen property from the hospital. They'd received a call from Greenwood's legal department about a rogue employee with a history of mental health issues following her divorce. There were apparently concerns about my fitness for duty, documentation of erratic behavior that I'd never seen before, even a psychiatric evaluation recommending immediate intervention that had my forged signature on it. The detective suggested I leave before they had to formally charge me with theft and high pay violations, and the way his hand rested on his service weapon made it clear this wasn't a suggestion. I went home and started packing immediately, throwing clothes into suitcases while refreshing my email on my phone. The termination letter arrived before I'd even finished packing. Gross misconduct, breach of patient confidentiality, immediate effect. Legal action if I came near the facility. My professional license was under review. My bank account had already been flagged for the supposed theft of hospital property, and when I tried to call Mrs. Hoffman to warn her, I found out she'd withdrawn her complaint after being told her son had contacted the hospital to say he was fine and didn't want contact with his family. The transport company I'd been investigating, MedTrans Solutions, had filed a restraining order against me for harassment. Even the library had banned me, claiming I'd been using their computers for illegal activities. In less than 6 hours, my entire life had been systematically destroyed, and all because I'd tried to find out what happened to 14 people nobody else seemed to care about. I left town that same night, driving 12 hours straight to stay with my sister in Arizona, constantly checking my mirrors for anyone following me. For 3 months, I laid low, avoiding social media, paying everything in cash, working temporary jobs under the table while trying to rebuild some semblance of a life. But I couldn't stop thinking about those 14 patients, about their families who'd never get answers, about what kind of operation could make people vanish so completely, and silence anyone who asked questions. Then one evening, I saw a news report about a medical waste facility being investigated in Nevada after human remains were found improperly disposed of. The facility had contracts with several psychiatric hospitals, including Greenwood Medical Center. The investigation was shut down within a week, blamed on contaminated animal research materials, but one detail stuck with me. The whistleblower who'd reported it, a waste management employee named Carl Brenner, had died in a car accident 2 days before he was supposed to testify. Same Carl Brenner who'd signed off on Daniel's transport paperwork and quit immediately after. I'm sharing this here because I've changed my name, moved states twice more, and taken every precaution I can think of, but I know they're still watching. Last month, I saw Howard Finch's obituary online. Sudden heart attack at 52, no prior health issues, private funeral with no service. Dr. Patel's sabbatical became permanent retirement, and she seemingly vanished as completely as those patients. Greenwood Medical Center is still operating, still transferring patients on weekend nights, and families are still being told their loved ones are getting specialized care elsewhere. I've accepted that I'll never be able to practice social work again, that my old life is gone forever, and that those 14 people are probably never coming back. But maybe someone reading this has noticed similar patterns at their facility. Maybe someone else is keeping track of mysterious transfers and missing patients. Don't make my mistake of trusting the system to investigate itself. Document everything. Protect yourself first. And remember that sometimes the real horror isn't what we imagine in the dark. It's what happens in medical facilities at 3 a.m. when nobody's watching, hidden behind bureaucracy and transfer paperwork, where human beings become disposable, and anyone who asks questions becomes a problem to be solved. I started working as an orderly at Riverside General Hospital in the spring of 2016, right after my divorce was finalized. The job wasn't glamorous, but it paid decent money and came with benefits I desperately needed. Most days I cleaned rooms, transported patients, and helped with whatever the nurses needed. The hospital itself was old, built sometime in the 1950s with that institutional yellow brick exterior and narrow windows that barely let in any light. After 6 months on the job, I thought I knew every corner of that place, the shortcuts through the old cardiac wing, which vending machines still worked, where to catch a quick nap between shifts. But that Wednesday in November changed everything when my supervisor, a stocky guy named Frank, asked me to help check some ventilation systems in the basement. The basement always gave me an uneasy feeling, but that day something was different. Frank led me past the usual storage areas and the laundry facilities, down a corridor I'd never noticed before. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead, casting strange shadows that danced along the walls. We walked for what seemed like 10 minutes through a maze of hallways, each turn taking us deeper into the building's foundation. The air grew thicker, mustier, and I noticed the usual hospital sounds. The beeping machines, the intercoms, the constant foot traffic had completely faded away. Frank stopped at a heavy metal door marked only with B7 in fading paint. When he pushed it open, the hinges groaned like they hadn't moved in decades. What I saw behind that door made me stop dead in my tracks. The walls were covered floor to ceiling with thick gray padding, the kind you'd see in a recording studio, and every door in that hallway had rubber seals around the edges. Frank must have noticed my confusion because he quickly mumbled something about old psychiatric treatment rooms from the 70s. He said they used to do specialized therapy down here, whatever that meant, but assured me the wing had been abandoned for at least 15 years. The way he avoided eye contact when he said it made my gut twist. We were supposed to check the ventilation system, make sure no mold was growing in the old ducts, but I couldn't focus on the task. Every room we entered had the same setup: padded walls, reinforced doors with small windows at eye level, and ventilation grates that had been welded shut. In one room, I noticed scratch marks on the padding near the floor, deep gouges that had torn through multiple layers. Frank pretended not to see them, just kept checking items off his clipboard and talking about basketball scores. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about that hallway. During my graveyard shift, around 2 a.m. when the hospital was at its quietest, I decided to go back down there alone. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that Frank's explanation made perfect sense, but something kept nagging at me. I grabbed a flashlight from the supply closet and made my way back through those winding basement corridors. The further I went, the more the temperature seemed to drop, and I could see my breath forming small clouds in the beam of my flashlight. When I finally reached the B7 door again, I stood there for a full minute just listening. At first, there was nothing but the distant hum of the building's machinery. Then I heard it. A rhythmic tapping, barely audible through all that soundproofing. 3 quick taps, then a pause, then 3 more, like someone knocking on a door asking to be let out. I pressed my ear against the cold metal door, trying to pinpoint where the sound was coming from. The tapping continued, sometimes stronger, sometimes weaker, but always in that same pattern. I tried the door handle, but it was locked, and my maintenance keys didn't work on it. That's when I noticed something else. Fresh scratches around the lock mechanism, like someone had recently tried to pick it. The dust on the floor had been disturbed too, showing multiple sets of footprints leading to and from the door. For a place that supposedly hadn't been used in 15 years, there was an awful lot of recent activity. I took photos with my phone, making sure to capture the scratches and the footprint patterns. The tapping suddenly stopped, and in the silence that followed, I could swear I heard breathing on the other side of the door, slow, deliberate breaths that fogged up the small window from the inside. The next day, I went straight to the head of maintenance, a woman named Gloria who'd been at the hospital for 30 years. I showed her the photos and told her about the sounds. Her face went pale, and she immediately closed her office door before speaking. She told me that in 2014, just 2 years before I started, there had been an incident in that wing. A patient named Douglas Hartley had somehow gotten access to the basement during a fire drill and barricaded himself in one of those rooms. It took security 3 days to get him out, and when they did, he was catatonic. The strange part was that Douglas had been admitted for minor anxiety, nothing that would explain such extreme behavior. After that incident, the hospital board voted to seal off that wing permanently. But here's what made my skin prickle. Gloria said Douglas was still a patient at the hospital, kept in the long-term psychiatric ward on the 4th floor. And according to the night nurses, he still tapped that same pattern on his room door every single night. I couldn't let it go. That evening, I convinced my colleague Rita to cover for me while I went up to the psychiatric ward. The 4th floor had stricter security protocols, but as an orderly, I had just enough access to walk through during my rounds. I found Douglas's room at the end of a dimly lit hallway, room 4B12. Through the reinforced glass window, I could see him sitting on his bed, rocking slightly back and forth. He was maybe 60 years old, thin as a rail, with gray hair that hung over his eyes. When he noticed me watching, he stood up and walked to the door. Without breaking eye contact, he raised his knuckle and tapped 3 times on the glass, paused, then 3 more times. His lips moved like he was trying to tell me something, but no sound came through the thick door. I watched his mouth carefully, trying to read his lips. Over and over, he seemed to be mouthing the same 2 words, "Still there." That's when things got worse. I started digging through old hospital records during my lunch breaks, using my access to the digitized archives. What I found made no sense at first. Maintenance logs from 2013 showed extensive renovation work in the B7 wing, including the installation of specialized containment infrastructure. But the renovation was completed a full year before Douglas ever set foot in that basement. The work orders were all signed by a Dr. Nathan Crowley, who supposedly headed a research program at the hospital. But when I searched for Dr. Crowley in the employee database, no records came up. I checked with HR, claiming I needed to verify some old paperwork, and they had no record of anyone by that name ever working at Riverside General. The more I investigated, the stranger it became. Purchase orders for medical equipment that didn't match anything we used in regular treatment, delivery receipts for industrial-grade restraints, and requisitions for enough sedatives to keep someone unconscious for weeks. 2 nights later, I made a decision that still haunts me. I went back to B7 with a crowbar I'd taken from my truck. The hallway was pitch black except for my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The tapping started immediately when I arrived, more urgent this time, almost frantic. I wedged the crowbar into the door frame and put all my weight behind it. The lock was strong, but the frame was old, and after several minutes of prying, I heard the wood splinter. The door swung open, releasing a wave of stale, medicinal air that made me gag. Inside, the room was exactly like the others I'd seen, except for one detail. In the corner, partially hidden behind loose padding, was a small ventilation grate that hadn't been welded shut. Fresh air was flowing through it, and when I knelt down to look closer, I could see scratch marks all around it, like someone had been trying to pry it open from the inside. The tapping sound was coming from the ventilation shaft itself. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight, angling it into the vent. What I saw made me stumble backward and nearly drop the phone. There was another room visible through the shaft, one that wasn't on any blueprint I'd seen. The walls were bare concrete, and there was medical equipment everywhere. IV stands, monitoring devices, and what looked like a dental chair modified with leather straps. But that wasn't the worst part. On the far wall, I could see photographs pinned up, dozens of them. Even from that distance, I could make out that they were patient photos, the kind we take for admission records. Some of them looked recent. I recognized at least 3 faces from the long-term ward, including Douglas. I tried to angle my phone to record video evidence, but then I heard footsteps in the hallway behind me. Heavy, deliberate footsteps that stopped right outside the door. I turned around slowly, and there was Frank standing in the doorway, but he wasn't alone. 2 security guards flanked him, and behind them stood a man in a white coat I'd never seen before. The man in the white coat stepped forward, introducing himself as Dr. Richard Steinberg, the hospital's chief of psychiatric services. His voice was calm, almost soothing, as he explained that I had stumbled onto a classified treatment program for patients with severe dissociative disorders. He claimed the hidden room was used for immersive therapy sessions, approved by a special medical board, and that the secrecy was necessary to protect patient privacy and prevent public misunderstanding. He offered to show me the proper documentation, even suggested I could be transferred to a better paying position if I signed some confidentiality agreements. But while he talked, I noticed Frank's hand resting on his belt, right where security usually carried their tasers. The 2 guards had positioned themselves to block any exit route. Dr. Steinberg kept talking about medical ethics and revolutionary treatments, but his eyes were cold, calculating, watching my every reaction. I played along, nodding and apologizing for the misunderstanding, saying I just wanted to do my job properly. After what felt like hours but was probably 10 minutes, they escorted me back to the main floor and sent me home, telling me to take a few days off to process what I'd learned. I never went back. That same night, I packed everything I could fit in my car and drove to my sister's place 3 states away. Before I left, I uploaded all the photos and videos I'd taken to multiple cloud services and sent copies to a journalist friend, though she never published anything. Said her editor killed the story after a call from the hospital's lawyers. I found out later that Douglas had been transferred to another facility the day after my discovery, and his records were sealed. Frank called me twice, leaving voicemails about my final paycheck and returning my uniform, but I never responded. About a month later, I saw a small news item about Riverside General receiving a massive private grant for expanding mental health services. The article mentioned new underground facilities being constructed, but didn't give details. I work at a small clinic now, far from any large hospitals. Sometimes I still wake up at 2 a.m., and I swear I can hear that tapping pattern in my head. 3 knocks, pause, 3 knocks. I looked up Douglas Hartley online once, but found only an obituary from 6 months after I left. The cause of death was listed as complications from long-term psychiatric treatment. I don't know what they were doing in that basement, and honestly, I don't want to know. But sometimes I think about the other patients whose photos were on that wall, and I wonder if they're still tapping somewhere, waiting for someone to listen. Working nights at Millbrook Psychiatric Facility seemed like easy money when they first hired me. 28 years old, fresh certification in hand, student loans crushing my bank account. That night shift differential looked pretty sweet on paper. Amy, my girlfriend at the time, kept joking about me losing my mind working graveyard at a mental institution. But honestly, most shifts were boring as hell. Unit 7 housed long-term residents, people who'd been cycling through the same medications and routines for years. Severe schizophrenia cases, treatment-resistant bipolar, chronic depression, heavy diagnoses that required round-the-clock monitoring. My job consisted mainly of medication rounds, documenting patient behaviors, checking vitals, making sure nobody hurt themselves or others during those long, quiet hours between midnight and dawn. Strange how a building full of troubled minds could feel so peaceful at 3 a.m. Just the hum of fluorescent lights and the occasional murmur from behind a closed door. You get used to the rhythm of it, the way certain patients pace at specific times, which rooms stay silent, which ones you'll hear crying softly when they think nobody's listening. Wednesday night in August changed everything. Humid as hell outside, the AC struggling to keep up, making the whole ward feel sticky and oppressive. Dorothy Caldwell, room 714, had been with us for almost 4 years. 67 years old, sweet lady when her meds were balanced right. Used to teach elementary school before her depression got too severe to function. That night at 3:15 a.m., her room alarm started shrieking. That specific pitch that means medical emergency, not just a fall or panic attack. Found her gasping for air, skin going gray, pupils pinned to tiny dots. Classic signs of medication overdose, except Dorothy had been stable on the same cocktail for 3 straight years. We managed to stabilize her, got her transferred to the medical wing, but when I went to check the medication administration record, something was wrong. The 9:47 p.m. dose was signed KB, initials that meant absolutely nothing to me. Every nurse, every tech, every float staff member who worked our unit, I knew them all. Nobody had those initials. Bethany, our charge nurse, barely glanced at the log when I brought it to her attention. Just mumbled something about staff from other units helping out. Told me to focus on my remaining patients. 2 nights later, it happened again. Gerald Foster, room 709, a 44-year-old man with severe bipolar disorder who'd been stable for 18 months. Found him during my 2 a.m. rounds, convulsing in his bed, foam around his mouth, his roommate screaming for help. Same symptoms as Dorothy. Respiratory depression, pinpoint pupils, all the hallmarks of an antipsychotic overdose. Gerald was a big guy, worked construction before his illness took over. Always talked about getting back to building houses once he got out. Seeing him like that, helpless and choking on his own saliva, it hit different. While the medical team worked on him, I went straight to the medication logs. There it was again. Evening dose at 10:22 p.m. signed RJ. Nobody on our staff had those initials either. I started keeping my own notes in a pocket notebook, writing down every detail. The medication room had a keypad lock that logged every entry, so I checked those records against the MAR signatures. According to the keypad log, nobody had accessed the medication room between 8 p.m. and midnight on either night. How could someone administer medications without entering the room where they were stored? My shift partner, a guy named Aaron who'd been working psych wards for 12 years, noticed me getting obsessed with the paperwork. He pulled me aside near the nurses' station, kept his voice low, told me stories about Millbrook that made my skin prickle. Apparently, medication discrepancies had been happening for years, always at night, always with different initials that belonged to nobody. Staff who asked too many questions got transferred to different units, or their contracts suddenly weren't renewed. Aaron said he learned early on to keep his head down, do his job, not dig too deep into things that didn't add up. But I couldn't let it go, especially when I realized the overdoses followed a pattern. Always patients who were close to being discharged or stepped down to lower security units. Dorothy had been approved for assisted living placement the week before her overdose. Gerald's psychiatrist had just recommended transitioning him to outpatient care. These weren't random incidents. Someone was deliberately keeping these patients from leaving, and they were using enough medication to cause serious harm without killing them outright. Against Aaron's advice, I started documenting everything with my phone. Screenshots of the medication logs, photos of the keypad entry records, even pictures of the actual medication bottles in the dispensary. On my nights off, I'd spread everything out on my kitchen table, trying to make sense of the patterns. Amy thought I was losing it, said I was starting to act like the paranoid patients at work. But the evidence was right there. In the past 6 months alone, 14 patients had suffered unexplained overdoses, all during night shifts, all with mystery initials on their MARs. What really got to me was finding the insurance billing records left open on a computer one night. Millbrook was billing for full doses of medications that were supposedly being administered by these phantom nurses. If patients were getting overdosed, that meant someone was giving them extra medication beyond what was being officially dispensed. Where were these extra doses coming from? The pharmacy inventory matched the official MAR records perfectly, every pill accounted for on paper. Monday night, almost 2 weeks after Dorothy's incident, I decided to watch the medication room myself. Positioned myself where I could see the door but still look like I was doing paperwork at the nurse's station. Around 10:15 p.m., Bethany, our charge nurse, walked past me heading toward the patient rooms, carrying her usual medication tray. Nothing unusual, except she wasn't scheduled for medication rounds. That was supposed to be handled by the floor nurse, Jennifer. 20 minutes later, I heard a code blue from room 706. Mrs. Helen Bauer, 58 years old, chronic schizophrenia with catatonic features, was found unresponsive by Jennifer during routine checks. Same presentation as the others, respiratory distress, pinpoint pupils, lucky to be alive. When I checked the MAR, there it was, 10:17 p.m., signed MT. But here's what made me sick to my stomach. I had been watching that medication room door the entire time, and Bethany never entered it. She had walked past with a full tray of medications that came from nowhere, doses that didn't exist in our inventory, administered by initials that belonged to no one. The next hour felt like walking through thick mud, every second stretching out while I tried to process what I'd witnessed. Helped stabilize Helen, filled out incident reports, acted normal while my mind raced through the implications. Bethany had access to medications that weren't in our system, which meant she was either stealing from other units or had an outside source. But why risk everything just to keep patients from being discharged? Around 4 a.m. while doing rounds, I found myself outside the administrative offices. The door to human resources was cracked open. Someone had forgotten to pull it completely shut. Every instinct told me to walk away, but I slipped inside, went straight to the filing cabinets. Started with the B section, looking for Bethany's file. What I found made me physically ill. Bethany didn't just work at Millbrook. She was married to Dr. Eugene Morrison, the facility's medical director. Their last name difference had kept it hidden from casual observation. But that wasn't the worst part. In a folder marked Budget Reviews, I found spreadsheets showing that Unit 7 was scheduled for closure if occupancy dropped below 85% for 3 consecutive months. We'd been hovering right at that threshold, and every time we dipped below, another mysterious overdose would occur, keeping the patient from discharge. Millbrook was a private facility that relied heavily on state contracts for long-term psychiatric care. Each occupied bed brought in roughly $400 per day from insurance and state funding. Keeping just 5 extra patients meant $60,000 per month in revenue. The math was right there in black and white. Every overdose that delayed a discharge was worth thousands of dollars to the facility. But Dr. Morrison and Bethany weren't just protecting jobs or keeping a unit open. They had recently purchased a massive house according to a mortgage document carelessly left in the printer. They were living way beyond what their salaries could support. Aaron found me in that office at 5 a.m., white as a sheet, papers scattered across the desk. He didn't say anything, just started helping me put everything back exactly as I'd found it. As we worked in silence, he whispered that 3 other nurses had noticed the same patterns over the years. One had gone to the state health department, but the investigator who showed up was Dr. Morrison's golf buddy. Another tried contacting the media, but Millbrook's lawyers shut it down with threats of lawsuits for violating patient privacy. The third nurse, a woman named Carol, had collected evidence for months before suddenly moving out of state, leaving no forwarding address. That morning, I went home and told Amy everything. She wanted me to quit immediately, pack up and leave town just like Carol had done. But I kept thinking about Dorothy, Gerald, Helen, and all the other patients who'd been poisoned for profit. These were vulnerable people who came to us for help, trusting us with their lives while they battled their own minds. The violation of that trust made me physically sick. I spent my day off copying every piece of evidence onto multiple USB drives, uploaded files to cloud storage accounts, even mailed a package to my cousin who lived in California. If something happened to me, at least the proof would survive. When I returned for my next shift on Friday night, the atmosphere was different. Bethany smiled at me more than usual, kept asking how I was feeling, if I was stressed about anything. Jennifer mentioned that Dr. Morrison had been asking about me, wondering if I was adjusting well to the night shift responsibilities. Even the security guard, usually friendly and chatty, seemed to watch me more carefully. Around 1 a.m., Aaron pulled me into the supply closet, told me that Bethany had been asking him questions about what I did during my shifts, who I talked to, whether I'd mentioned anything unusual. At 2:47 a.m., while I was documenting patient notes at the nursing station, I noticed Bethany heading toward the medication room with her unauthorized tray again. But this time, she was walking toward room 718. My assigned patient for the night, Roger Hoffman, a 51-year-old man with severe PTSD who was scheduled for discharge to a group home next week. Without thinking, I followed her. She was so focused on preparing the syringe that she didn't hear me enter the room behind her. Roger was asleep, his breathing steady and peaceful, unaware that he was about to become another casualty of their scheme. When I cleared my throat, Bethany spun around, the loaded syringe still in her hand. For a moment, we just stared at each other. Then she started talking, her voice eerily calm, explaining how this was bigger than both of us, how the whole facility would shut down if the unit closed, how hundreds of people would lose their jobs. She actually tried to make it sound noble, like poisoning patients was some kind of twisted sacrifice for the greater good. I told her I had already documented everything, that copies were in safe places, and if anything happened to me or any other patient, it would all go public. The syringe in her hand trembled slightly, and for the first time since I'd known her, Bethany looked genuinely scared. She set it down on the bedside table, her shoulders sagging like all the air had been let out of her. Then she said something that chilled me more than anything else that night, that I had no idea how many people were involved, how many families depended on Millbrook staying profitable. She named names, the head of security, 2 psychiatrists, 3 day shift nurses, even someone at the state inspection office. They all knew, all benefited somehow, whether through direct payments or just job security. She asked me what I thought would happen if I went public. Did I really think anyone would believe a rookie tech over respected medical professionals? Did I know how easy it would be to discredit me, maybe even frame me for the overdoses? But I had one advantage she didn't know about. Earlier that week, I'd reached out to a journalist from the state's largest newspaper, a woman named Grace Novak who specialized in healthcare fraud. She was already investigating similar patterns at 2 other private psychiatric facilities. My evidence was exactly what she needed to blow the whole thing wide open. Grace published the story 5 days later, complete with documentation I'd provided, and statements from 2 former employees who came forward after seeing the initial report. The FBI raided Millbrook that same morning, seizing records and arresting Dr. Morrison, Bethany, and 4 others. The facility lost its state contracts within a month and shut down completely by September. 43 patients had suffered overdoses over 3 years, all to maintain occupancy rates and profit margins. Some recovered fully. Others had permanent organ damage from the repeated poisonings. Dorothy Caldwell testified at the trial, her hands still shaking from the neurological damage, but her voice steady as she described waking up unable to breathe. Dr. Morrison got 15 years, Bethany got 12, and the others received lesser sentences in exchange for cooperation. I left psychiatric nursing after that. Couldn't trust myself to care for vulnerable patients without constantly questioning everyone's motives. Now I work in medical equipment sales, boring as hell, but nobody's life depends on me. Sometimes I wake up at 3:15 a.m., that exact time when I found Dorothy struggling to breathe, and I wonder how many other facilities are running the same scheme. How many patients are being kept sick for profit? How many staff members are keeping quiet out of fear or complicity? I've worked as a records clerk for 7 years now, and in all that time at Westbrook Psychiatric Facility, I thought I'd seen every kind of administrative mess you could imagine. It was a Friday in early December when everything started, one of those gray afternoons where the fluorescent lights feel heavier than usual. I was sorting through discharge summaries in the basement archives, a windowless room that smelled like old paper and industrial cleaner. The job wasn't glamorous, but I took pride in keeping everything organized, making sure every patient's journey through our facility was properly documented. That afternoon, I was updating our digital database with paper files from emergency admissions, routine work I could do with my eyes closed. My supervisor, Mrs. Thompson, had asked me to focus on clearing the backlog from the previous month before the state inspection in 2 weeks. I remember drinking my 3rd cup of coffee, the bitter taste mixing with the dust from the old files, completely unaware that I was about to stumble onto something that would change everything about how I saw my workplace. The first irregularity appeared when I was entering data for a patient named Brandon Sawyer, a 28-year-old man admitted on a 72-hour psychiatric hold after a severe manic episode. His intake paperwork was thorough. Detailed notes from the attending psychiatrist, medication logs, observation reports from the nurses for the first 48 hours. But then, nothing. No discharge summary, no transfer papers, no against medical advice form. Absolutely nothing to indicate how or when he left our facility. The file just stopped mid-treatment, like someone had torn out the last chapter of a book. I figured it was a clerical error. Maybe someone forgot to file the discharge papers, which happens more often than we'd like to admit. I made a note to follow up with the ward secretary and moved on to the next file. But then I found another one just like it. A woman named Lisa Garrett admitted for acute psychosis, detailed records for 3 days, then nothing, then another, and another. By the time I'd gone through 50 files, I'd found 7 patients with the same pattern. Emergency admission, a few days of detailed documentation, then complete radio silence. What really caught my attention was the signature on all 7 intake forms. Dr. Martin Holloway, our senior administrator. Now, Holloway wasn't just any administrator. He was basically untouchable. Been with the hospital for 23 years. Golf buddies with the board members. The kind of guy who wore expensive suits and always smelled like cologne that probably cost more than my weekly paycheck. He had this peculiar habit of clicking his pen exactly 3 times before signing any document, and his signature was this elaborate cursive that looked like it belonged on the Declaration of Independence. Finding his name on all 7 files made me pause because senior administrators rarely handle direct admissions. That's usually left to the attending physicians. I pulled up our internal directory and cross-referenced the admission dates. All 7 patients came in during night shifts, specifically between 11 p.m. and 3 a.m., when the hospital operated with skeleton staff. The timing wasn't necessarily suspicious on its own. Emergency psychiatric holds often come in during odd hours. But it was another connection that made me lean back in my creaky office chair and stare at the ceiling tiles. I decided to check the ward assignment logs to see where these patients had been housed during their stay. Our facility has 4 main units: Unit A for voluntary admissions, Unit B for acute care, Unit C for long-term residents, and Unit D, which was technically our overflow unit but rarely used because of budget constraints. All 7 missing patients had been assigned to Unit D, specifically to rooms 401 through 407, a section of the building that I knew had been closed for renovations 6 months ago. The renovation story never quite added up because I'd processed the work orders myself, and they were all for minor repairs, replacing ceiling tiles, fixing a broken window latch, nothing that would require closing an entire wing for half a year. I grabbed my access badge and decided to take a walk during my lunch break, telling myself I was just stretching my legs, but really I wanted to see Unit D for myself. The hallway leading to it was dimmer than the rest of the hospital. Half the fluorescent bulbs either broken or removed, and there was this persistent dripping sound coming from somewhere behind the walls, probably a pipe that needed fixing. When I reached the doors to Unit D, they were locked with a digital keypad that I didn't have the code for, but through the small window, I could see lights on inside, shadows moving across the far wall like someone was walking around in there. That afternoon, I went back to my desk and did something I probably shouldn't have. I accessed the billing system with my credentials to see if those 7 patients were still being charged for their stay. The hospital's billing software was ancient, running on some program from the early 2000s that looked like it belonged in a museum. But it kept meticulous records of every single charge, down to individual aspirin tablets. Brandon Sawyer's account showed active daily charges for room and board, medications, even therapy sessions that, according to his medical file, never happened. Lisa Garrett's insurance was being billed $3,200 per day for intensive psychiatric care, and the charges were current as in processed yesterday. My mouth went dry as I checked the others. All 7 accounts were active, accumulating charges, some for over 3 weeks now. The system showed them as current patients in Unit D, receiving round-the-clock care, meals, medications, the whole package. But according to their medical files, they'd all stopped existing after day 3 of their admission. I printed everything, my old printer groaning and squeaking as it spit out page after page of billing records, the evidence piling up on my desk like a paper mountain of impossibilities. I needed to talk to someone, but I had to be careful about who I trusted. There was Donna from Human Resources. She'd been at the hospital almost as long as me, and had this way of knowing everyone's business without seeming like a gossip. I found her in the cafeteria during the dinner break, sitting alone at a corner table, picking at a sad-looking Caesar salad. When I sat down across from her, she looked up with those sharp brown eyes that seemed to read your mind before you even spoke. I asked her, casual as I could manage, if she knew anything about Unit D still being operational. She put down her fork, leaned in close enough that I could smell her lavender hand lotion, and told me something that made every hair on my arm stand up. 2 weeks ago, she'd processed paperwork for 3 new nurses, all hired specifically for Unit D night shifts, all with out-of-state licenses, all with references that when she tried to verify them, led to disconnected phone numbers. But Holloway had personally vouched for them, said they were specialists in some new treatment program the hospital was piloting. She'd found it odd that there was no announcement about any new program, no staff meetings, no training sessions, nothing in the hospital newsletter that usually couldn't shut up about every minor achievement or initiative. That night, I couldn't stop thinking about those patients, wondering where they really were, what was happening to them. I stayed late at the office, pretending to work on the backlog, but really I was digging deeper into the system. I found something in the pharmacy logs that turned my stomach into a knot of anxiety. Unit D had been ordering massive quantities of sedatives, specifically midazolam and propofol, drugs typically used for surgical procedures, not psychiatric treatment. The amounts were staggering, enough to keep dozens of people unconscious for extended periods. The orders were all signed off by Dr. Holloway and fulfilled by a pharmacy supplier I'd never seen in our system before, somewhere called MedLink Distributors. When I searched for MedLink online, I found a bare-bones website with a single page, no employee information, no history, just a contact form and a warehouse address in an industrial district 40 miles away. The domain had been registered just 2 months ago, right around the time the first of those 7 patients had been admitted. I also discovered that our regular pharmacy supplier had noted several inquiries about why their orders had decreased significantly, concerns that had been dismissed by administrative emails bearing Holloway's digital signature. I knew I was getting into dangerous territory, but I couldn't let it go. The next day was Saturday, and the hospital would be running on weekend staff, meaning fewer people around to notice me snooping. I came in early, around 6 a.m., using my overtime excuse that Mrs. Thompson had already approved for the inspection prep. The main building was eerily quiet, just the hum of ventilation systems and distant footsteps of the night shift finishing their rounds. I made my way to the administrative wing where Holloway's office was located, my heartbeat pounding in my ears with each step. His office door was locked, naturally, but I remembered that the janitor's closet next door shared a ventilation grate with his office. I'd heard his phone conversations plenty of times while grabbing cleaning supplies. Inside the closet, between bottles of industrial bleach and floor wax, I pressed my ear against the metal grate. I could hear voices, Holloway's distinctive baritone and someone else with a slight accent I couldn't place. They were discussing transport arrangements, something about keeping the subject stable during the journey, maintaining proper documentation for customs, and ensuring the receiving facility was prepared for the delivery. The other voice mentioned a number, 50,000 per unit, and Holloway laughed that dry laugh he did during budget meetings, saying they could process at least 2 more this month without raising suspicions. My legs were trembling as I backed away from the grate, knocking over a mop bucket in my haste. The clatter echoed through the empty hallway, and I heard the voices in Holloway's office stop abruptly. I grabbed a mop, my heart racing so fast I thought it might burst, pretending to clean the floor just as his office door opened. Holloway stepped out with another man I'd never seen before, tall, thin, wearing an expensive-looking gray suit with a red pocket square, his face angular and forgettable except for his eyes, which were this unsettling pale blue, almost white. They both looked at me, and Holloway's expression shifted through several emotions. Surprise, suspicion, then that practiced administrative smile he wore like armor. He asked what I was doing there so early, and I managed to stammer something about the state inspection, about Mrs. Thompson wanting everything spotless. The other man whispered something in what sounded like Russian or Ukrainian, and Holloway nodded, told me to carry on, but his eyes lingered on me a beat too long before they walked toward the elevator. I mopped that same spot for 5 minutes, my arms moving on autopilot while my brain tried to process what I'd heard. 50,000 per unit. They were talking about the patients like cargo, like products to be shipped and sold. I abandoned any pretense of cleaning and headed straight back to Unit D, this time taking the long way through the old wing where they stored discontinued medical equipment. There was a connecting corridor there, mostly forgotten, that led to the back entrance of Unit D. I'd seen it on the old blueprints when we digitized them years ago. The door was locked, but it was one of those ancient mechanical locks, not electronic, and the frame was so warped from age that I could see into the hallway beyond. What I saw made me bite my tongue to keep from gasping. There were gurneys lined up against the wall, at least 6 of them, each with a patient strapped down, IVs running into their arms, their faces slack and unconscious. I recognized Brandon Sawyer immediately. His distinctive neck tattoo of a compass was visible even from where I stood. The patients were all dressed in what looked like airline passenger clothes, not hospital gowns, complete with shoes and jackets. A woman in scrubs I didn't recognize was checking their vitals, making notes on a clipboard, her movements efficient and practiced like she'd done this routine 100 times. She had earbuds in, humming something tuneless, completely absorbed in her work. Near the far end of the hallway, I could see suitcases stacked neatly, each one tagged with what looked like airline labels, and a pile of passports on a medical cart. I backed away from the door, my whole body shaking now, and pulled out my phone to start recording video through the gap in the door frame. I managed to get about 30 seconds of footage, the patients, the nurse, the suitcases, before I heard footsteps coming from the main corridor. I actually ran through the old wing, my sensible work shoes slapping against the linoleum, past the defunct X-ray machines and broken wheelchairs, until I reached the parking garage. In my car, I sat there for a moment, breathing hard, staring at the video on my phone. It was grainy, but clear enough to see what was happening. I drove straight to the police station downtown, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles went white. But when I walked into that station, showed them my hospital ID, and started explaining about patients being trafficked, the desk sergeant's expression changed from bored to concerned to something else entirely. He asked me to wait, said he'd get a detective. But instead, 2 uniformed officers appeared and told me I needed to come with them for questioning. They put me in a small room that smelled like old coffee and disappointment, and I waited there for 2 hours before someone finally came in. Not a detective, but Holloway himself, accompanied by the hospital's legal counsel, and a woman who introduced herself as being from the state health department. They had a different story ready, all official documents and medical terminology. According to them, I'd stumbled onto a legitimate pilot program for treating severe psychiatric patients in specialized facilities abroad, all perfectly legal, all with proper consent from either the patients during lucid moments or their medical proxies. The woman from the state showed me paperwork with official seals, signatures, approval stamps that looked absolutely real. Holloway explained, in that condescending tone he used during staff meetings, that the secrecy was necessary to protect patient privacy and prevent interference from misguided advocacy groups. The patients I'd seen were being prepared for medical transport to a cutting-edge treatment center in Romania, where experimental therapies not yet approved in the US could offer them hope for recovery. The $50,000 I'd overheard? That was the treatment cost, covered by a special grant from an international mental health foundation. They had an answer for everything, every single thing, papers to prove it all. The hospital's lawyer, a stern woman with steel gray hair pulled back so tight it looked painful, informed me that I'd violated numerous HIPAA regulations, accessed systems beyond my authorization level, and recorded patients without consent. I could face criminal charges, lose my job, my pension, everything, unless I signed a document acknowledging my misunderstanding and agreeing to confidentiality about the whole matter. They gave me 24 hours to decide. I went home that night knowing I couldn't fight this alone, not against Holloway, the hospital administration, and apparently even the state health department. But I also couldn't let those patients disappear into whatever was really waiting for them in Romania, or wherever they were actually being sent. I made copies of everything, the billing records, the pharmacy logs, the video, and uploaded them to 3 different cloud services, then mailed USB drives to my sister in Oregon and my cousin in Florida with instructions not to open them unless something happened to me. The next morning, Sunday, I did something I'd never imagined doing. I called a journalist from the local newspaper, a guy named Tom Briggs who'd written exposés about nursing home abuse a few years back. We met at a diner outside town, one of those places with cracked vinyl booths and coffee that tasted like it had been brewing since the Reagan administration. I showed him everything on my laptop, watched his expression shift from skeptical to intrigued, to genuinely alarmed. He said he needed to verify some things, make some calls, but that this was big, really big. He gave me his personal cell number, told me to sign whatever I needed to sign to protect myself for now, and that he'd work on this quietly. 2 days later, I signed Holloway's papers, went back to work, and pretended everything was normal, filing papers and organizing records like my world hadn't been turned upside down. For 3 weeks, nothing happened. I'd almost started to doubt myself, wondering if maybe there really was some legitimate program I'd misunderstood. Then, on a Monday morning, it all exploded. FBI agents swarmed the hospital, men and women in dark windbreakers with those 3 letters printed in yellow across their backs. They sealed off Unit D, confiscated computers, boxes and boxes of records wheeled out on dollies. Holloway was arrested in the parking lot, handcuffed in front of everyone during the morning shift change. The news broke that afternoon. An international patient trafficking ring that had been operating for over a year, selling psychiatric patients to overseas facilities that were actually fronts for illegal medical testing. 17 patients had been recovered from a facility in Moldova, not Romania, all alive but in various states of psychological trauma from whatever experiments had been conducted on them. Brandon Sawyer was among them, and his family's interview on the news was heartbreaking. They'd been told he'd been transferred to a long-term facility upstate, had even received forged letters supposedly from him saying he was getting better. The investigation revealed that the scheme went beyond just our hospital, involving a network of facilities across 3 states, all connected through shell companies and fake medical organizations. Tom Briggs won a Pulitzer for his investigation, though he always credited an anonymous source for bringing the story to light. I still work at the hospital, in the same basement office, filing the same papers, but now I look at everything differently, double-check things that seem odd, and keep Tom's number saved in my phone under pizza delivery, just in case. The 7 patients I'd originally discovered, 6 were recovered alive, still working through what happened to them. 1, Lisa Garrett, was never found. And sometimes I think about her, wonder where she ended up, and hope that somehow, somewhere, she found her way back home. Night shifts at psychiatric wards teach you things nursing school never could. At age 24, fresh out of college with loans crushing my bank account, the job at Clearwater Medical Center in suburban Illinois seemed like a blessing. 6 months into working the psych wing, things had become routine. Medication rounds, patient checks, documentation. The December cold seeped through the old building's windows that year, 2018, making the hallways feel even more sterile than usual. My supervisor Barbara wore these thick glasses that made her eyes look enormous, like she could see straight through your excuses for being 5 minutes late. She'd just promoted me to lead nurse for the night shift, which meant an extra $2 an hour and twice the responsibility. My roommate Jenna and I celebrated with cheap wine that Friday, laughing about how I'd finally be able to afford name-brand cereal. Psychiatric ward wasn't where I'd imagined myself working, but jobs for new nurses were scarce, and I figured I could stick it out for a year or 2. Robert Lawson arrived on the ward 2 days before everything went sideways, brought in for psychiatric evaluation after his family reported concerning behavior changes. His chart showed no violent history, just depression and anxiety following a messy divorce, the kind of case we saw dozens of times each month. When I first encountered him during rounds, he sat motionless in the corner of his room, staring at the beige wall like it held secrets only he could decipher. He took his medications without resistance that Saturday night, nodding politely when I asked if he needed water or an extra blanket. Something about the way he tilted his head while listening reminded me of how my grandmother's parakeet used to watch people through its cage bars, attentive but somehow disconnected. The ward held only 12 patients that weekend instead of our typical 20, and the unusual quiet made every footstep echo down the corridors. I remember planning to actually sit down and eat my sandwich during break, maybe even check my phone without someone pressing the call button every 30 seconds. Around 2 a.m., I started my second round of medication distribution, pushing the squeaky cart down the east wing where Robert's room was located. The fluorescent lights hummed that particular frequency that gives you a headache after 8 hours, and the smell of industrial disinfectant mixed with something else. That distinct psychiatric ward scent of fear and medication sweats that clings to your scrubs no matter how many times you wash them. Robert was awake when I entered his room, sitting up in bed with his hands folded neatly on his lap, which struck me as odd since most patients were deep in their medication-induced sleep by then. His eyes tracked my movements as I prepared his pills, and when I spoke to him about the dosage change his doctor had ordered, explaining that the blue pill would help with his anxiety, he opened his mouth like he wanted to respond. Nothing came out at first, just this soft exhale that sounded like static from an old radio. Then he started speaking, and every hair on my arms stood straight up. "The blue pill will help with your anxiety," he said, but it was my exact words, my exact intonation, coming from his mouth in this warped mechanical way, like someone had recorded my voice and played it back through broken speakers. The way his lips moved didn't quite match the sounds, creating this horrible disconnect that made my chest tighten. I stood there holding the medication cup, trying to process what I'd just heard, telling myself maybe he was just repeating what I'd said. Some patients did that as a coping mechanism. But then he continued, mimicking not just my words but the exact rhythm of my breathing, the way I'd shifted my weight from one foot to the other, even the small throat-clearing sound I'd made before speaking. His eyes never blinked during this whole performance, just stayed locked on mine with this intensity that made me want to back toward the door. The medication cup started trembling in my hand, and he immediately mimicked that too, his own hand shaking in the exact same pattern, though he held nothing. I tried to maintain my professional composure, setting the medication cup on his bedside table with deliberate calmness. "Mr. Lawson, I need you to take your medication now," I said, using my firm nurse voice that usually worked with difficult patients. He tilted his head at that impossible angle again, further than seemed comfortable for a human neck, and when he replied, it was my firm nurse voice coming back at me, but layered somehow like multiple recordings of my voice playing simultaneously at slightly different speeds. The sound made my teeth ache. His mouth stretched into an expression that wasn't quite a smile, more like someone who'd studied pictures of smiles but never understood the emotion behind them. I reached for the call button to alert security, a standard protocol for patients exhibiting aggressive or unusual behavior, but Robert moved faster than I'd seen him move before, his hand shooting out to grab my wrist. His grip felt wrong, too precise, each finger applying exactly the same pressure like he'd calculated the optimal force to hold without bruising. "Protocol for patients exhibiting aggressive or unusual behavior," he said in that horrible chorus of my own voice. And then he started laughing. Except it was my nervous laugh from earlier that day when Barbara had made a joke about the coffee machine being possessed. The sound of my own laugh coming from his throat, distorted and multiplied, made bile rise in my throat. I yanked my arm back hard enough to break his grip and stumbled backward toward the door, but he was already out of bed, moving in this jerky, stop-motion way that reminded me of a video buffering on slow internet. He began reciting everything I'd said since entering the room, but backwards, the words clear despite being in reverse order, creating these nonsensical sentences that somehow made perfect sense in their wrongness. When I screamed for help, he screamed too, matching my pitch and desperation so perfectly that anyone listening would think two women were being attacked. The door handle felt miles away as I fumbled for it behind my back, never taking my eyes off him as he advanced, still speaking in my voice, now mixing in conversations I'd had with other patients throughout the night. Finally, my fingers found the handle and I burst into the hallway, nearly colliding with Steve, the security guard who usually dozed at his desk until his rounds at 3 a.m. "Room 214 now," I gasped, pointing back at Robert's room. But when Steve rushed past me with his hand on his radio, Robert was back in his bed, lying perfectly still with his eyes closed, looking like any other sedated patient. Steve turned to me with that expression I knew too well, the one that said he thought I was overreacting to a difficult patient. I tried to explain what had happened, but the words tumbled out in a panic that made me sound hysterical. Steve checked Robert's vitals, which were completely normal, and found him unresponsive to verbal commands, apparently deep asleep. The security footage would show everything, I insisted, dragging Steve to the monitor station where we kept recordings of all patient rooms. But when we pulled up the feed from Robert's room, the timestamp showed 2:47 a.m., the exact time I'd been in there. Yet the video showed me standing alone in the room, talking to a patient who appeared to be sleeping the entire time, never moving, never speaking, never grabbing my wrist. My incident report took 2 hours to write because I kept starting over, trying to find words that would make someone believe what I'd experienced. Barbara arrived early that morning after Steve called her owl eyes scrutinizing me as I sat in her office, still wearing my scrubs that smelled like fear sweat. She read my report 3 times, occasionally glancing up at me with an expression I couldn't decipher. "These night shifts can be stressful," she finally said, sliding a different form across her desk, a request for voluntary psychological evaluation. When I refused to sign it, insisting we check other cameras or interview other patients who might have heard something, her face hardened. She pulled out her tablet and showed me an email she'd already drafted to HR about my concerning behavior and potential danger to patient welfare. The choice was clear: sign the evaluation request and take a mental health break, or face an official investigation that would likely end my nursing career before it had really begun. I signed the paper with a hand that wouldn't stop trembling, watching my carefully built professional reputation crumble over something I couldn't prove. 2 weeks into my mandatory leave, I couldn't stop thinking about that night, replaying every detail while sitting in my apartment in my pajamas at 3 p.m., surrounded by unopened emails from concerned coworkers. Jenna tried to be supportive, but I could see the doubt in her eyes when I told her the story. The way she'd change the subject or suggest maybe I really did need the rest. I started researching Robert Lawson obsessively, finding his social media profiles, his ex-wife's blog about their divorce, anything that might explain what had happened. Then I discovered something that made me slam my laptop shut. A post from his ex-wife dated 3 months before his admission, describing how he'd started mimicking her voice during arguments, repeating her words in what she called that demon voice, until she'd locked herself in the bathroom terrified. She'd tried to get a restraining order, but the judge dismissed it as marital disputes, especially since Robert's lawyer provided recordings that proved it was just her voice on the audio, no evidence of him speaking at all. She wrote about how the police thought she was having a breakdown, how her own family suggested she seek help for stress-related delusions. I drove to Clearwater against Barbara's explicit orders to stay away during my leave, parking across the street at 2 a.m., watching the windows of the psychiatric ward from my car. Robert had been discharged a week after the incident, his evaluation determining he was stable and posed no threat to himself or others. But I knew he'd be back. They always came back. 3 nights I sat there, drinking cold coffee and fighting sleep, until I saw him walking through the main entrance, not as a patient this time, but wearing civilian clothes, carrying a clipboard like he belonged there. My phone battery was at 12% when I started recording, zooming in as much as the camera would allow. He walked through the security doors using an ID badge, not forcing entry, not sneaking, just badging in like any employee. Through the windows, I could see him moving down the hallway toward the psychiatric ward, that same jerky, stuttering walk I remembered. I called 911, told them there was an intruder at Clearwater Medical Center, possibly dangerous. But when they transferred me to Clearwater's security, Steve answered, his tired voice assuring me that no unauthorized persons were in the building, that all staff members were accounted for, that perhaps I should rest and take care of myself. The video I'd recorded on my phone showed nothing but empty windows and dark hallways when I reviewed it later, though I knew what I'd seen. I sent it to Jenna anyway, desperate for someone to see something, anything that would prove I wasn't losing my mind. She called me back immediately, but not about the video. She'd just gotten off her shift at the restaurant and had run into Stephanie, another nurse from Clearwater's psychiatric ward. Stephanie had quit 3 days ago, no notice, just cleared out her locker and left. When Jenna asked why, Stephanie had gone pale and changed the subject, but mentioned something about patients not being who they seem, and how the administration was covering things up. I tried calling Stephanie 17 times that night, left voicemails that probably sounded unhinged, begging her to call me back, to tell me what she knew. She never responded, and when I drove to her apartment the next morning, her roommate said she'd moved back to Michigan to live with her parents. Had seemed scared of something but wouldn't say what. The roommate looked at me standing there in my unwashed hair and wrinkled clothes, probably seeing exactly what everyone else saw, a burnt-out healthcare worker having a breakdown. I never went back to Clearwater, never formally resigned, just stopped answering their calls until the letters started arriving, first requesting my return, then warning about job abandonment, finally confirming my termination. I work at a veterinary clinic now, cleaning kennels and feeding animals that don't speak, don't mimic, don't make me question reality. Sometimes I still check the news for stories about Clearwater Medical Center, searching for reports of attacks or strange incidents, but there's never anything. Robert Lawson has no digital footprint anymore. His social media deleted, his ex-wife's blog gone, like he never existed except in my memories and nightmares. I found one thing, though, buried in a medical journal archive from 1987, a brief mention of a study at Clearwater about patients exhibiting elaborate mimicry behaviors that was shut down after ethical concerns, with all records sealed. The head researcher was a Dr. Morrison who died in 2001, but his assistant was listed as B. Crawford. Barbara's maiden name was Crawford. I stopped searching after that, stopped trying to make sense of it. Some doors once opened are better left alone, and some truths are too heavy to carry. But I know what happened that night was real as the scar on my wrist where Robert grabbed me, a scar that appeared 3 days after the incident, shaped like fingerprints, though the video showed no one ever touched me at all.
I never thought much of getting randomly paired with a college roommate. I figured we'd be friendly, share some laughs, and maybe argue over something small, but nothing out of the ordinary. But when I moved into the dorm, I was paired with a girl named Emily, and from the start, things felt off. Emily was quiet, not in a shy way, but in a way that made you wonder if she had something to hide. She didn't go out much, and when she did, she'd be back in no time. She kept to herself and barely spoke to me. I tried to be friendly, but she only gave short, one-word answers. Over time, I started to avoid her as much as possible. I felt bad about it, but it was just easier that way. One evening, I was studying in our room when Emily came in looking more upset than usual. She threw her bag on the bed and sat down heavily. I tried to ignore her, but she was pacing back and forth. "You okay?" I asked, though I didn't really expect an answer. "Yeah, just a lot on my mind," she said. Then she fell silent again. That night, as I was about to fall asleep, I heard Emily's bed creaking. I looked at the clock. It was past 2 a.m. I tried to ignore it, thinking she was just restless, but then I heard a soft, rhythmic thumping sound. It was irregular, like something heavy was being moved around. Curiosity got the better of me. I got up and peeked out of my bed. Emily's bed was moving slightly with each thump, and I saw her silhouette through the thin partition that separated our beds. She was sitting up, her head bent forward. I was too tired and scared to investigate further, so I just went back to bed. The next morning, Emily was already gone when I woke up. I didn't think much of it until the day after. I was sitting at my desk when I noticed something odd. The drawer of the nightstand next to Emily's bed was slightly open, and I could see a piece of paper sticking out. I pulled it out and found a list of names and dates written in Emily's handwriting. It didn't make sense at first, But then I realized they were names of students in our dorm, and the dates were all recent. I started to feel uneasy. I didn't know why Emily would have a list like this, and I didn't want to confront her about it. A few days later, the list was gone, and Emily acted like nothing had happened. As the days went on, Emily started acting even weirder than normal. I started noticing that Emily was always home, even when she said she'd be out. I'd come back from class, and her door would be closed, but I could hear her muffled noises from inside. It sounded like she was talking, or maybe arguing with someone, but I never saw anyone else come or go. One night, after several days of this strange behavior, I was coming back from a late study session. As I approached our room, I noticed the door was slightly ajar. I could hear Emily's voice, but this time it was clear. She was talking, loudly and angrily. Her door was cracked open, and I could see her in the room. She was standing by the window, her back to me. She was talking to herself, but the way she was moving, it was like she was addressing someone else. I couldn't make out what she was saying, but it sounded intense. I didn't want to intrude too much, so I quietly closed the door and went into the common area. The next morning, Emily was gone again. I took the opportunity to look around her side of the room. I felt a little guilty about snooping, but she was acting so weird lately that I wanted to see if I could get a clue as to what was going on. I didn't find much, just a few personal items and the empty drawer where the list had been. But there was something else. Underneath her bed, I found a small old-fashioned key. It didn't look like it belonged to any of the dorm rooms. I put it back where I found it and decided to stay away from her side of the room. Days went by, and Emily's behavior grew even more erratic. One evening, as I was studying late, I saw her from the corner of my eye, walking around the dorm with that strange, intense look on her face. She had a heavy bag with her, and she seemed to be looking for something or someone. I tried to avoid her, but she noticed me and gave me a cold stare before quickly disappearing down the hallway. Things reached a tipping point one night. I was awoken by a loud banging sound coming from Emily's side of the room. I hesitated, but decided to check it out. When I opened the door, the room was dark, and Emily was nowhere to be seen. Her bed was a mess, and the room looked like it had been ransacked. I went to the common area and saw Emily sitting alone, her head in her hands. She looked up when I approached and had tears in her eyes. "Are you all right?" I asked, trying to be supportive despite my own fear. She nodded but didn't say anything, so I decided not to press further. The next day, Emily was gone. Her things were packed up, and a note was left on her desk saying she was leaving for personal reasons and wouldn't be coming back. I never saw Emily again, and I later found out that she had transferred out of the college. I still don't know what was going on with her, but the whole experience left me shaken. I learned to be more careful about who I lived with and trust my instincts. Sometimes I wonder if I will ever know the real story behind Emily's strange behavior and that unsettling list of names. Everything about the girl just seemed very strange and mysterious. Last year at school, my friends and I had the bright idea to party a bit on a Wednesday, so we got some beers. There's a railway near our dorms, and it was the place to go smoke, drink, and just hang out. We eventually got there and sat on the rocks that were there, and we started drinking. After about 10 minutes, I heard a twig snap. I asked my friends, but none of them heard it. My one friend, who was the closest to me, said that I probably imagined it. After a couple more minutes, I heard some shuffling in the bushes. Think of a small trail path, and there being a circular area with big rocks and the rest of it being bushes and trees. If you looked at it from a bird's eye view, it would look like a tree. This time, 2 of my older friends heard it as well, and we looked at each other. One of my friends looked at the other 4 who were still talking and asked if they heard that. Our oldest friend affirmed us that nothing was there. The minute he said that, we heard a whisper say, "Are you sure?" in a raspy voice. It sounded how a woman who's been smoking for years and just woke up would sound. The way the voice sounded also made it impossible for someone to impersonate the voice, so we all knew that it wasn't a college student. We were all frozen when we heard the same voice laugh. It wasn't a laugh that was made from someone laughing at something funny. It sounded sinister. Then we heard the bushes shuffle again, so we all booked it back to our dorms. I don't think any of us had ever run that fast. Normally it would have been a 5-minute walk, but it turned out to be a 1-minute run. I really wish I could say that was the end of it, But that wasn't the last time I heard that voice. I always liked living off campus, but this was one time where I really wished I lived on campus. At about 2 a.m. one night, I had to go back to my place, so I got my stuff and started walking back. The bus was down that day, so I couldn't take it and I had to walk 25 minutes to get to my place. When I walked by that same spot near the bushes, I heard the same shuffling in the bushes, and I froze again and stared exactly where I had heard it. I stood there for at least a minute. The only reason I finally started to move was because I heard the same laugh. I ran as fast as I could and made it to my apartment main office in less than a minute. There's always a cop in the front of the office, and when he saw me, he looked really concerned and asked me what had happened. I told him that I heard some weird laughing in the bushes and that it scared me. He asked me where it was, and I told him, and he nodded and said, "You too, huh?" I asked him what he meant, and he said that 3 other people had told him about it, and no one could figure out what it was. When I got back, I took a shower and got in my bed and tried sleeping. When I fell asleep, I woke up and thought it was weird that I woke up from how tired I was, and when I checked the time, it said 4:36 a.m. This was even weirder, because that meant I was only asleep for around 45 minutes. That's when I heard that same laughing again. I laid up and looked around, and when I looked straight, I saw the shadow of something out the window. It didn't look human, but it didn't look like an animal either. It was on all 4s, and what it said after scared me to the point where I stopped sleeping in my apartment and moved into my friend's dorm. It said in that same voice, "I know you're in there," as well as my name. That entire night, I just laid down trying not to cry from fear. I didn't have to really worry about it for much longer because it was like a week before finals week, and I had gotten accepted to another school that I wanted to go to. I know exactly what I heard that night, and I know I wasn't hearing things. A few years ago, when I was in college, I did quite a bit of studying. I took school very serious and needed to spend extra time on certain subjects. Sometimes I would go to study halls and work on assignments late into the night. I could just focus better there, and I think a lot of students had similar feelings. I would often see other people working on things late. Now, I went to a pretty large university. The campus was big, and there were a lot of different buildings. One Friday night, I went to one of the study halls that I had classes in to get work done. With it being a weekend, there were not as many people around campus at night. When I was in the building, I didn't see anybody else at all. I found an empty classroom and then went inside. Then I sat down at a table, took out my laptop and notes, and began working. This went on for several hours. I would often lose track of time when I was working hard. I remember at one point, I heard a door open and shut off in the distance. When I heard it, I just figured someone else was in the building, and I didn't give it much thought. But as I kept working, I soon heard footsteps approaching my classroom. I could see the front door to the classroom with a small window in it. I looked over and soon saw somebody appear in the window. It was a guy who I didn't recognize. He looked in and then moved away out of sight. I figured he was looking for a classroom that was empty to study or work in. I went back to what I was doing after that. Probably about a minute or two later, I suddenly heard the classroom door open up. I looked up and saw that the same guy was back. I watched him enter the room, but then looked back to my laptop. I was kind of annoyed that this guy was coming in here. Most of the classrooms in this building were about the same. He could have gone to any other one, but he was going to the one that I was in. I was focusing on my work for the next minute or so when I realized that I never heard the guy sit down. I glanced back up and saw that he was still standing there, right inside the door. He was kind of looking ahead, not directly at me. Then he glanced over at me, but I couldn't tell what he was doing. It was creeping me out because he was just standing there. He didn't say anything at all either. I decided that I would just leave. I packed up my laptop and notes and then got up. The guy was still standing there. I asked him if he was okay, but he didn't answer me. I walked over closer to him and once more asked him if everything was all right. He finally moved and backed away from me and gave me a kind of dirty look, but still didn't say anything. Then I just left the classroom. I didn't know what to make of his weird behavior. Not long after leaving the classroom, I was walking down the hallway. That's when I heard the door opening to the classroom that I had just been in. I saw the guy leaving and starting to walk in my direction. I was really creeped out and I walked faster. He followed me all the way to the entrance of the building. Then I left, and when I was out of the building, sprinted to my car in the parking lot. I saw the guy leave the building and I drove away. Luckily, I didn't see him get into a car. After that time, I didn't study in that building late at night again. I went to a fairly small university for college and was there for 4 years. During my 3rd year there, I had one scary experience. It was a normal school day, and I drove from my small apartment to campus. I only lived like a mile away, and the campus was nice, but a little small. There were several different buildings that classes were in, and after parking in a parking lot, I walked to the building where mine was. When I got inside, I went to the classroom. Now, this was not a big lecture hall, but more similar to almost a high school classroom. There were about 30 students in the class, and then the professor. I remember that class started as usual. The professor was giving a lecture, and we were all sitting there and taking notes. About 15 minutes in, maybe, I heard a voice come over the speakers in the classroom. There was an announcement that the entire campus was going into a lockdown, and this was not a drill. They did not say the reason why, but said for students to remain in the buildings that they were currently in. Our professor looked and saw that she had received a text about the situation and started following the procedures. However, she was not told the reason for the lockdown at that time. It was similar to a high school lockdown drill. That was my only experience with lockdowns to that point. I had never been involved in a real one before. I was a little bit nervous, but felt safe in the classroom that we were in. The professor turned out all of the lights, locked the doors, and closed the blinds to the one window that the room had. She then told us to remain in our seats and stay calm. We were all wondering what the lockdown was for, and everybody started going on their phones to look it up. However, nobody could find any information other than that we were in a lockdown. Our college was not tiny, but a little bit smaller, so a lockdown would not necessarily make news coverage. We sat there in our desks, just waiting and wondering for a while. Mostly, we just went on our phones and did whatever. Occasionally, there were small conversations, but things were mostly pretty quiet. After almost an hour, the lockdown was lifted. The professor was informed and we were let out of class. After that, it was announced that classes had been canceled for the rest of the day. It was nice to have class canceled, but I was still concerned. We were told that they did not believe we were in any immediate danger, but I still wanted to know the reason why. I ended up just going home and back to my apartment. I talked with several friends over text, and there was a rumor that one of the professors was attacked or something. I didn't know if it was just a rumor or speculation, but we were never given an official reason for the lockdown. Later that night, we all got an email that classes for the next day were canceled as well. I was able to stay home and get ahead of things with homework and stuff. Finally, the next day after that, classes and everything resumed as normal. I went to my first class of the day, and it went by just fine. Afterwards, I walked across campus to another building for my next class. I was a little bit early and stopped to use the restroom down the hallway. Just seconds after I entered the bathroom, I was literally in a stall when I heard that the school was going into a lockdown again. I couldn't believe it. At first, I was very confused. How could we be having another lockdown again? I didn't even know for sure why we had the first one. As I was still in there, in one of the women's restroom stalls, I heard the door to the bathrooms open. Whoever walked in there started immediately talking under their breath. I couldn't really make out what they were saying, but I could tell that it was a man, which was really weird. This was the women's restroom. I lifted up my feet so the guy wouldn't see me, whoever he was. It sounded like he was walking around towards the front of the bathroom near the door and just talking to himself. After a few seconds of that, he kind of stopped and then seemed to stand by the door for a while. Then the door opened again and the guy left. I felt relieved and then checked my phone to see if there was any information on the lockdown. I couldn't find anything, so I walked out to leave the bathroom. I didn't really know what was going on out there, but I didn't want to stay in the bathroom anymore, especially after a guy had walked in it. As soon as I left though, I saw several police officers in the hallway. They seemed to be walking down the hall to the left, past where I was. When they saw me, they said that I should go back into the bathroom, so I did. I waited just inside and didn't know what on earth was happening. I stayed in the bathroom for almost 20 minutes until it was okay to come out, and then the lockdown ended. Once again, classes were canceled for the rest of the day. I found out all of the details afterwards. A man had in fact attempted to attack one of the professors the day of the first lockdown. He fled the building and was actually able to get away. A few days later, he came back and went after the professor again. This time, he was seen by a campus security guard, and he ran away again immediately. He was later found in a hallway, not far from the bathroom that I was in. I'm pretty sure he was the person who had been in the bathroom with me. It creeps me out to think about it. Back in 2018, a series of events happened to me that still haunt me to this day. I was 19 years old at the time and a sophomore in college at a big university. I had just moved into an off-campus apartment, and unfortunately as a female, I was living on the first floor. From the day I moved in, I can't explain it, but I felt a bad energy. My room was at the end of the apartment, right next to our patio/sliding glass door. Over the month before this incident occurred, I always felt like I was being watched. I can't explain it, but anytime I left to go to my car or the gym at the complex, I always moved fast and looked over my shoulder. Anyways, one night we had all gone to bed. I had work the next morning and was trying to fall asleep before it was too late. Around midnight, I woke up to the sound of my doorknob turning. Fortunately, I locked my bedroom door every night. It became a habit after I had this terrible lucid dream about a man standing in my dorm a few months prior. I sat up and looked at my door. After a few minutes of silence, I thought maybe I was just hearing things. I laid back down, but a few minutes later, heard it again. This time, I knew for sure what it was. I sat straight up in bed and looked at the base of the door. I saw shadows of feet. Someone was 100% standing there. Then I heard 3 faint knocks. Without even pausing to think, I yelled out, "Who's there?" I figured at first that it had to be one of my roommates messing with me, but no one answered, and it was silent again. I called one of my 2 roommates, the one I figured would possibly do something like this, and she answered after 3 rings and was super groggy. I had just woken her up. I told her to lock her door, because I was pretty sure someone was in the apartment. We woke up our other roommate by banging on the walls because her phone was off for the night, and we didn't feel safe going out of our bedrooms if someone was still inside. She was so confused by the noise, she came running out of her room, thinking it was morning time and someone had been locked out. I heard her come out, and finally then opened my door and came out. We checked the entire apartment, but no one was there. It was then that we reached the sliding glass door, which we realized was unlocked, and the curtains had been pushed aside. The realization that someone had been at my bedroom door for at least 10 to 15 minutes hit me like a ton of bricks. We called the police and filed a report, but nothing came of it. I was so creeped out I couldn't sleep in that room again. To keep a long story short, every time I tried to go back to that apartment, weird things happened. We ended up calling the police a second time when we heard someone outside of my roommate's window at 2 o'clock in the morning. We had all decided to sleep in her room that night, since I couldn't be in my room, and when we all woke up to the sound, we called right away. They didn't find anyone, but did see footprints around the window. The weird thing was when I wasn't at the apartment, nothing ever happened. It was only when I was there that odd things occurred, as if someone had been watching me the entire time, only trying to get me. After all, they hadn't stolen anything, and they didn't try opening any of my roommates' doors, as they were both unlocked, meaning they would have got in no problem. Now, the weirdest part of the story, my boyfriend at the time, he's now my husband, lived in a different city and would come and visit me on the weekends. Right after the break-in, he was driving his car when he noticed a problem with his tire. He took it to the shop, and they told him in all their years of experience they had never seen anything like this. Someone had taken 4 of the 5 lug nuts off 2 of his tires. The fact that the wheels hadn't popped off while he was driving and possibly killed him was crazy. It was such a vicious and intentional thing to do. I have no idea if this was done by the same person who broke into my apartment, but the timing of the events is definitely suspicious. My first year of college, I had gotten close with a group of friends who were into urban exploring. I had never done it before, but most of my friends enjoyed exploring old, abandoned buildings, and as long as it wasn't a place which seemed super dangerous, I would go. There was a perfect opportunity right on our campus for us to explore. An abandoned, rundown theater building that had been there for many years was finally getting demolished in a few months. My friends decided that they wanted to check it out before it was gone. The 5 of us who were going to explore that night left at midnight for the theater. We found some small back doors, and after a couple hard pushes on the door, it burst open and we had our way inside the theater. I have no idea what year this theater was built or when it was abandoned, but it was in pretty bad shape. There was a ton of junk everywhere. The audience area was filled with old theater props and other storage items, which is what most of us spent our time exploring. One of our friends, I'll call him Jake, had wandered over to the storage area. The stage had multiple gaping holes in it, and we warned Jake to be careful up there. Suddenly, we heard a loud cracking coming from the stage. We looked over to see that a large portion of the stage had caved in and fallen, taking Jake down with it. Racing over towards the edge of the stage, we were all relieved to see Jake standing up, brushing dust off himself, as he appeared uninjured. He had fallen about 10 feet, down into a hallway below the stage that had doors leading to multiple dressing rooms and storage rooms. Before we could even ask Jake if he was okay, we heard a loud banging echoing throughout the whole lower level of the theater, shaking the walls. We watched as a figure sprinted out into the hallway and out a door into the night outside the theater. I was freaked out and ready to call it a night, but the others wanted to explore the dressing rooms down the hallway. I followed the group and we checked room after room. Eventually, we opened a door leading into a room, and Jake was the first person to peek his head inside, and he turned around gagging. Shining our flashlights through the door of the room, it revealed a makeshift bedroom setup with a rickety old wooden bed and some chairs and other random items in the room. On the ground, there were remains of dead animals that could be seen, mostly squirrels and rabbits. The smell flowing from the room into the hallway was horrid, and we quickly closed the door and we finally all agreed on heading back home for the night. We left through the back door, the same way we had seen the figure run earlier, and could see their footsteps in the snow retreating away from the theater. I'm sure they were hiding out there somewhere waiting for us to leave the theater. The old theater got demolished a couple of months later. I wonder to this day if that critter-eating dweller had moved on to somewhere else nearby or on the college campus. My senior year in college, I lived in this old house. I had 3 roommates living with me, and we were all friends since freshman year. We all had our own rooms in the house, and they were all on the 2nd floor. Mine was right across from Olivia's, and it was the closest to the stairs. A few months into the school year, and some strange things started happening. We started getting random knocks on the front door, or even the windows. The first time it happened, it was late at night, and a few of us were hanging out in the living room when there was a knock on the front door. We went over to look and see who was there, but when we got there, nobody was outside. We thought maybe it was a prank, or somebody was at the wrong house. A few nights later, though, it happened again. Once more, nobody was there. Then, when I was gone one time, the other girls told me that somebody had knocked on a back window, but whoever it was had ran away before they could see who did it. Another time, not long after this, we heard somebody running through the bushes of our front yard. It seemed as though somebody was prowling around our house at night. It would only happen at night, but we didn't know who. We knew our neighbors next door on both sides, as well as across the street. We had only met the neighbors to our left, and had seen the others around, but none of them seemed like they would do something like this. But then again, it could have been anybody. It wasn't really something that anyone in our friend groups would probably do either, so we just basically hoped that whoever was doing it would stop. And for a few days, maybe a week, they did. We were all starting to forget about it. But then, one night, I arrived home very late. I had an on-campus job working at some of the sporting events. The game had gone late, and so I didn't get back home until around midnight. During the 5-minute drive home, everything was fine. When I finally got back, all my roommates had gone to sleep already. The lights in the house were all off, and it was completely quiet. I was tired, but also very hungry from being at work for a long time. So I went upstairs, took a shower and changed, and then went back downstairs into the kitchen. I was cooking some ramen when I heard what sounded like somebody trying to open our front door. The door was locked and it was not in my view. They tried just that one time, and I walked over to the front door to see who was there, but by the time I got there, they were gone. I figured this was probably the same person who was always messing with us. I looked around through the front window for a short time. After not seeing anybody still, I went back to the kitchen and resumed cooking. However, only about 2 or 3 minutes later, I heard something outside. The kitchen was at the back part of the house and had a couple of windows overlooking the backyard. I couldn't really see anything though because it was so dark. There were also bushes right next to the window as well. It seemed as though somebody was walking through the bushes. As I looked out of the window, I soon saw the silhouette of a man walking through the backyard. It was too dark to see any details about him, but he was walking towards the back door, and I realized that he would probably try it. Thankfully, it was locked. I stopped cooking and ran out of the room. As I did, I heard him try the doorknob. I decided to call the cops then. I went into the living room and dialed 911. I told them that somebody was trying to break into our house. Then I went upstairs and waited. When the police got there, unfortunately the man was gone. Thankfully he didn't get inside though. And surprisingly to me, after that night we never had any more problems with him again. Maybe he saw that we had called the police somehow. Either way, I'm glad that he stopped prowling around out there. This happened to me when I was a freshman in college in a small town in the South. I had a terrible college experience in general, but this experience was part of that. To set the scene, I lived in a building of suites with a parking garage attached to it. There were probably 4 or 5 levels to the garage. The top level of this parking garage was ground level. The suite building was maybe a 5-minute walk down a sidewalk to the entrance of the suites. There was a little room with windows that housed the elevator close to the sidewalk. My boyfriend at the time lived off campus, and I hated being on campus so much for reasons I will not get into, so I spent a lot of time at his house in a neighboring town. I had an 8 a.m. class, so I would usually go back to my suite at some point in the night or early morning. One night, I got back around 2 a.m. The parking garage was pretty full this night, and I had to park at the end farthest from the building, closer to the ramp that went to the lower level. I'm terrified of being inside parking garages, so I always parked on top. It was pretty dark, and usually I would call my sister or boyfriend if I was ever spooked, but this night was normal and I didn't feel the need to bother anyone so late. I was almost to the sidewalk when I noticed someone in the little room where the elevator was. They had been behind the wall, but I saw them emerge. He had not just come out of the elevator, as I would have seen the doors open through the windows. I didn't get a great look at the person, but I could tell that it was a middle-aged man. I found it odd that he was on campus so late, as all the people living in the building were young and mainly freshmen. I tried my best to just ignore the person and continue on my way, but as I reached the sidewalk about 20 feet past the little room, he came out and started walking behind me. I tried to be rational and not freak out, but the further I walked, the more I realized he was getting closer to me. There was one of those posts where you could hit a button for campus police, but something inside me told me that I had to not let him know that I knew he was there and that he was scaring me. In a few seconds, I had to make a decision. I just started sprinting down the sidewalk. I immediately heard him pick up his speed and start running as well. He was chasing me. There were 3 entrances to the building, and I usually used the farthest one because my room was on the far side of the building. However, as soon as I got to the first entrance, I quickly swiped my card, entered, and slammed the door shut behind me. He was right there on the other side of the doors. He made eye contact for a second or two, and then he ran the other way away from my view. I was so scared, and to this day, I wonder what his intentions were. It's probably for the best that I don't find out. The next morning, I woke up to an email from my school about a strange man that had been spotted on campus. It still gives me the creeps when I think about it. This is a story that happened to me back when I was in college. I'm pretty sure that I was a freshman, and I know that I lived in the dorms. My college was really small. Probably like 2,000 students went there, and the campus had about 5 buildings on it. One day, I got back from a morning class, and then went back to my dorm. I had a little bit of free time until my next class and did some homework. Then I left my dorm room early to go to my final class for the day. I left my dorm and then just had to walk across a courtyard to the building that my class was in. It would only take about 5 minutes to do so. After leaving my dorm, outside it was very quiet. There were virtually no other students outside walking around at all. It wasn't that unusual though because of how small the college was. Plus, just about every class was still in session because it was still about 20 minutes before my class started. I got to the building that my class was in and tried going inside, but for some reason, the door was locked. I found this really odd because this was one of the main entrances to the building. I went to another door, but that one was locked too. In fact, every possible entrance to the building was locked. I knew that our class was supposed to be in there, and I wasn't really sure what was going on. This was an excuse for me to not show up though. I was a good student, but the class was pretty boring and I didn't mind skipping it. I turned and walked back to my dorm, but as I was turning around, in the distance, I saw this one guy running. I thought it was kind of weird. He ran from behind one of the other buildings and then went behind a bush, probably about 100 feet away from me. As I started to walk back to my dorm, I saw the guy come out from the bush and then kind of start to walk in my direction. I turned back and kept walking. My plan was to go back to my dorm and take a nap. I remember getting to the door of my dorm building and opening it up. When I got inside, I was starting to walk to the hallway when I heard somebody trying to open the front door. I looked back and saw the same guy who I had seen outside running. He looked in the window right at me and waved. Then he knocked on the window a few times. The guy wanted me to let him in. At first, I was going to. I didn't know who he was. I had never seen him before. I thought maybe he lost his key to get in or something. But for some reason, as I took a step in his direction, I just got a bad feeling, like it would not be good to let him in. I ended up just turning and walking away. I felt kind of bad, but if he didn't live here, I was not supposed to let him in. And if he did live here after all, and maybe lost or forgot his key, he could just go to the offices and get another key fob or get let in. I had never seen him in the building though, so I really wasn't sure. I went upstairs to my dorm room and then fell asleep for an hour or two. As a college student, I was never getting enough sleep, so I took naps all the time. I remember going to the window of my dorm room and looking out to see several police cars around campus. Some had flashing lights, and I was wondering what was going on. I checked my student email and saw the notifications of a lockdown. They were from earlier in the day, and I realized why the building doors had been locked and we hadn't had class. In that first email, there were not many details. We were told to stay in the buildings that we were in and would be notified when the lockdown was over. We were also told that classes were canceled. I'm not sure how, but I was not aware of the lockdown up until that point. I stayed inside my dorm room, and classes were called off for the rest of the day. Just about 30 minutes later though, the lockdown finally ended. It took a few days for me to get all of the information of what happened, or at least most of it. But a guy who did not attend the college, but lived in the area, apparently made several threats against the university. Somebody who did go to the college knew that guy and reported him. He later showed up on campus, and after seeing him, he was reported and the place got locked down. He was locked out of buildings and hid on campus for several hours. There were multiple reports of him trying to get inside buildings. He happened to be the same person that I had seen outside, and I almost let him into my dorm building. I'm really glad that I didn't. This happened just a couple of years ago. I was in college at the time, but went to a smaller school. I have a good friend group from high school, and we remain close to this day, but several of us went to different colleges. A few went to a much bigger school, which was a little bit more fun to hang out at. It was only about an hour away from the college that I went to, so on a few occasions, I went and visited for a weekend. I remember that one time, during I believe my third year of college, I went to visit two of my friends, Jake and Sam, at the larger school. I went down on Friday after classes and hung out with my friends later that day. We were going to go to the university football game the next day on Saturday. But before that, on Friday night, my friends and a few of their college friends were going out to some of the local bars. We left to go there at probably like 10 p.m., and we decided to walk because I was told it would only take about 10 minutes. I was with Jake and Sam to start, but Sam soon left us because he said he had to stop and get something at one of his friend's dorms quick, so he would meet us there. Our route to getting there went right through the center of campus. Now, I had been there a couple of times in the past, but this school was very large, and I didn't know the campus all that well. At this hour, things were dark, and really nobody else was around, other than some people on the main sidewalks. We took a shortcut through a courtyard near some buildings, which I assumed had classrooms in them, but I wasn't really sure. I suddenly really had to use the bathroom, and when we passed by a building, I asked Jake if I could use the bathroom in one of the buildings. He was like, "Sure, go ahead." I didn't really know what the buildings were or if they would be locked, but when I went to the door and tried it, it was open. Jake then got a phone call and he stayed outside. I told him that I would be right back and I entered the building. When I got inside, there were a few hallways and a lounge type of area. I didn't know exactly what type of building it was still. Nobody else seemed to be inside. There was no bathroom in immediate sight, so I started walking around to try and find one. I kept expecting one to be right around the corner or really close by, but there just wasn't one. At last, after probably 5 minutes of wandering around the building, I found a bathroom. I used it and was back out in less than a minute, but now I didn't really know how to get back. I thought that I knew the way and started going there, but I soon heard footsteps coming. They were walking kind of fast in my direction. I didn't know if I was even supposed to be in here, and I wasn't a student at the school, so I decided to wait out of sight. I went back around the corner, hoping for the footsteps to pass by. Instead of passing me though, they turned the corner and headed to where I was. In a split-second decision, I moved back and went up a staircase, which happened to be right there. After walking up, I was now a floor higher, and everything looked mostly the same on the second floor. But I heard the footsteps starting to walk up the stairs. They were also moving faster than before. Somebody seemed to be after me for some reason. I started to worry that I really wasn't supposed to be in this building and would get in trouble. I walked as fast as I could without running through a random hallway. I was trying to make my way back towards the entrance and find another staircase or something. When I went down a couple more hallways, I heard the person behind me go down each way that I went. They were still a ways back though and couldn't see me. I didn't know who this person was that was chasing me. I kind of thought that it was silly and I considered just stopping and seeing who it was. But for some reason, I just felt like that wasn't a good idea. For some reason, I felt like I was maybe in danger. I kept walking, changing hallways every so often. I tried going in a random room at one point, but it was locked. Then, I came up on an elevator. I decided to take it and push the button. Thankfully, it opened immediately. If I would have had to wait, I probably would have just moved on. I got inside and started pushing the button for the first floor over and over. Meanwhile, I heard the footsteps coming from down the hallway. They were moving faster and faster, and then they started running. Whoever this was now sprinting towards me. Finally, the elevator doors started to close. At about that same time, the person had entered the hallway that I was in. The doors just barely closed on time. When they were maybe an inch open, I heard whoever it was get right outside and then just barely saw them. I couldn't tell anything about them though, just that they were right outside. They grabbed at the door, but it was too late. I felt a huge wave of relief as the elevator started moving down. But at this same time, I heard the person sprinting away from the elevator. I was guessing that they were now going to the nearest staircase. When the elevator door opened, to my surprise, I could see the exit. I think it was the same door that I had gone in. I turned to the right and started walking. That's when I heard footsteps coming from a ways to the left. Whoever it was that was chasing me was almost down the stairs. That's when I started to run. I sprinted towards the exit and heard the other person sprinting in my direction now. Just when I was about to get to the door, I saw something go flying past my head and I heard a loud smash. Whoever this person was had thrown a small lamp at me. It just missed my head and hit the wall just a couple of feet away. I opened up the door and sprinted outside. My friend Jake was still on the phone, but a ways down, probably like 50 feet. He saw me running and looked confused. But as I was approaching him still, I saw the look on his face as he saw somebody come barreling out of the building behind me. Then he started running with me. We were both pretty fast, and now that we were outside, had many more options on where to run. We quickly made a right and ran a ways, then made it to another street. When we did, we finally stopped and realized that the person wasn't chasing us anymore. Jake asked me what that was all about, and I told him that I didn't know. We were able to meet up with our other friends after that, but I felt really lucky to have made it out of that situation okay. I really don't know who that person was. The crazy thing is that I never even saw them. Jake told me that it was a man, and he said that he didn't get a real good look at him, but he said the guy looked insane. I will take his word for it. The fact that the guy threw a lamp at me is really bad. It could have injured me, and I'm glad that the guy didn't catch up with me either. Who knows what he would have done? I also feel like the guy was not supposed to be in the building. I didn't see him for the rest of the time that I was there that weekend. Since then, I've been back at that college a couple of times, but I will never forget that experience. When I was an 18-year-old in my first year of college, I had a terrifying experience in a dorm room. This happened on a Saturday night. My friend Leah and I attended a football game. We got bored and decided to head to a haunted house with a group of friends. It was a haunted corn maze and we had a blast. Eventually, the night started to wind down. Leah and I had decided to go back to our friend Terry's dorm room suite so the hangout could continue. We had dyed Leah's hair and we were watching a movie when there were 3 loud slams on the door. Terry's roommate went to answer the door. We heard someone grunt and then saw a man who none of us knew walk past Terry's room door and into the bathroom. We were all so confused and we poked our heads out the door to see Terry's roommate on the floor. The man had pushed him to the ground just to enter the common area of the room. All of us agreed that we didn't know the man. We started laughing and making jokes about the situation because that's how we coped with it at the time. Terry's roommate went to tell the front desk that somebody had come into our room and started taking a shower. Again, it was a Saturday night, so we just assumed that the man was drunk or something and he was in the wrong room. Eventually, though, we started to hear rustling in the bathroom and loud scratches and bangs coming from the door. We started to get scared, so we locked ourselves in Terry's room. Eventually, we heard the bathroom door open and we all turned towards the locked door. We all jumped up as the man began to bang on the door with his fists. He was breathing so heavily that we could hear it from the other side of the door. Leah and I screamed as the banging proceeded to get louder and louder as he began to throw his full weight into the door. At first, we thought he was just a drunk guy, but no guy who's hammered out of his mind has enough coordination to take a running start into a door. Finally, the banging stopped. We thought that the man had left, but we didn't dare leave the room. It was silent for 3 minutes, and then the scratching started. This man was scraping his fingernails down the door like a dog trying to be let into a house. He whispered, "Let me in. Please, please, I know you're in there." He began to yell and bang on the door again. How was no one else on this dorm floor hallway coming to help us? Fear was crawling up my body. I have a stress disorder that I take medication for, and this was not the situation for me to be in. I slid down the wall and sat on the floor with my head in my hands to try to calm myself. It had been almost 10 minutes since Terry's roommate went to get campus security. We finally called the front desk of the dorm. Apparently, they had already called security the minute the roommate got down there. How was it taking them this long to get here? The man continued to throw himself into the door for another 10 minutes. We thought the thing was going to break, he slammed into it so much. But finally, after 25 minutes, campus security arrived. They sat the man down and started to have a conversation with him instead of taking him out of the dorm room. At this point, I was getting frustrated at campus security for how long it had taken them to arrive and for how they were handling it. The man told them he hadn't been drinking and that he hadn't smoked anything and that he was fine. They continued to question him, and with each question he began to get more violent. They finally were able to escort the man out, but not before he scuffled with one of the cops, and we heard all this through the door of the room that we were hiding in. Campus security knocked on our door, telling us that it was safe to come out. When we opened the door, something hit the floor. The cop's eyes widened when he realized what it was. It was a pocket knife that had been lodged in the door. Not only did it take these people 25 minutes to show up, but they also didn't check the man or the surrounding area to see if there was a weapon. The security decided to check the rest of the dorm, and lo and behold, they found a crumpled up ball of tinfoil with what they concluded to be meth in it. This dude was out of his mind on meth with a pocket knife, trying to get into the room we were hiding in. We all complained to the school the next week about how the situation was handled, mainly because we saw the same man walking around campus again about a week later. Thankfully, we had no more problems involving the meth man, but I would see him on campus periodically during the remainder of my year of school. One of my first weekends in college, my newly acquired friends and I decided to go to a house party. We hung out in the dorms for a majority of the evening. Then, at around 10:30, we got dropped off at the address for the house party. It wasn't quite what we were expecting when we thought of a party, but there was enough people there for it to be a good time still. We also knew many people there, so that made it more fun also. The focal point of the party was downstairs in the basement, where there was loud music and drinking games being played. Personally, I wasn't interested in playing any of the drinking games, so the party was a little boring for me. But I stayed downstairs and hung out with my group of friends. Eventually, though, I got really hot and wanted to get out of the basement and grab some fresh air. My plan was to go outside the house for a bit into the cool night. But on my way out, I walked through the upstairs living room area where there was a couple people hanging out on the couches talking. I recognized a girl on the couch in the living room. She sat near me in one of my classes. I decided to go talk to her and say hi. It ended up being a great conversation, and I sat down on the couch with her and we talked for a while about school and other random stuff. It was a refreshing break from the noise and action of the party going on downstairs in the basement. We had been talking for quite a while now, when it came to my attention that a guy sitting on the other couch across the room was staring at me. He wasn't talking to anyone, and there was nobody really by him. He was just sitting and staring. I sneaked glances at this guy during my conversation, and every single time he was locked in on me. I was getting a little weirded out by his intense gaze, so I wrapped up the conversation with my classmate and decided to head back downstairs to my friends. I had reached the top of the stairs heading down into the basement when I felt a cold hand grasp firmly onto the back of my arm. It was the guy from the couch. With no introduction or hello, he simply stated, "Want to go outside and get some air?" It was an unfriendly voice, and I told him no and to please let go of my arm, and he was still grasping onto the back of it. He stared at me for a couple of seconds, and I was afraid he wasn't going to let go. Finally, he slowly released me, and I quickly went downstairs into the life of the party to join up with my friends. At this point, I was ready to go home, back to the dorms, but my friends were still playing games, so we stayed longer. I was scanning the basement looking for someone I knew when I saw the guy from upstairs again. He was standing in the corner of the basement, keeping to himself, and staring once again directly at me. I kept tabs on the creepy guy, making sure that I knew where he was so that I wouldn't get close to him for the rest of the night. I was relieved to say the least when one of my friends notified me that our ride was there and it was time to go. We said our goodbyes and piled into the back seat of our ride's car. As we pulled away from the house, I saw someone watching us through the front window, the curtains pulled open a bit and their head peeking through. It had to have been the guy who was staring at me all night. Thankfully, nobody followed us home that night. The next week in my class, I asked my friend if she knew who the guy was that had been sitting alone in the living room. She said she had no idea, but he had been sitting on the couch the whole night by himself, not associating with anyone. That guy had made my first party experience in college extremely creepy, and I watched out for him for the rest of my time at college, but I never saw him on campus or in any classes either. This happened back when I was in college. It was my freshman year, and I lived in the dorms on the second floor. The dorm building that I had was very popular for freshmen and was pretty large. I remember that not long into the school year, maybe a week or two in, I started to get to know some people. I was making some friends in my classes and got to know a couple people who lived on my floor as well. There was this one guy, though, who I always seemed to run into or see. He was a little short, had dark brown hair, and lived down the hall from me. Almost every day when I left for class, I would see him. He would seem to be leaving either right before me or right after me. And when I would return to my dorm, I would almost always see him too. It was crazy. The school was not that large, but it wasn't that small either. I also saw him in several different locations around campus. I chalked it up to just a coincidence. I mean, we likely had similar class schedules, and we were both freshmen. Despite seeing him all the time, I never actually spoke with him. After probably a month of seeing this guy multiple times on just about a daily basis, I didn't think that much of it. But I got suspicious one time when I went to go fill up my water bottle down the hall. The dorm rooms had no running water or bathrooms in them, so you had to go down the hall to use either the community bathrooms or the community water fountain. I I left my room, and the water fountain was kind of around the corner. When I walked back and entered my dorm room, I saw the guy just standing there a few feet inside. He looked surprised to see me, but I was just as surprised to see him. He said something like, "Sorry, I accidentally went in the wrong room." Then he quickly walked past me and left. I was so confused that I didn't say anything, and I just watched him leave. Then he was gone, and I locked my door. After thinking about it for a while though, I realized how that made no sense what he said. Sure, he lived on my floor, but we had been living there for like a month now. There's no way he would just accidentally walk into the wrong room. I had only been gone for like 30 seconds to a minute at most filling up my water, so he had probably just entered my room when I got back. That very same night though, it got even weirder. I was up late doing homework. It was probably like 11 p.m. or maybe midnight. I was planning to go to bed really soon. I just remember that when I was in my room, I heard my doorknob start to turn. My door was thankfully locked, so whoever it was did not get in. But I knew who it probably was right away. That one guy that I kept seeing. I got up and ran over to the door and looked out of the peephole. When I got there though, whoever it was now gone and I saw nothing. Now I was really creeped out that he tried to enter my room so late at night. Of course, I had no proof who it was, but I had a strong feeling. The next day, I saw the guy once more. He left his dorm room not long after I passed by his in the hallway. I was walking to my class, and I assumed that he was doing the same. He was walking about 20 feet behind me, maybe, and I thought about turning around and confronting him. Then I could ask him if he tried to enter my room the previous night, but I decided not to. I just walked to class and didn't see him anymore when I was about halfway there on campus. I didn't see him for the rest of the day either, until later that night. This time though, I went down to the computer lab. We had a smaller computer lab in the basement of my dorm building. Generally, it was pretty quiet, especially late at night. It was a better place to get homework done, because there was a printer and less distractions than my room. So I was finishing an assignment and focused on that. All of a sudden, I looked up and saw the guy at another computer. He wasn't looking at me, but I was so mad when I saw him. There was no way he was not purposely following me around or something. He wasn't that close to me. When I saw him, I just finished as fast as possible and then left. I didn't want to be around him anymore. When I left the lab, I did not notice him leaving right after me or anything. I quickly made it back to my room and locked the door. Then I went to bed after that. The next thing that happened was a few days later. It was the weekend, I believe either a Friday night or Saturday night. I went out with some friends and was gone until pretty late. At probably sometime after midnight, I was dropped off in front of my dorm building. I went inside and then was walking up to my room. Things were very quiet with how late it was. When I got up to my floor, I walked down the hallway to the end where my room was. But shortly after I passed by that one guy's door, I heard it open. I sensed him start to walk behind me. I was slightly annoyed, but that was all. As I kept walking to my room though, he continued to follow me and seemed to be getting closer. I walked a little bit faster, and I could feel him getting closer still. Then I just started running. I ran the rest of the way to my room, unlocked the door as fast as possible, and then got inside. When I was unlocking it, I could hear him now running, but I didn't look. Then I slammed the door shut and locked it. Not even a second after that, he arrived at my door and tried opening it. He was trying like crazy, but the door was locked. And then he started pushing on the door like he was trying to force it open. I took out my phone and called campus safety. Meanwhile, he started to basically throw himself up against the door, like he was trying to break it down or something. This went on for a minute or so, and then he stopped. I went to the peephole and looked, but he was still standing there. I thought he was going to walk away, but then he tried opening the door again and breaking the door, but the door held up. Then a campus security officer arrived and saw him at my door. He was questioned, and I heard him claiming that he must be at the wrong door again. What a lie. He went back to his room after that, and then I talked with the campus safety. The guy ended up getting kicked out of the dorm building, and I believe kicked out of the university as well. I never saw him after that. I'm sort of worried that he might show up and stalk me someday or something, but luckily, I haven't seen him since. Back when I was a freshman in college, I lived in a dorm building and had a room to myself. The building was pretty typical. It was old, had several floors, and also a lounge area. The rooms did not have bathrooms in them, so each hallway had a large bathroom about halfway down it. One time, about a couple of months into my freshman year of college, I was up late in my dorm room. I was studying, and I would often stay up later than I should have doing homework or studying for classes. It was probably about 1 o'clock in the morning or so. I don't remember what time I had class the next morning yet, but I was planning on going to bed soon. After finishing up my studies, I went out of my room to go to the bathroom down the hallway. I remember that I left my room, and as I began to walk down the hallway, I noticed something. It was just one really long and straight hallway, and at the very end, there was this guy wearing one of those old white goalie masks. I only saw him for like 2 seconds, and then he went out of sight at the end of the hallway, going around the corner that led to the stairwell. It seemed weird to me, especially because it was 1 o'clock in the morning. As I walked to the bathrooms, the hallway was completely quiet and empty, other than me. Everyone else was sleeping, no doubt. I thought the guy with the mask was probably another college guy playing a joke on a friend or something. Pranks in the dorms happen all the time, but normally those kind of things happen on weekends or nights where people are staying up late. I didn't think too much of it though, and I went into the bathroom and brushed my teeth and stuff. I was at one of the sinks in the bathroom, and to the right you can see the bathroom door, which is propped open. I was in the bathroom for maybe 5 minutes, and as I was at a sink finishing up, I saw movement to my right. It was somebody walking down the hallway past the bathrooms. When I looked, just for a second, I saw the same guy walking past the bathrooms now. He didn't look over at me, and he didn't stop or anything. After he had passed by, within a minute, I was done and left the bathroom. I went back to my room and then went inside and went to sleep. I didn't see that guy for a few days. However, a couple of nights later, I was in a similar situation. I stayed up late and went to brush my teeth before going to sleep. It was after midnight again, and when I walked out into the hallways, at first I didn't see him. But when I was walking back to my room, I heard somebody walking a long ways behind me in the hall. I turned around and noticed him walking towards me. He was still a really long ways away, but he was wearing that same mask. This seemed a little odd. I didn't know why somebody would be doing this, but I just went into my room and then got into bed. I fell asleep pretty quick, only to wake up a short time later. What woke me up was the sound of someone knocking on my door. It wasn't very loud, but enough to wake me up. And that didn't take too much, because I'm not a deep sleeper, and also things were so quiet at that hour. So I groggily sat up and listened. Whoever was at the door knocked again. I had just woken up and was not thinking the most clear, so I had no idea who it would be. I got up and walked over to the door and looked through my peephole. There I saw the same guy, still wearing the mask. He was just standing there waiting for me to open the door. I saw him knock again. However, I did not answer it. There's no way I was going to. After staying at the door for maybe another minute, he finally walked away. I was really creeped out by the experience. I didn't get a look at the guy's face because of the mask, but I had assumed that it was just a college kid. Well, about a week later, I hadn't seen the guy at all, but I heard about what happened. A man was arrested for trying to break into students' rooms, and it was the same guy wearing the mask. He was not even a student. It was some guy in his 40s, and that really creeped me out. I thought that it had been just some creepy but most likely harmless prank by a student. I had no idea that it was some crazy guy who didn't even go there. In college, I was living in an old dormitory. It was one of those buildings that had been around for ages, full of creaky floors and strange noises. I shared a room with a guy named Dave. We were both normal students just trying to get by. One night, about 2 weeks into the semester, I was working late on a paper. Dave had gone to bed early and the room was quiet. The only sound was the soft hum of the old radiator. Around midnight, I heard a faint tapping noise coming from the window. It was a little odd because the window was old and didn't close properly, but the tapping was rhythmic and consistent. I tried to ignore it, thinking it was just the wind or something, but it kept going. Tap, tap, tap. It was starting to get on my nerves, so I went over to the window to check it out. I pulled back the curtain and looked out into the dark courtyard below. There was nothing there. The tapping had stopped as soon as I looked outside. I shrugged it off and went back to my desk. After about 10 minutes, the tapping started again. This time, it seemed to be coming from inside the room. I glanced around, but saw nothing unusual, and Dave was still asleep, snoring lightly. The tapping continued sporadically for the next hour or so, starting and stopping without any clear pattern. I tried to focus on my paper, but the noise was making it hard to concentrate. Finally, I decided to just go to bed and deal with it in the morning. The next day, I asked Dave if he had heard anything strange the night before. He looked at me funny and said no. I thought maybe I was just imagining things, or that it was some sort of stress-related issue, but it wasn't until a few days later when it got really weird. That same week, our dorm had a fire drill in the middle of the night. Everyone was groggy and annoyed, but we went outside and stood in the cold while they checked things out. As we were waiting, I noticed that some of the students were talking about a rumor going around. They said that our dorm used to be a hospital, and there were stories about it being haunted. I didn't believe in ghosts, but the tapping was starting to creep me out. A few nights after the fire drill, the tapping came back, this time more insistent, like something was trying to get in. I was alone in the room that night because Dave had gone out for the evening. The tapping was loud enough now that I could hear it clearly, even over the hum of the radiator. I went to the window again and saw nothing outside. I looked around the room and checked the closet and under the bed, but everything seemed normal. I tried to ignore it, but the tapping wouldn't stop. It was getting harder to concentrate on anything else, so I decided to call Dave to see if he could come back early. He answered and said that he was on his way. While I waited, the tapping grew louder and more frantic. It sounded like it was coming from the walls or maybe the ceiling, and I was really starting to get scared. When Dave got back, he said he didn't hear anything unusual. We stayed up for a while, talking and trying to distract ourselves. The tapping eventually stopped, and we went to bed. The next day, I found out that Dave had heard the same thing, but he didn't tell me because he thought it would freak me out more. That night, we both heard the tapping again, but this time it was different. It was more like scratching, and it was coming from multiple directions. We couldn't figure out where it was coming from. It seemed to come from the walls, the floor, and the ceiling all at once. We were both too scared to sleep, so we stayed up talking about it and trying to find a logical explanation. After a few more nights of the same unsettling noises, we decided to get some help. We talked to the dorm resident advisor, but she just brushed it off as old building noises. We tried to explain that it wasn't just the usual creaks and groans. She promised to send someone to check, but nothing ever changed. The tapping continued for the rest of the semester, though it seemed to get quieter after a while. It was as if whatever was making the noise had gotten tired or bored. We never found out what caused it, although some of the other students mentioned hearing similar things, but no one really talked about it much. When the semester ended, Dave and I moved out of the dorm and into an apartment off campus. The tapping stopped completely. We both agreed that whatever was happening was tied to that old building. Even now, when I think back on it, I still get a chill. I don't know if it was something supernatural or just the result of an old, creaky building, but the fact that nobody could explain it and it stopped as soon as we left still makes me uneasy. I often wonder if the next person who moved into that dorm heard the same thing. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. It's one of those mysteries that will probably never be solved, but I'll always remember those nights and the strange noises that kept me awake.
Last year, I was a freshman in college. I lived in a dorm by myself. I enjoyed not having a roommate because I had more space to myself and could come and go as I pleased. The dorm building was very old, and I lived on the 4th floor. My hallway was almost all people without roommates, so it was pretty quiet most of the time. One night, I was doing some studying late at night at my desk. At about 11 p.m., I turned off my lamp and decided to go to bed. But right after I turned my light off, I heard a noise come from the corner of my room. I turned my light right back on. It was my water bottle falling off my dresser. I was so confused as to how this could have happened. It couldn't have been the wind because my window was closed. I went over and put my bottle back on the dresser and then went to go brush my teeth. When I came back, the bottle was on the floor again. I was a little bit creeped out. I moved the bottle and then got in bed to go to sleep. Just when I was getting really relaxed and about to fall asleep, I heard my doorknob being turned. I looked up to see the door being opened slowly. Now I was extremely creeped out. I had locked the door like I always do when I got back. I walked out and looked into the hallway. It was empty. I went back to my room and shut the door and turned all of the lights on. I wasn't able to fall asleep for about another hour. The next day, I told some of the guys that live on my floor what happened, and they said that some similar things have happened to them. The college campus I live on is very old and is said to be haunted. I have always been skeptical about that sort of stuff, but what I witnessed I have no explanation for. I went to a private university in college. It was very nice and I really enjoyed going there, but I will never forget this creepy incident. One day, I got back from the cafeteria at about 7 p.m. As I was walking up to my dorm room, I saw a man walking in the hallways. I should mention that I am a female and my entire dorm building was female only. I guessed he was just visiting somebody, which is not that strange at all, but the weird part was that the man appeared to be in his 30s. Nevertheless, I ignored him and walked to my room. It was a Friday and my roommate had gone home for the weekend. I got all my homework done for the weekend and then started watching Netflix. About an hour into that, I left my room to go to the bathroom. It was right across the hall, which was very nice. I got back to my room and unpaused my show and got back into it. 10 minutes or so went by and I heard something from the other side of my room. I was too focused on the show to really notice it. That is, until I heard it again, and this time it was louder. I turned my head to see what it was, and I couldn't believe what I saw. It was a man coming out from behind my roommate's desk. In fact, it was the man that I saw in the hallway earlier. He had a smile on his face and was walking right towards me. I screamed and ran for the door as fast as I could. I was just barely able to make it out of my room, and I slammed the door on the man behind me and ran away down the hall. He did not chase after me. I heard him yell at me that it was a mistake and he thought that I was someone else. I wasn't buying that from the creepy smile he had on his face. I ran to a friend's dorm who lived on the floor above mine, and we called the campus police. It didn't take long for them to arrive, and they found the man leaving the building when they got there. It turns out someone let him in the building, and he got in my room because I had left my door unlocked when I went to use the restroom.
This story takes place a few years ago when I first started college as a freshman. I was at a pretty big school, but I didn't know anybody there. I was 4 hours away from home and in a different state. I lived on one of the freshman dorm buildings and on the 5th floor, which was the top floor. On what was the first week of classes, I got ready for bed one night to go to sleep. All of the lights were off in my room and it was pitch black. I had just set my alarm and closed my eyes to try to fall asleep when suddenly I heard my door open. I quickly opened my eyes and looked over my shoulder to the doorway. My room was still very dark, other than just a little bit of light now coming in because of the door being opened. I saw there was someone standing in the doorway, holding open the door. I couldn't tell at all who it was though, because of how dark it was. All I saw was just a figure. I didn't know anybody at the school yet, so I figured somebody must be here by accident. I called out asking them who they were, but they didn't answer me. I then said to them, "I think you have the wrong room." They still didn't answer me. Instead, I saw the figure suddenly move into my room instead of leaving, and then shut the door behind them and lock it. It was now completely dark once again,
and I couldn't see anything at all. Everything went completely silent after that. Within a few seconds of this, I was beyond creeped out and started reaching around for my phone, which I had placed on my desk to charge. As I was doing this, I suddenly felt my right arm being grabbed by someone. I jumped up and off my bed and yanked my arm away as fast as I could. I then yelled as loud as I could for them to get away from me. I ran for the direction of the door and slammed into it, banging my shoulder pretty hard. I felt around for the lock and then unlocked the door and opened it. I then ran out into the hallway and found my RA's room and knocked on their door. Luckily, they were still awake. I told them what had happened, and now that I wasn't alone, I felt better about going back to my room to confront whoever was there. We both walked there and then opened the door, ready for anything. I turned on the light, and we both saw that the room was now empty. I guess whoever had been in there somehow left. I don't know how they would have left though, because I was in the hallway the entire time. There was really nothing else to do at that point, other than to tell my story to the RA, who said he would inform the school. I always made sure my door was locked after that, and didn't have another problem. However, I always wonder who did that to me and why. This is something that took place back when I was in college. It was my freshman year, and I attended a very large university. It's a well-known school in the United States and has over 20,000 students. The campus of the school is very nice, and there are neighborhoods surrounding it where many of the students live. When I was new to the college, I lived in the dorms on campus, and I made some friends rather quickly. I knew a couple of people from my high school that also went there, so I was able to be friends with them, but I also met some new people in my classes, and I was having a great college experience to start out. On one night, probably the third week of classes or so, I went to one of my first college parties. It was a Friday night, and there was probably at least 10 house parties around campus on any weekend night. My friend Jen told me about it, and she went with me. There were also some other people that we knew going as well. We hung out in the dorms for a while, having some drinks, and then went to the party later at night. I'm not even sure who lived in the house that we went to, but I believe they were upperclassmen. When we got there, it was pretty busy, and it only got busier and busier. It was a typical college house, kind of old, and in a neighborhood with lots of other houses. Nothing really stood out about it from the outside, but you could sort of hear the noise when you approached the property. After being there for probably an hour, it was extremely packed inside. There were people everywhere, all college students. I lost track of Jen, and didn't even know who hardly anybody was anymore. It also got extremely loud, with music and drunk kids talking loudly. After some time, the party got busted by the cops. No doubt there was multiple noise complaints from neighbors. We heard some kids yelling and looked and saw some flashing lights out front of the house on the street. In an instant, everybody took off scattering. Most of the people ran out of the back door or side door to the house. A few of them went out the front. Then they ran through the yard into neighboring streets. Some other kids even ran upstairs to hide. This was because many of the kids there were underage drinking and didn't want to get a ticket. So I followed most of the people out the back door. I was underage at the time, and I lost touch with all my friends. I just followed the mob, and when we got out into the street, people scattered even more. I walked down the sidewalk, and when things finally quieted down, I decided to go back to the dorms. We had walked there, but I hadn't paid the greatest of attention. It was kind of a far walk, and maybe took a good 20 to 30 minutes to get there. I was also somewhat intoxicated, which also caused me to lose direction. I was not super drunk or anything, but it certainly affected me. So I walked down the sidewalk, and soon I didn't see any other people. I was going in the direction that I thought the dorms were in, but really it was the opposite way. I figured I would see Jen or another one of my friends as I went back, because they would be heading the same direction, but I didn't. The farther I walked, the quieter the streets were. After like 10 minutes of walking, I stopped and called Jen, but got no answer. So then I went on my phone and actually looked up directions back to the dorms. As I was doing this, a car started to drive by. I was standing there stopped on the sidewalks, and the streets had been very quiet, with rarely cars going by. When the car got even with me, it stopped. I thought that maybe it was one of my friends offering a ride, but there was a man driving who looked older than college age, much older. He did offer me a ride though, but I did not want to accept it. I didn't know this guy, so it would not be a good idea. After he asked me if I needed a ride, I told him no thanks, I was fine. Then I saw on my phone that I had been going the wrong direction, and I saw where I now needed to go. The man asked me where I was going, and I said back to my dorm. He asked again if I was sure I didn't need a ride, and I said yes. He said okay, but did not drive off. The car remained just sitting there. I turned and started to walk the opposite way. A short time later, I heard the man driving away. I turned around to see his truck go out of sight. So then I started walking back, and it was now going to take a little bit longer, but at least I knew where I was going. I was walking down sidewalks, and most of them were very quiet and dark. About 10 minutes later, as I was still on the sidewalk, I finally heard someone else walking nearby. Somebody was on the sidewalk behind me a long ways back. I looked behind randomly and noticed that it appeared to be the same guy who had offered me a ride. This was really strange. Why would he be walking on the sidewalk after me if he had a car? The guy was a really long ways back, like I said, so I just ignored it. But as I kept walking, so did he. He did not go into a house or anything. He was following me for several minutes. I turned around and saw that he was a little bit closer, and I had been walking pretty fast. I didn't know what this guy was doing, so I started walking even faster now. But he was taller and larger than me and could no doubt walk faster. As I kept going, over the next few minutes, I heard his footsteps getting progressively closer to mine. This was beginning to creep me out. He was now within probably 50 feet of me. I needed to do something. As I kept walking, I started looking around. I turned onto a random street that I was not supposed to go down, but I was desperate. When I turned, of course the man did behind me as well. I walked down that street for a while, and then I heard something else. The slight sound of music. I looked to a house to my left, and all the windows were covered and nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but the muffled sound of loud music made me think that maybe there was a party going on there or something. I turned and just walked through the front yard. As I got closer, I noticed something else. There was what looked to be a college-aged boy wearing a sports jersey and a backwards hat, sitting in a chair on the front porch of the house. It was hard to notice him at first because all the lights were off. He was very casually sitting on the porch near the front door and drinking a beer. I walked right up to the front steps towards him. I told him the guy was following me and pointed to the man on the street. The man following me now started to approach the house, but was still out on the street. The college guy told me to go on inside, and I opened the door. There was a party going on inside the house, not nearly as big as the one that I had come from, but still a party nonetheless. I didn't know anybody there, but I felt much safer now. I called Jen again from the house, but still got no answer. After being inside for maybe 5 minutes, I went back out. The college guy out front told me that he told the guy to get lost and saw him walking the opposite way. So I decided to take a chance and leave. I literally ran the rest of the way back to the dorms, and thankfully I made it back okay. When I got to campus, there were some more people out and walking around. Jen was back at the dorms, but her phone had apparently died. In the rest of my years going to school there, I had no problems with anything like that. I never saw that man again, and I never had any creepy experiences when walking around at night. I'm a custodian at a university. I started working at this university in July of this year. I had heard other custodians talk about haunted buildings, and even some of them had strange pictures to back up their claims. A few months ago, 3 of us got moved into the physics building because the custodians there had let it get kinda bad. We were very disheartened, but in 2 weeks we had the place looking decent again. I work on the 2nd floor by myself. During the first week, I started to notice strange things. One morning, I was dust mopping, and I heard what sounded like somebody throwing a trash can down the stairs. I thought the 2 guys on the 1st floor were being too lazy to carry it down to the basement with the elevator being out of order, so I yelled down, "Y'all quit messing around down there." No response, so I went to see what on earth they were doing. I went downstairs, but neither of them was there, so I went back to their floor to find both were busy, one cleaning the bathrooms and one sweeping out the auditorium. I asked, "Which one of you guys threw a trash can down the stairs?" They both said they hadn't gone downstairs or been working near the stairs, so I asked if they had heard that loud noise. They gave me a weird look, and neither of them knew what I was talking about, so I returned to my duties a bit shaken and curious as to what caused the noise. A little while after that, I was singing while I worked. It was one of my sad Irish tunes that I like. When I finished my song, I was standing around by my janitor's closet when I heard a woman's voice singing down the hall. I started down the hall to see who was singing, and about halfway down the hallway the singing stopped. I continued to the end of the hallway to find myself standing alone.
No one had been there. I started telling the other 2 custodians about the weird things, and they both laughed it off, saying that I had been mixing chemicals in my mop bucket and it was all in my head. The noises and singing continued on and off, and one morning all 3 of us were on my floor for our break when we heard the singing. One of the guys asked if I had the radio up, and I said no, that's what I've been talking about. He said it's got to be somebody's radio somewhere and dismissed it. Recently, on the morning of Halloween, I was on the 1st floor talking to our boss who had come to check on us. The guy who dismissed the singing had gone to the 2nd floor to get the trash can from the room since I was distracted by the boss. Suddenly, the guy from the 2nd floor came running down the stairs and said, "Who's messing around on the 2nd floor?" We told him we had all been on the 1st floor the whole time. He told us that he was collecting trash at the end of the hallway when he heard loud banging noises coming from one of the labs. He thought that somebody was breaking in until he realized it was on the 2nd floor. I decided to go up and investigate with him. We went into the lab and nobody was there, and I told him I was going to try that ghost hunter thing to try to get a recording of it and maybe it would talk. He said he wasn't staying in the room and went to finish the trash. I stayed and pulled out my voice recorder on my phone and started asking questions, when behind me I heard a couple of loud bangs. I turned around to find an empty part of the room. I immediately ran and showed the other guy the recording. We didn't go back up to the 2nd floor that day. A few days later, the boss was visiting again, and we told him the story and showed him the recording. He got excited and wanted to make it happen again, so I went back to the lab and opened the door and stood out in the hallway. I told him that it seems to react to music, so the boss started singing some song from the 70s, and no sooner had he started that the banging started from inside the room. He smiled, and we went inside to find no one in there. We have all continued to hear voices singing and loud bangs coming from different parts of the building. One guy worked by himself one morning, and he was so shaken by whatever happened that he won't talk about it. So far, that's all that's happened. Maybe things will escalate in the future.
This is something that happened during my freshman year of college. It was a few years ago now, but I still remember it like it was yesterday. At the time, I went to a university with about 10,000 students. For my first year, I lived in an all-female dorm building on the 3rd floor. There were 4 floors total, and I had my own dorm room all to myself. On probably the 3rd or 4th week of school, I went to bed one night just like any other. It was a weeknight, but I don't remember exactly what day. I woke up though at around 3 o'clock in the morning and really had to use the bathroom. The bathrooms were just a ways down the hallway, so I got out of bed and headed to the door. When I got out into the hallway, it was empty and things were very quiet. I had to walk maybe between 50 and 100 feet to get to the bathrooms. Once I was there, the bathrooms that we had was basically a room with 5 doors and a sink. Each door was its own little private bathroom. Nobody was inside, and all of the doors were open when I got there. Not surprising for it being 3 o'clock in the morning. As I was inside one of the rooms, I heard footsteps come from the hallway. Whoever it was then entered the bathrooms and went into one of the rooms across from me. I didn't think too much of it. I was inside for maybe a minute and then left. When I did, the other person was still inside the one across from me. Basically, right when I got back into the hallway, I heard the other bathroom door open. Then, when I was maybe 30 feet away from the bathrooms walking to my room, I heard them start walking in the hallway behind me. I still didn't think much of it at the time, and I expected it to be another girl. But something about it just seemed odd. I don't really know why. I looked over my shoulder to see who it was, but when I did, I saw that it was a man. And it wasn't a college-aged man either. This guy looked much older than me. I was really confused by this. I turned back and kept walking from my room, but instantly I heard the man speed up his steps. He was walking pretty fast and starting to gain on me. I got a really bad feeling and I sped up as well. By now, I was pretty close to my door, and I hadn't locked it with me only going to the bathroom. That was good, meaning I could get inside faster. I could hear the man still getting closer and closer to me, and I started to feel panic setting into my mind. Now, I was only about 10 feet away, and the guy was less than 20 feet behind me. When I got to the door, I quickly opened it, got inside, and then shut the door and locked it behind me. Probably a second later, the guy stopped right outside my door. He then tried opening the door, and my heart started racing even faster than it already was. Then he knocked on it. I had no clue who this guy was or what he wanted. I knew that he wasn't supposed to be here though. I chose not to answer the door. I also didn't bother to ask him what he was doing or who he was. There was about 30 seconds of silence after he knocked. I was hoping that he would have gone away, but then he knocked on the door again. It wasn't a very loud knock at all, and after he knocked, I walked over to the door and looked through the peephole. He was sort of short and wearing a black jacket and had sort of blonde hair. I didn't know who he was. He definitely didn't work at the school or anything either. He knocked again for a third time. I really wanted him to just go away. There was no way that I was going to be able to get any sleep with this guy here. He didn't say anything the entire time, but was just standing there. I went away from the door and sat on my bed. I waited, and the guy didn't knock for a really long time. But when I went back over to the door and looked out, thinking maybe he was gone, the guy was still there. I didn't know what to do. I walked back over to my bed. Then the guy knocked one more time. It was really quiet, and I just barely heard it because of how quiet it was. I didn't get up to look. I stayed where I was, and probably 10 more minutes went by. I didn't hear any noises and got up to look again. That's when I saw that the guy was finally gone. After that, I was finally able to get back to sleep. The next morning, I found my resident advisor and told her about the man. She said that she was going to report it. Luckily, I never saw the guy again after that. A few days later, though, I found out that the man had been let into the building much earlier that night. He had told a student that his daughter lived there and he had to give her something. The student let him in, believing his story. It turned out that it was a complete lie, and he must have hid somewhere for hours. I get really creeped out thinking about it. Campus security was informed of the situation, but I never heard anything more of him. I had one really scary experience during my time in college. It happened during my sophomore year. I attended a school that was somewhat small. You could walk across the entire campus in probably 20 minutes or less. I lived in one of the dorm buildings, and I remember that year was my toughest class schedule. Sometimes I would be doing homework late at night in one of the buildings on campus. One night in particular, I was working on a lab assignment. It went pretty late, until almost midnight. When I was finally done, I packed up all my stuff and left. The building was about completely empty, and most of the lights were off. After leaving, campus was like a ghost town. I had to walk about 10 minutes to get back to my dorm building. As I was going through a courtyard a few minutes in, is when I saw this guy. He was kind of walking along the side of a building that I had sort of just passed. I'm not really sure why I even looked over in that direction. He didn't look like a normal student or employee of the college though. The strange thing about him was that it looked like he was wearing a mask. I could barely see him at all, but I did see that he was wearing what appeared to be a ski mask. I just kind of thought that it was strange, but kept walking. Probably 2 minutes later though, I got this odd feeling and looked behind me. I saw the guy walking, and he was a really long ways back, but he was walking the same way I was. I got worried because he hadn't been walking that direction before. I hoped that he wasn't following me or something. When I got closer to my dorm building, I sort of looked behind me again. He was still there. I couldn't really hear him walking because he was so far back, but I could sense him. I tried to walk a little bit faster, and I still felt like I could make it to my dorm okay. I just had a little bit farther to go. For the next couple of minutes, I did not look behind me, and I didn't hear the guy either. Then, when my dorm building was in sight, I glanced over my shoulder. Not only could I still see the guy, but he was now much closer to me. Now he was maybe 50 feet behind me, or a little more. I got really nervous when I saw that. I felt like he was definitely following me. Still, I knew that I could make it to my dorm before he did. At last, I arrived at my building. I got to the first door and then used my key fob to get into the second set of doors. I made sure that the door closed right behind me after I made it in. The man wasn't inside yet at all, and I felt like I had possibly escaped from a bad situation. After walking through the empty lobby into the first hallway, I saw a student seemingly leaving, and I passed by them in the hallway. After they walked past me, I'm not sure where they were going. I continued to the end of the hallway where the stairs were. We didn't have an elevator in my dorm, and my room was on the 4th floor.
but I had this crazy thought when I was walking down the hallway. What if whoever was leaving the dorm accidentally lets that guy into the building? Probably like 5 seconds after this thought, I heard the door opening in the distance. Now I was a good ways down the hall, but not at the stairs yet. Moments later, I heard somebody enter the hallway from the lobby. I looked over and saw the same masked man. He was walking really fast and heading in my direction. I quickly went into the stairwell and ran up the stairs as fast as I possibly could. About the time I reached the 4th floor, I heard the guy entering the stairwell. Then I sprinted down the hallway and got to my room. As I was entering, the man reached the top of the stairs. He didn't come to my room or anything. I kept watching out the people. I decided to call the police and let them know what happened. They came out and searched the dorm building. They found the guy hiding in the basement. He was not a student, and I'm not sure what he was doing on campus. The student that left the dorm after I entered did in fact let him in. Apparently, the guy removed his ski mask and wasn't wearing it when he was let in. Then he must have put it back on after arriving inside. The person leaving must have thought he was just a student or just didn't notice. That experience made me scared to go out at night on campus for a while. Luckily, nothing like that happened again. Last semester at college, I had a scary encounter in the library of all places. It was towards the end of the semester, only about 2 weeks left of school before finals week, and I was getting hit hard with assignments and tests that I needed to study for. Normally, I would do my assignments at home in my room, but the stuff I needed to complete was really piling on recently. I had started going to the campus library to do my studying and homework. I had gone a couple of times now, and gotten into a groove of going a few nights every week and staying for most of the night. It was actually quite nice the way the library was set up. The first floor looked like your classic library with tons of bookshelves and books. However, the second floor was just a maze of hallways with a bunch of side rooms that students could rent out and study in. All the rooms would be locked, but all I had to do was show my student ID at the front desk, and I'd receive a key and get a study room all to myself. On this particular Wednesday night, I got myself a room key and went upstairs to find my room number. I walked through the hallways looking for my room number and eventually found it towards the back of the second floor. I got my laptop and everything else I needed set up and then went to work. I'd been working away on homework for many hours now, and it was almost 10 p.m. The library closed at 11, so I knew I had a bit of time to do a little bit more homework. However, I needed a bathroom break first. I made my way down the hallways towards the bathroom that was on the second floor. When I had arrived at the library, some of the other study rooms had been filled with other students studying, but they were all empty and dark now. It appeared that I was the only one left, at least on this floor of the library. Finished with my bathroom break, I made my way back towards my study room. When I turned the corner and saw my study room, something was wrong. I had left the door open and unlocked because I was only going to use the bathroom and didn't want to bring the key with me, so that wasn't out of the ordinary. However, when I had left, I definitely had left the light on. Through the window, I could see that all the lights were off in the study room, and it was filled with darkness. I stood outside the door to my study room, wondering what to do next. I had most definitely left the lights on, but perhaps they were motion sensor lights and had turned off already. I wasn't really sure. I cautiously poked my head into the room, fumbling for the light switch on the wall. Finally finding it, I flicked it on, illuminating the study room. I scanned the room to see if anyone was in there, but it was empty, and I looked at my personal items, and it appeared that nothing had been stolen or tampered with. The only thing I saw was on the back wall, written on the whiteboard with dry erase marker, was 2 words. It said, "Watching you." I got chills as I read that, going over to lock the door to my study room. I also looked through the window out into the hallway and other study rooms nearby to see if anyone was there. I barely knew how to comprehend what had just happened. Had somebody been watching me while in the library, or watching me outside of the library as well? Regardless, I was extremely nervous, and I wanted to pack up and go home for the night. I normally walked from my house to the library, but there was no shot I was doing that tonight. I called the campus safety officers and asked if I could get a ride home from the library. For the final 2 weeks of the semester, I didn't study at the library and was always looking over my shoulder. I never noticed anyone who seemed to be watching me, and didn't have any more encounters like that over the last 2 weeks that I was at school.
Last year, I was a freshman in college. I lived in a dorm by myself. I enjoyed not having a roommate because I had more space to myself and could come and go as I pleased. The dorm building was very old, and I lived on the 4th floor. My hallway was almost all people without roommates, so it was pretty quiet most of the time. One night, I was doing some studying late at night at my desk. At about 11 p.m., I turned off my lamp and decided to go to bed. But right after I turned my light off, I heard a noise come from the corner of my room. I turned my light right back on. It was my water bottle falling off my dresser. I was so confused as to how this could have happened. It couldn't have been the wind because my window was closed. I went over and put my bottle back on the dresser and then went to go brush my teeth. When I came back, the bottle was on the floor again. I was a little bit creeped out. I moved the bottle and then got in bed to go to sleep. Just when I was getting really relaxed and about to fall asleep, I heard my doorknob being turned. I looked up to see the door being opened slowly. Now I was extremely creeped out. I had locked the door like I always do when I got back. I walked out and looked into the hallway. It was empty. I went back to my room and shut the door and turned all of the lights on. I wasn't able to fall asleep for about another hour. The next day, I told some of the guys that live on my floor what happened, and they said that some similar things have happened to them. The college campus I live on is very old and is said to be haunted. I have always been skeptical about that sort of stuff, but what I witnessed I have no explanation for.
I had a weird thing happen to me when I was in college. This was during my sophomore year of undergraduate, first semester. I lived with a roommate in the dorms that year. It was not somebody that I knew, and I had a random roommate. I had friends in college, but some of them got an apartment and I couldn't afford it, so I stayed in the dorms again. Anyways, my roommate was fine, and we became friends, but overall I never studied well in the room with him. I just felt more focused when I was all alone by myself and not in the small dorm room. One of the hall buildings on campus where I had a couple of my classes was pretty nice. There were a few places where you could study or hang out, and they were pretty comfortable. There were nice chairs and tables and things like that. In one of the areas on the 2nd floor was my favorite spot to go and study, and I would go there pretty late at night many times. I would almost always be the only person there, and I had the whole space to myself. It was quiet and I could focus so much better. I didn't have any distractions, and my neck didn't hurt like it would in my dorm desk. So it became a routine to go there, not every night, but several nights a week probably, and I literally never had anybody else come and study near me, until one night. Most of the time, I would not encounter anyone in my late night study sessions. Occasionally somebody would walk by, or sometimes a maintenance person or professor would walk through the area. But one night, when I was by myself studying, this woman came up and sat in one of the chairs sort of right behind me and to my left. I noticed someone sitting down and sort of barely saw her out of the corner of my eye. I glanced over to look who it was. She appeared to be older than a typical college student, but I figured that she was still a student. She was maybe in her 30s. After sitting down, she took out a notebook, and I looked away and back to my work. She remained there and didn't really make any noise. Eventually, she got up and left after about 30 minutes. I thought nothing of it really, but the very next time I went to study, pretty much the same thing happened. That same woman came up and sat in the same spot about 30 minutes after I had got there. This time though, she didn't take out a notebook. I noticed that she appeared to just be sitting there. She was not doing anything. I felt like she was watching me, but I couldn't see from my angle. After a while, I looked over at her. When I did that time, she was not looking at me, but just kind of looking around. She wasn't studying or doing any work or reading. I didn't really know what she was doing. She remained there for a good 30 minutes or so before getting up and leaving. Now, the very next time after that, she came back again. Once more, she was not doing anything. I was confused, so I decided to get up and leave. I wasn't really annoyed, but I didn't have that much work left to do, and I just felt like leaving. When I did, the woman continued sitting there. I was curious, so as I walked past, I asked her if she had a lot of studying to do. She answered me and said, "Oh, I don't go to college." I said, "Oh, do you teach?" To that, she simply said no. Now, she was not wearing any kind of uniform or school employee clothing. I didn't really know who she was or what she was doing, but I just left at that point. I found it weird. I started to wonder if maybe this woman had a crush on me or something, but I figured that I was just boosting my ego for no reason to think that, so I went back to my dorm. The next time that I studied there, though, she came back again. She sat down like usual shortly after I had arrived. This time, I was really curious as to who this woman was, and what was weird about it is it's not like I went there at the exact same time every night. I would go at random times. Usually it was between 8 or 9 p.m., but sometimes it would be 7 or even 10 o'clock. So it wasn't like the same exact time. And this woman was going there almost right after me every single time. So this time I got really curious as to who she was, so I decided to try to have a conversation with her. A little while after she sat down, I turned around and looked at her. She was not doing anything once again. No notebook or papers, no laptop, nothing. She wasn't even on her phone. But like right after I turned around and she saw that I was looking at her, she got up. Then she turned and started walking away really fast. I said, "What?" She didn't answer, but just kept walking away. I was really confused by this strange behavior, so I studied there a little bit and then left. Now that brings us to the last time that I studied there in that building that semester. So I went back a few nights later. I was in my usual spot and studying. The woman did not come up and sit there like she had the last 5 times or so. This was the first time in a while I didn't see her. However, about an hour or so into studying, I took a short break. I just sat up in my chair and stretched. I looked around, and all the chairs in this particular area were facing the windows and the walkway was behind you. I casually turned around just looking, and it appeared to be empty behind me, but it was not. I then noticed that the same woman was there as before. She was like halfway behind a wall which went around a corner. She was literally just staring at me. It was very creepy. As soon as she noticed that I saw her, she quickly ducked back around the corner. It was so strange. I instantly packed up my stuff and left. After that, I didn't study in that building for the rest of the semester, and I never saw that woman again. I don't know who she was or what she was doing. She apparently did not go to college as she told me. It was possible that she worked at the college in some capacity, but that doesn't explain her creepy behavior. Why did she always go there and sit behind me and stare at me? Especially that last time when she was around the corner.
I graduated from college a couple of years ago. I'm a female, and I went to a relatively smaller college to get my undergraduate degree. When I was at that school, my first year, I lived on campus in a dorm building. I was able to walk to all of my classes and back because of this. The floor of my dorm that I lived on was an all-female floor, which was the 3rd floor. I remember that after one of my first days of class, I was in bed by probably 11 p.m. I had the whole dorm room to myself and fell asleep pretty quickly. I woke up sometime in the night, though, to a knock on my door. I was so tired, and I could see it was still dark out. After rubbing my eyes, I looked at the clock to see that it was 3 a.m. There was once again another set of knocks on my door. I couldn't imagine why anybody would be knocking on my door at this hour, and I did not want to answer it. Eventually, it stopped, but then I heard another noise. It sounded like a man laughing. I could just barely hear it, but that's what it seemed to be. And not a younger man, but a sort of older-sounding man. Finally, it sounded like whoever was there walked away, because I heard footsteps moving in the other direction, and no longer heard the laughing. I wasn't sleepy anymore, and I decided to get out of bed and look out my peephole. When I did, I didn't see anybody there, so I opened the door quietly and looked down the hallway. At the very end, I saw what appeared to be a man walking at the end of the hallway towards the stairs. He looked much older than college age. I quickly shut my door and closed it again as soon as I saw him. After that, I made sure my door was locked and went back to bed. The next day was another normal day of classes for me.
I happened to have a night class on that particular day, which I wasn't too thrilled about, but it was a class that I needed, and it was only available at night. The class went from 7 to 8:30 p.m., and I walked there that night. There was only about 15 other kids or so in the class, and I sat at a desk in the back of the room and got out my laptop to take notes. I happened to be the only person in the back 2 rows of desks in that classroom. As I was taking notes on my laptop and listening to the professor, I happened to look over to the back door of the classroom. The door was just a little bit behind where I was sitting, and as I looked over to it, I noticed there was someone looking in. I saw the face of an older guy looking directly at me with a really creepy-looking smile. He kept looking at me for a good 5 seconds or so, before suddenly ducking down. After that, I looked back over to the window of the door several more times, but thankfully he didn't come back. When class ended, I packed up my laptop and began walking back to my dorm. It was maybe a 10-minute walk across the campus. By now, it was dark out, and the campus was pretty quiet. As I walked back on the sidewalk, it didn't take long before I heard footsteps behind me, but I didn't feel the need to look back until they started getting closer and closer. I knew I wasn't walking that slow, so I turned back. When I did, I saw the same guy who I had seen when I was in class. The guy was looking at me, and when I saw him, he began to smile again and then started to laugh. I recognized his laugh. This had to be the same guy who was knocking on my door in the middle of the night. I started walking faster, but the man began to run. I then started running to try to get away from him. I ran off from the sidewalk and into the road. The man followed. This road was quiet at this time of night, but in the distance, I could see a campus safety vehicle. It was parked on the side of the road, and I ran directly towards it, and as I got closer, it noticed me. This is when the man seemed to notice too, and he stopped chasing me, and instead, he started running in another direction. When I reached the campus safety car, I told the officer what was going on. The man had pretty much gotten away by then, but the officer radioed to the police as well as the other campus safety officers. I went back to my dorm after that. I was pretty scared for a few days, but luckily never saw the guy again.
I am a senior in college currently. This story happened to me when I was a sophomore. It was the beginning of the second semester of classes. I lived in a pretty standard dorm building at the time. It had 5 floors and a basement. The dorms were pretty old, and the basement was known to be very creepy. The laundry room was down there for kids on the first 2 floors, so I had to use them. One night, I was playing video games in my room and decided to do my laundry. The laundry room was right at the bottom of the stairs and was basically the only room that people used in the basement. The rest of it was just hallways and rooms used as storage, and it was very dark and creepy. I went down, put my stuff in the laundry, and then went back up to set the timer and continue gaming. When my timer went off 40 minutes later, I went back down to get my laundry. But when I arrived in the laundry room, I saw that the washer had been opened and all of my clothes had been thrown around. I was pretty angry about this, and I looked around but didn't see anybody. Then, I heard the sound of laughter coming from outside the room. I walked over to the hallway. It was dark, but I saw a man about 30 feet away down the hall, standing there smiling and laughing, holding one of my socks and waving it around. He had to be at least 40 years old, and he looked completely insane. He started to walk towards me. I turned and went up the stairs. I ran to my RA's room and knocked, but he didn't answer. It was pretty late at night, and I figured he was asleep, so I decided to call the campus police instead. I went to my room and called them, and they said they would have somebody on the way. Just when I hung up, I heard the door to my room jiggle. I went over and looked out the peephole. The man was there. He started banging on my door. I looked around my room to try to find a weapon. Then I heard the noises of people shouting in the hall. I walked over to the door again and saw the man in a struggle with about 2 students. I went out and tried to help them. The man put up a fight, but eventually we were able to overpower him. The police arrived and took him away shortly after. It turned out to be a crazy homeless man that was on drugs. Nobody knows how he was able to sneak into the dorms, though.
This happened during my freshman year of college. I was taking a theater appreciation class, and we had to attend some of the plays the theater department put on. Normally, I went with friends, but for this one, I had gone alone since I had another event when my friends went. The play started at 6:30, so I set out on the short 10-minute walk to the theater. When I arrived, I saw a man standing by the entrance. Out of habit, I smiled at him as I tend to do that with strangers. He smiled back, but there was something about him that made me feel uneasy. He got in line right behind me, and when we waited, I overheard him muttering to himself about his car and where it was parked. I really wasn't paying attention until I heard him say, "Where are you sitting?" I thought he was talking to someone else, so I didn't respond. Once my ticket was scanned, I went around and found my seat. But then, to my surprise, the same man sat down next to me. I heard him mumble, "I can't believe it," right next to me. His tone sent a chill through me, but I tried to ignore it. He was probably in his early 30s, and soon enough, he turned to me and started asking questions. Too many questions. He asked, "Do you come to these plays often?" And I told him no. He quickly launched into how he was a regular and loved them, and mentioned that his girlfriend was in the play that night. I was still creeped out, but I felt a twinge of guilt for judging him so quickly. Maybe he was just being friendly. But then, something strange happened. Everything I said, he had the same interests, the same experiences. It was unsettling. When he asked what kind of music I liked, I decided to mention a lesser-known artist thinking he wouldn't know her. However, he said that was his favorite artist. It was too much. He was agreeing with everything I said, and the more he did, the more uncomfortable I felt. Right before the play started, a woman around his age sat on my other side. The moment she sat down, he went quiet. Then, oddly, the woman struck up the same kind of small talk with me. She even asked me similar questions, almost as if they had compared notes. As she talked, she touched my arm a few times in this weird, too familiar way, just like the man had done earlier. I felt trapped between them. Thankfully, the play started and everyone went silent, but I could still feel their eyes on me, watching me the whole time. At intermission, the man offered to get me something from the concessions. I declined, but he kept insisting. I kept saying no, but he seemed frustrated and eventually got up to leave. As soon as he was gone, the woman picked up right where he left off, asking me about singing because she thought my voice sounded pretty. I told her I used to sing in high school, but I had stopped. Again, she touched my arm while she talked, more than once, and it made my skin crawl. When the man returned, he brought back some M&Ms and Milk Duds, both of which looked like they had already been opened. He offered me the Milk Duds, and I declined. He didn't eat them either, just placed them on the floor like he wasn't sure what to do next. Then he started asking me more personal questions about my family and whether I came to college alone. I lied, telling him that I lived with my brother in an apartment far away from where I really lived. That's when he leaned in and told me he was an amateur music producer and that I had a great voice. He said I should come by his place sometime to record. He just happened to live where I said I lived. It was all too much, and the tension in my chest wouldn't go away. Then his phone buzzed. He quickly looked at it and tried to hide the screen, but I saw the message. It said, "She's really cute. Do you think she'll work?" My heart was racing, and I wanted to bolt right then and there, but I didn't know what to do, and I needed to watch this play for my class. The woman beside me suddenly touched my arm again and whispered that she was going to the bathroom, suggesting I come with her. At first, I thought maybe she had noticed the man's odd behavior and was trying to help, but then I saw her phone light up too with a message that read, "Yes." It was from an unsaved number. I declined her offer, and she never went to the bathroom. We all just sat there as the second half of the play dragged on, tension thick in the air. They both kept glancing at me, and I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. The moment the play ended, I got up and climbed over the woman, making my way to the exit as fast as possible. Once outside, I darted into the bathroom trying to collect myself. When I finally came out, I saw the man and woman standing in the corner of the foyer, having what looked like a heated whispering argument. When the woman spotted me, she immediately stopped talking, and the man began walking towards me. "I can give you a ride to your apartment," he offered. I told him no, that my brother was picking me up. Just then, one of my classmates ran over, calling out to me saying hi. The man backed off when he saw my friend. We left together, and as we walked out, I didn't look back. I just ran home, staying on the phone with my mom the whole way back. Now, I can't stop wondering about what was up with those people. Why did they act like they didn't know each other when they clearly did? Why did they both ask me the same creepy questions, touching my arm like they were trying to establish some weird familiarity? And what was with the texts? Were they communicating with each other about me the whole time? Where did the candy come from, and why was it already opened? Why didn't he eat any of it? And why did they keep acting like they were trying to separate me, asking if I wanted to go to the bathroom or ride with them? I don't think I'm being paranoid when I think something was seriously wrong with those people. To make things worse, a girl had also been abducted, trafficked, and murdered in my college town about a year or two before I was there. The whole situation made me uneasy.
When I went to college during my senior year, I lived in a house with one roommate. The house was a little ways off campus, and my roommate's name was Alyssa. A few months into the school year, Alyssa went back home one weekend. That meant that I would be living in the house by myself. The house was not that big, and I didn't think too much of it. But the very first night, something happened. I was by myself in my bedroom, and it was probably like 11 o'clock at night. I was just watching a movie or something, and all of a sudden heard a loud banging on the front door. It wasn't even like somebody knocking. It was like they were banging on the door as hard as they possibly could. I was immediately startled by this. I got up and left my bedroom to go and see who was there. The banging went on for like 15 seconds straight, I would say. When I was walking down the hallway that led to the living room at the front of the house, it stopped. I arrived at the door and looked out of the window. When I did, I saw two men at once. One of them was running to the left and the other was running to the right. I only saw them for like a second before they went out of my view. It was so fast that I had no clue what they were doing, but I did know that they were running through my yard and heading to either side of the house or the back. I moved away to go to the back of the house. There was the kitchen and dining room. I walked back into the dining room and pulled back the curtains to the main window to look out. When I did, just about right away, I saw a guy there. He swung what appeared to be a baseball bat right at the window. Thankfully, it did not break on the first hit, but it was very loud. I instantly ran away from that window and into my bedroom. When I got in there, I got my phone and called 911. I also locked my bedroom door. As I was doing these things, I heard several more bangs from the window, and eventually, glass breaking. I was terrified. I just hoped they wouldn't try to enter my room, whoever they were. I heard the two men enter the house and walk into the living room area. I was on the line with 911, begging for them to get there faster. The footsteps of the men inside went around the living room for maybe a minute or two. Then it sounded like they went back towards the rear of the house. Then I stopped hearing them at all. It was like they just left. Things were silent for a while after that. I couldn't believe it. I would say maybe 3 or 4 minutes later, the police arrived. I carefully left my room and let them in the front door. They searched the house and the entire property, but the men were gone. The window was smashed and the house was slightly messed up, but nothing appeared to be stolen. It was all very strange. The police eventually left and I had to get a new window. I still wonder what those guys were doing. Sometimes I think they broke into the wrong house or something, the way they just broke in and then left so fast.
During my sophomore year of college, I was living in a dorm building. My room was on the 3rd floor out of 4, and I had a roommate who I lived with. One night, I had math homework and I was having a difficult time with it. At around 11 o'clock p.m., my roommate got ready for bed. I had to finish though, so I decided to go down into the basement to do so. In our dorm building, it was a pretty average setup. Each floor was just a long hallway with rooms on both sides, but the entire basement was not rooms. It had a study area and also a lounge space and a kitchen as well. There were desks, chairs, a few couches, and a TV. I went down there to do my homework so as to not disturb my roommate. Like I mentioned before, it was late, so pretty much everybody had gone to bed in the dorm building. The hallways were quiet. When I got down to the main floor, I was passing by the front area to go to the basement stairs. As I walked by the lobby, I overheard the sound of somebody banging on the door. It was coming from the small entrance area. Past the lobby was the small room between the locked doors and the first entrance doors to the dorm building out front. I walked over there, curious as to who was banging on the doors at this hour. They were banging rather loud as well. When I got there, I could not see anyone through the small window that was next to the door, but not the entire entrance area was in view, just right in front of the door and a little bit to the side. I decided to open the door. I don't know why. I guess I was just curious. When I did, suddenly this guy came out from next to the door. It was like he was hiding to the side of it. He walked right up and then said, "Thanks," and then walked right past me. It happened so fast I didn't even know how to react. I didn't mean to let him in. He just walked right up. I said nothing and watched as the man walked right into the lobby and then into a hallway. He looked a little bit older and I didn't recognize him, but I figured and hoped that he lived there and just forgot his key or something. The man was slightly short and had long dark hair, but it was kind of in a bun. So I went downstairs to the basement to finish my homework. Nobody else was down there, so I had the whole place to myself, and I was there for maybe an hour trying to somehow finish my work. Eventually, I was able to. After that, I walked back upstairs to go to my floor. As soon as I arrived on the 3rd floor, I saw down the hallway one person. It was the same guy who I had led into the building accidentally, and it looked like he was trying to open a door to a random room. When I started walking, he saw me, and then he turned and quickly started walking the other way, but then stopped. He had taken like 3 steps and then froze in his tracks. He then turned around and started walking towards me. I was just normally walking to my room. When the guy got a little bit closer, he said that he had somehow locked himself out of his room. Somehow, I just didn't believe him. I had never seen him on our floor or in our building before, and his behavior was beyond sketchy. I asked him if his roommate was awake. He said no, his roommate was out of town. I told him to call campus safety, and he said, "No, I'm good." This seemed odd, because that seemed like the only answer to me. Campus safety had the ability to unlock doors and stuff like that. All he would have to do is show his ID, and they would be able to look him up and get him back into his room. But that's only if he actually was a student there. I started to explain to him how it would work and they would be able to let him in. He nodded his head, but then interrupted me and said that he was good. I then said, "No, it's okay, I'll call them for you." At that point, it looked like he got nervous. He said, "Nah, I'm gonna try something else." Then he started walking away and left the floor to go into the stairwell. After he had gone off the floor, I decided to see where he went. I walked downstairs and then to the 2nd floor. When I got there, I saw the guy walking down the hallway. He looked over his shoulder, saw me, and then walked even faster. He got to the end of the stairs on the other side, so I went down another level to the 1st floor. I secretly looked around the corner from the stairwell to the hallway. I saw the guy very quickly walking down this hallway to the lobby, and then he left. I was glad to see him gone. I'm 99% sure that the guy didn't even go to our school. I'm not sure what he was trying to do, but it was very sketchy. After that night, I never saw him again.
In fall of 2019, I was a freshman in college. I went to a smaller school and I lived in the dorms. I had a roommate named Danny who was a real jerk. But that's not the horror story. Sure, it was annoying to be in that small dorm room with Danny. He would talk a lot and pester me on purpose a lot of times. Because of this, I tried to spend as much time away from our dorm room as possible. I would do all my studying in different places around campus. Spots to sit and get work done were everywhere, in just about every building. Even if I wasn't doing homework, I could sit and watch YouTube videos or whatever. I preferred it to being in my dorm room if Danny was there. I got into a routine of this after probably the 1st month. So one night, I remember that I was doing homework in this one building. It was the building that a lot of our classrooms were in and had several different subjects. There were about 4 floors to it, and I was up on the 3rd or 4th floor, but I don't remember which one. I was in a comfortable chair that had a table attached to it. It was built for studying and stuff. There were a few of these types of chairs that looked out a window that had a nice view of campus. I took a break at about 6 p.m. and went to the dining hall to eat. I met up with a friend there and then afterwards went back to the same building at the same spot that I was at before to finish my homework. The buildings didn't close if you were a student, and you could stay there as long as you wanted. By now, especially up on one of the top floors, things were very quiet and nobody else was really around. I kept working and was there until probably like 9 p.m. As I worked, I had my headphones in and played some music in the background. Sometimes I would do that, and sometimes I wouldn't. It just depended on what I was doing and how I felt. So right after I was done, and I took my headphones out, I heard footsteps behind me immediately. The walkway went behind me, and one direction led to some classrooms and the other led to some stairs. The footsteps were coming from the hallway with some classrooms in it. I started picking up my laptop and putting things into my backpack. As I did, the footsteps got closer and closer. It didn't seem like the person was going to walk by me though. It almost seemed like they were going to approach me instead. I turned around to look and see who it was. All I saw though was somebody ducking around a corner behind a beam. I didn't get a look at the person, but just saw part of them for like a second. This was kind of weird. I finished putting my things in my backpack and then stood up, looking to where I saw the person again. I still saw nothing. Then I walked over to the stairs and left the building. I went back to my dorm after that. But the very next day, there was a similar experience. This time, after studying in a different building, I went to the performing arts building to study that night. This building was almost always pretty quiet. There were much less classrooms inside of it, and unless there was a concert or something going on, not many people would be there. I studied in peace for basically the whole time, and saw only about 2 or 3 people walking by in the entire time that I was in there. For the last 2 hours probably, I saw nobody at all. The location that I was studying in was on the first floor and next to a staircase where there was a table and chair set up for studying. It was kind of out of the way, but there was a hallway going past and another one that connected. I did not have my headphones in this time and could hear everything around me. Things were very quiet, and it soon got to be kind of late. At one point though, I heard footsteps coming from down the hallway. Just when these footsteps were about to get into my view though, they stopped. It was like just around the corner where I couldn't see. There was no room that I was aware of right there either. It was like the person had just stopped in their tracks. If they went back the other way or moved at all, I would have heard them. What were they doing? Were they just standing there? I had no idea. I decided to pack up my stuff and head back to my dorm. When I did, I didn't hear anything. Luckily for me, I did not have to walk past that hallway, and I would be going the other way. When I left, as soon as I started heading down the hallway, I heard the footsteps again. This time, they followed me, but were still out of my sight. Then I heard them start to get closer and within my view. I turned around to see who it was that was there. I did it very quickly to not be weird, so I didn't get a good look at the person, but I did see them. There was a tall and thin-looking guy, walking a little ways back, behind me. It seemed as though he was walking pretty fast. This was way too weird, and as I walked, I passed by an exit door. It wasn't one of the main entrances or exits to the building, but at the last moment, I turned and I left. Once I was out of there, I headed back for the main area of campus. The guy didn't leave the building, whoever it was. I wondered if this was the same person who had been there the previous night. I went back to my dorm room, and after that, decided to take a break from studying around campus at night. As much as I didn't like to study in my dorm room with Danny, it wasn't the worst thing in the world. But the story doesn't quite end there. A few days later, I had classes like normal and was gone for most of the day. I returned to our dorm in the late afternoon, and Danny was there. When I got into the room, he told me that someone had come by and asked for me. Apparently, somebody knocked on our door, and when Danny answered, a guy asked if I was there. I asked Danny what the guy looked like, and he said tall and thin, and basically described the same guy that I had seen the other night. I asked if the guy said what he wanted with me. He didn't say though. Apparently, he just walked away. After that, I never saw the man again.
I went to a private university in college. It was very nice and I really enjoyed going there, but I will never forget this creepy incident. One day, I got back from the cafeteria at about 7 p.m. As I was walking up to my dorm room, I saw a man walking in the hallways. I should mention that I am a female and my entire dorm building was female only. I guessed he was just visiting somebody, which is not that strange at all, but the weird part was that the man appeared to be in his 30s. Nevertheless, I ignored him and walked to my room. It was a Friday and my roommate had gone home for the weekend. I got all my homework done for the weekend and then started watching Netflix. About an hour into that, I left my room to go to the bathroom. It was right across the hall, which was very nice. I got back to my room and unpaused my show and got back into it. 10 minutes or so went by and I heard something from the other side of my room. I was too focused on the show to really notice it. That is, until I heard it again, and this time it was louder. I turned my head to see what it was, and I couldn't believe what I saw. It was a man coming out from behind my roommate's desk. In fact, it was the man that I saw in the hallway earlier. He had a smile on his face and was walking right towards me. I screamed and ran for the door as fast as I could. I was just barely able to make it out of my room, and I slammed the door on the man behind me and ran away down the hall. He did not chase after me. I heard him yell at me that it was a mistake and he thought that I was someone else. I wasn't buying that from the creepy smile he had on his face. I ran to a friend's dorm who lived on the floor above mine, and we called the campus police. It didn't take long for them to arrive, and they found the man leaving the building when they got there. It turns out someone let him in the building, and he got in my room because I had left my door unlocked when I went to use the restroom.
This happened only a couple of months ago. I live in the dorms at college with my best friend from high school. We are kind of night owls. I'm kind of a paranoid person, so this event still makes me feel a lot of paranoia when I'm walking around the dorms at night. Anyways, my roommate and I were watching television when we decided to order a pizza. We called the place and waited for about 30 minutes. We live up on the 7th floor, so we decided to take the elevator. We got to the ground level and found the pizza man. We paid him, and my roommate grabbed the pizza. Then we went into the elevator. We only went up to the 4th floor, an all-girls floor. We lived in a co-ed dorm complex. On the 4th floor, the elevator stopped. My roommate and I backed up to let whoever was on the floor into the elevator. The doors opened, and 3 men in their early 20s came in. They were foreign and spoke a different language. They looked at us, and one of them said, "Pizza, huh?" My roommate and I smiled. They then turned to each other and began laughing. They pressed floor 6, which later I remembered was an all-girls floor also, and continued to talk to one another in their own language. As I said before, I'm a very paranoid person, and I was starting to get bad vibes from these guys. I figured it was just because I didn't know what they were talking about though. They got off on floor 6, told us to have a good night, and the doors shut. The elevator went up a floor, and soon we were out of the elevator. We started talking about pizza delivery women and how they must be harassed pretty frequently, which was kind of random, but I think both of us were still thinking about those guys, and we both must have got bad vibes from them. We just stepped into the room as we continued this conversation. I had to use the bathroom, so I stayed by the door. Now, I'm a tough talker, and I said something to the effect of, if a guy harassed me at work, I'd kick his butt. I said it in a much more expletive version though, and threw in some other inappropriate stuff at the end. I opened the door as I said this and looked out into the hallway. Before I could even step out of my door, I saw the 3 men in my hallway no more than 10 feet in front of the door. I then watched them run back to the elevator as soon as they saw me. I was stunned and it scared me. I slammed the door shut and locked it. My roommate asked what happened and I sputtered out, "Those guys from the elevator were right next to our door." We freaked out for a bit and soon settled down. Maybe I overreacted, but it didn't make a whole lot of sense. If they knew someone on our floor, why did they run? How did they know which room we were in? We had only been in the room for less than a minute, and they must have taken the stairs, because they had got off on a different floor. Now things would be different if that happened as its own incident, but just a couple of weeks before this event occurred, there was something else. It was another late night, maybe 2 weeks before, when I had to go to the bathroom, and so did my roommate. I opened the door to go out while my roommate grabbed her shoes. When I looked out, there was a man crouched behind a pillar next to the door that leads to the elevator. He was talking on his phone in a different language, similar to the one the men in the elevator were speaking, and looked at me when I came out of the room. I kind of backed back into the dorm room and told my roommate. We both brushed it off and went to the bathroom. He was still in the hallway, just crouching there. We went to the bathroom, and when we came back, the guy was gone. We went back into the room, and everything seemed fine. After these 2 things happened, I've begun to wonder if they were connected in any way. I'm probably just over paranoid, but I still can't shake the feelings I got from the event. When I went to college, I went to a large university with about 40,000 students. It was a big campus, and I went there for 4 years. For some more background, I'm a female, and this happened in my junior year. It was in the fall, and had been a pretty normal school year to that point. During that time, I lived a little ways off campus in an apartment that I rented with 2 other roommates. Most of the classes that I went to had quite a few other students in them. We would have class in large rooms with many seats, and it was hard to know all of the other students in each class. In one class that I had, I usually got there early and sat in the same spot. It was kind of towards the back and on one end near the aisle. I would be one of the first students to class, and a few weeks into the semester, a guy started sitting next to me. He also started talking to me every time that he sat there, and I wasn't happy about this. He was rude and annoying and wouldn't leave me alone. He never introduced himself to me, but I found out that his name was Jake. Every time that he talked to me, he would say that I should come over to his place, and I would always say no to him. It only went on for like 2 weeks when he would sit by me. It felt like longer though, because he would never pay attention to class like I tried to. He would talk to me, or just go on his phone, and it was really distracting. When I told him that he was being annoying, he didn't stop until like the 5th time that I told him. He finally did stop though, and also stopped showing up to class. I would see him after class though, and he kept trying to talk to me. Soon though, I stopped seeing him altogether. I didn't really know anything about him, but once I stopped seeing him, I was glad. I didn't give it much more thought. But no more than a week after I stopped seeing him altogether, he began reaching out to me on social media. He first added me on Snapchat. I'm not sure how he got my username, but after he added me, I added him back, not knowing that it was the same Jake. When he started snapping me, I realized who it was. I did not reply, and I deleted him. He then moved to Instagram and started sending me direct messages. I didn't respond, and then he started sending me texts. I had no interest in him at all, so I blocked him on all platforms. Now, it wasn't just the fact that I didn't like him. He came across as really sketchy. Something about him definitely gave me a bad feeling. After I blocked him, I thought that my problems were over. I figured the guy would leave me alone and move on. For several days, I didn't hear from him or see him. But then, one night, I happened to be at home at my apartment by myself. Both of my 2 roommates were gone. One was at work, and the other was at her boyfriend's. There was then a knock on the door. It was like 9 o'clock at night, so this was kind of weird. Our apartment was on the 2nd level of 2, but it also opened up to the outdoors and a walkway. It was kind of like a motel if I had to describe it, but it was apartments. I walked over and looked out the window to see Jake standing there. I had a really bad feeling right away. How did he know where I lived? I had no idea, but there was no way that I was answering the door for this guy. My first thought was to try and ignore it. I calmly walked away into the hallway and then my bedroom. I heard the knocking again coming from the front door, but I still ignored it. After probably 5 minutes of not hearing any more knocking sounds, I left my bedroom. But when I got into the living room, I saw Jake standing there, but leaning down and looking into our window. We had some curtains, but they didn't really cover the whole window. It wasn't that hard to see in. He was looking right at me. My first reaction was to move quickly back into my bedroom. As I was walking away, he started banging on the glass. I had a really bad feeling and was afraid that he was going to break in. He banged on the glass again, even harder than before. At that point, I decided to call the police. Clearly, he could see that I did not want to talk to him and I wanted him to go away. I dialed 911 and hid in my bedroom as I told the operator the situation and what was going on. I was told that the police would be there shortly. Meanwhile, I wasn't really hearing anything like knocks on the window or door. I got curious as I waited and went out into the hallway and looked around the corner. When I did, I saw that he was still there and looking through the window like before. I went back into my bedroom and did not come out until I was sure that the police were there. They arrived pretty fast and Jake was still at my door. I heard them talking to him and went into my living room. They basically talked to Jake and told him not to bother me again in any way. He agreed, and then they sent him on his way. Then I talked to the officers and told them about what had happened. I hoped that this incident would cause Jake to leave me alone once and for all, and for the next week or so, I did not see him or hear from him. I thought that everything was good again. Probably like a week and a half later, I had a normal school day. I went to one of my classes like I always did. Maybe 10 minutes into it, I heard this weird noise come over the class speakers. The professor stopped what he was doing and then went to look at his phone. There was then an announcement that campus was being locked down. This seemed really strange, and everyone was confused. All of the people in the class seemingly started talking at once. The professor walked over to all of the doors, closed them, and locked them. He told us that we could not leave until the lockdown was over. I tried to find out what was going on, but nobody really seemed to know anything. This went on for probably 30 minutes or longer. Finally, it was over and the professor ended class early. After that, I went home. I found out that the lockdown was caused when somebody spotted a man who happened to be Jake walking on campus, but he was seen with what appeared to be a gun. It was reported, and there was immediately a lockdown followed by an investigation. I guess Jake tried to go in a building that was locked and then left campus, but police caught up with him after a campus security guard saw him walking away. Nobody was harmed or anything, but Jake didn't even go to our school. I couldn't help but wonder if he was trying to go after me. I had, after all, called the police on him. Luckily, though, he was spotted pretty quickly and nothing happened. It still really creeps me out to think about it, though.
I am a senior in college currently. This story happened to me when I was a sophomore. It was the beginning of the second semester of classes. I lived in a pretty standard dorm building at the time. It had 5 floors and a basement. The dorms were pretty old, and the basement was known to be very creepy. The laundry room was down there for kids on the first 2 floors, so I had to use them. One night, I was playing video games in my room and decided to do my laundry. The laundry room was right at the bottom of the stairs and was basically the only room that people used in the basement. The rest of it was just hallways and rooms used as storage, and it was very dark and creepy. I went down, put my stuff in the laundry, and then went back up to set the timer and continue gaming. When my timer went off 40 minutes later, I went back down to get my laundry. But when I arrived in the laundry room, I saw that the washer had been opened and all of my clothes had been thrown around. I was pretty angry about this, and I looked around but didn't see anybody. Then I heard the sound of laughter coming from outside the room. I walked over to the hallway. It was dark, but I saw a man about 30 feet away down the hall, standing there smiling and laughing, holding one of my socks and waving it around. He had to be at least 40 years old, and he looked completely insane. He started to walk towards me. I turned and went up the stairs. I ran to my RA's room and knocked, but he didn't answer. It was pretty late at night, and I figured he was asleep, so I decided to call the campus police instead. I went to my room and called them, and they said they would have somebody on the way. Just when I hung up, I heard the door to my room jiggle. I went over and looked out the peephole. The man was there. He started banging on my door. I looked around my room to try to find a weapon. Then I heard the noises of people shouting in the hall. I walked over to the door again and saw the man in a struggle with about 2 students. I went out and tried to help them. The man put up a fight, but eventually we were able to overpower him. The police arrived and took him away shortly after. It turned out to be a crazy homeless man that was on drugs. Nobody knows how he was able to sneak into the dorms, though.
I'm currently a senior in college, and this story took place during last year. I'm an engineering major, and have taken some pretty difficult classes in recent years.
I always study better in the library or classroom than I do in my room, so I would often go find a place to study and get my work done. I remember that this past spring, finals week was approaching, and I had several big projects due, so one Friday night, I decided to go study in a classroom. I know it's not something most people like to do on a Friday night, but I had some plans for the weekend and wanted to get it done beforehand. I went to the engineering hall at about 9 p.m., and when I arrived, it was locked. When this happened, I could call a security guard, and they would unlock the doors for students if you showed them your ID. Then you could use the building to study. I did this, and when the door was unlocked for me, I entered and saw that nobody else was in there. It was strange being in there with all the lights out at night, and I went down one of the first hallways where there were some classrooms, and I entered the first one, which I happened to have a class in, and I turned on the light. Then I found a desk, sat down, and began working. I got really focused and was getting a lot done. Maybe about an hour passed when I heard footsteps come out of nowhere. I looked up to see the classroom door open and a guy walk in. The man was wearing a red sweatshirt, jeans, and a baseball cap. He stood in the doorway and asked me if I minded if he studied in there as well. I was sort of annoyed by this, because there were plenty of other classrooms he could go to, and nobody else was here. I didn't even know who this guy was. I told him sure though, because I didn't want to seem like a jerk. He had a backpack, and set it down at the first desk in the front of the room. Then he sat down at the desk. I went back to work at my desk, which was more towards the back of the room. I sat at that one, because that was where my seat was in class, and I was just more comfortable there. After several minutes, I glanced up at the guy, and I noticed something strange. His backpack was still on the ground next to his desk, and he hadn't taken anything out of it. He was just sitting there in his desk, staring straight forward, it seemed. He wasn't even on his phone. I went back to work, and over time, looked over to him a few more times, and nothing changed. The guy was just making me uncomfortable, and I was losing my focus. Plus, it was getting late, almost 11 p.m., so I decided I would pack it up and leave. I closed my laptop and put it in my backpack, along with my book. I then got up and walked to the door. As I passed by the other guy in the room, I saw that he was still just sitting there, but I could feel his eyes watching me as I left. I walked down the hall and out to the main entrance of the building. That's when I heard footsteps coming down the hallway. I just knew it was the guy, and he was leaving now. Nobody else had been in there. I was getting suspicious of him, and I picked up my pace in walking. I left the building and went out to my car in the parking lot. When I got outside, I noticed there was just one other car in the parking lot, and sure enough, I saw the guy come out the doors and was headed for the car. I drove off to go back to my apartment. It was only about a 5-minute drive, and I lived just a few blocks outside of campus. I drove there with the guy tailing me in his car. I parked in my parking space and got out to go inside. I noticed that the car the guy was in parked a few spaces away from mine, but the guy stayed inside the car. This made me feel a little better for some reason, although I still didn't know what he was doing. But I went inside my apartment and then went up to my window to watch. I knew the guy didn't live here because there were only 8 units, and I had seen everyone else who lived there over the course of the year. Plus, I had never seen his car before. The guy stayed sitting in his car with the lights on for quite some time. So long that even when I was in bed about to fall asleep, I looked out and saw that he was still there. By then, it had to be about 2 a.m. Eventually, I fell asleep. The next morning, I woke up, but when I looked out the window, the guy was not there anymore, thankfully. I went outside, and when I did, I noticed on the outside of my front door, near where the lock was, as well as on the side of the door near where it opened, there were noticeable scratches and small dents that hadn't been there before. I think that guy had tried to break into my apartment during the night while I was asleep. I always wondered who he was and why he did this.
This story takes place back in the late 90s when my uncle was attending college at Sacramento State University at the time. During his time there, he would often walk around the campus to get his steps in for the day. Other days, he would sit underneath a tree or on tables at the outdoor dining area to chat with his friends or finish up his schoolwork. One day, while he was sitting under a tree doing his schoolwork, is when this happened. My uncle was minding his own business when he saw somebody walking towards him in his peripheral vision. He didn't think much of it at first, as he thought it was someone just walking past. He then noticed that the person was much closer to him, being about 15 feet away. He He heard a woman's voice say hello to him, which he turned around to see who it was. To this day, he says when he looked at her, she was probably one of the most drop-dead gorgeous ladies he's ever seen. He describes her with vibrant blue eyes, long flowing blonde hair, wore a dark green dress, and overall had a siren-like beauty to her. He continued staring at her in awe and confusion for a moment until he found his voice. He soon asked her if she needed help with anything, to which she replied by saying yes, and she wanted to chat with him. With my uncle being single at the time, he saw no harm in talking to some girl. He did, however, feel like something was off about her, but he couldn't exactly tell what it was. He decided to talk with her, but to be cautious about it. He asked the lady for her name, and she replied that it was Kelly. My uncle also asked Kelly what she wanted to talk about, and she replied that she thought he was cute and wanted to hang out with him if he didn't mind. My uncle nervously agreed, and they began to talk with each other. He said that surprisingly, they had pretty good chemistry and shared a lot in common when they hung out together that day. Kelly asked my uncle if he wanted to hang out with her again, to which he responded with a yes. My uncle asked her if it would be alright if they hung out at the mall, and she happily agreed. Kelly hugged him and said that she couldn't wait to hang out with him again. Fast forward a few days later, and my uncle went to the mall and saw that Kelly was waiting for him there. They spent a few hours at the mall, and everything went over smoothly with no problems. My uncle and Kelly continued to hang out with no problems until the third week. During one of the times when they were together, Kelly asked him if he would be interested in wanting to join a special underground club that she was in. My uncle asked her what it was about and where it was located at. Kelly explained to him that it was a friendship club about getting closer with your friends and building a deeper bond through fun activities. My uncle asked what activities, and she didn't want to tell him as it would ruin the surprise she had for him. He asked her when the club meeting would be happening, and she responded by saying a few days from now. She also gave him the address. My uncle had looked up the address that night when he got home, and he saw that it was a sketchy part of downtown. He really liked Kelly though, so he decided that he would show up for her. Fast forward to the day of the club meeting, and my uncle made his way to the downtown area. He found the place where the meeting was supposed to be held, but he immediately got a bad vibe from it. The address had led him to an old decrepit run-down building that looked like it hadn't been used in years. He knocked on the door, and a man wearing a dark blue robe answered it. My uncle said that he was there for the meeting and asked if Kelly was there. The man gave him an odd look, studied him, and then told him to come in and that Kelly would be there soon. Upon entering the building, my uncle said that it was rather nice on the inside and it was dimly lit in there. He said that there were these weird lights on the wall and there were 5 people in the room wearing the same dark blue robes. My uncle looked ahead and noticed a long corridor with a row of weird lamps on both sides. The corridor seemed to stretch on for quite a bit until he noticed that it went down. The robed man told my uncle to follow him and that the meeting would start soon once everything was settled. The robed man then led him to the end of the corridor, which led down a short flight of stairs. At the bottom of the stairs, there was a small path that led to an old wooden door. The path that led to the door was practically pitch black. My uncle had contemplated about turning around and walking away, but something told him not to, most likely the thought of Kelly being disappointed if he left. They went downstairs and through the door, which led to another corridor with the same weird lamps. My uncle remembered how this corridor had so many doors along with so many turns that he was sure he was walking through a maze of some sort. They both stopped at one of the doors, which the man had opened, and told my uncle to step in. My uncle peeked his head in the room, and he felt his heart skip a beat when he saw what was in there. He said the room was empty except for an old wooden chair sitting dead center of the room, along with a couple of single light bulbs hanging from the ceiling that barely lit up the room. The robed man told my uncle to have a seat and to wait there for about 10 to 15 minutes. Then someone would come in and get him, and Kelly would also be arriving at the same time as well. My uncle reluctantly stepped in and went to sit on the chair. The door closed. My uncle had gotten up from the chair and decided to explore the room to see if he could find anything. He was looking around until he noticed something on one of the walls. He looked and thought that it was either some random stain or drawing until he realized it wasn't. As he got closer to it, he saw that somebody had painted something on the wall with black paint. He looked at it a little more carefully this time and felt his blood run cold when he saw what it was. On one of the walls was a pentagram symbol that somebody had made with what appeared to be some dried blood marks as well. At that point, my uncle had seen enough and decided to get out of there immediately. My uncle opened the door carefully and as quietly as he could and began to quickly make his way out of there. While navigating the corridors, he heard some very loud and frantic pounding from one of the doors. He stopped momentarily to see what it was and if anybody needed help there, but there was no yelling, screaming, or cries for help. He wanted to investigate, but his instincts told him to ignore it and get out of there. He eventually found the door, went through it, and went up the stairs and sprinted outside. Oddly enough, the 5 other robed men that he saw earlier were not there, so he was relieved that he didn't have to deal with them, since he didn't know what he would have done at that moment. He left the building and went back home. During the rest of his time at college, he never saw or heard of Kelly again, or whatever her real name was. My uncle never called the cops and regrets it, as he'll never know if they got caught or who those people really were or what they were going to do to him. My uncle firmly believes that he was either going to be initiated or sacrificed by some evil cult. He believes that Kelly was used to lure him in and to gain trust, and to lower his guard. After that experience, he didn't go downtown for a very long time afterwards out of fear of being spotted by one of the cult members. My uncle is forever grateful that he was fortunate enough to escape, as he doesn't know what would have happened if he was stuck around in that room.
I went to a pretty big college. It was several hours from the city where I'm from, and a few of my high school classmates also went there. This is something that happened during my junior year. I lived in a house with 3 of my friends, 2 of which went to high school with me as well. It was a 2-story house that we lived in, and somewhat small, but enough space for all of us. When the school year started, I had a lot of students in most of my classes because of how big our school was. One class in particular had about 200 kids in it. I would go to the lectures each time on Mondays and Wednesdays when they were held, and I would usually sit in the same spot. It was a large room with many seats in it. Over time, I would see a lot of the same faces in class, but I didn't really have any good friends in this particular class. One of the people who would always seem to sit around me was this one guy. He would usually sit a few rows behind me, and he was sort of tall and had dark brown hair. I never really paid much attention to him, but I just recognized him. But I began noticing him more when he started to seemingly be following me home. It started one day after class, when I walked out of the building and just happened to notice him walking behind me. I would drive to class and back because I lived off campus, so I would go to a parking lot, get in my car, and then leave. He happened to park near me, so he did the same. As far as I knew, this was just a coincidence. I would never pay attention to who was driving behind me. But there was this one time that I didn't go straight home, but went to the school cafeteria instead. I noticed this guy walked behind me the whole time, and he also went to the cafeteria. I still didn't think much of it and thought it was maybe a coincidence. After I got inside and got food, I'm not really sure which way he went because I was just minding my own business. But the very next day of class that we had, I left to go straight home and went to my car. For whatever reason, I noticed the guy again as he went to his car, which was parked a little ways from mine. But this time, I noticed him driving behind me all the way until I got to my place. When I parked on the side of the street in front of our house, he kept driving past me. One of the next times that we had class, he followed me in his car again, but I wasn't driving back to my place this time. This time, I went to a gas station to get gas, and he just happened to do the same thing. Something about this seemed really weird. Was it a coincidence, or was he always following me? I decided to ask around the class the next time that we had it. There were a few people who I usually sat by. They weren't necessarily friends, but I would occasionally talk to them about things from the class. I pointed out the guy to them and asked if they knew anything about him. None of them did, though. I brought the guy up to my roommates as well, but they didn't seem to have any idea who the guy was. It was a mystery to me. But then, the guy just stopped showing up to class. I remember he wasn't there for like 4 or 5 times in a row. I wondered why, but I was actually glad that he wasn't in class anymore, because he was seeming to be following me. Then, one night, I was returning home from my on-campus part-time job that I had. It was dark out, and when I got to my street, I saw a man walking down the sidewalk in front of our house. As I got closer, I noticed it was the same guy. I did not want to park my car in the street close to him, or have to see him at all, so I kept driving and passed by our house. I couldn't believe that I saw him. I was telling myself that he must have lived close to me in this general neighborhood. After I left our street, I drove around the block to get back to our street again. It took me maybe a minute or so, and I was expecting the guy to be gone when I got back. But when I pulled around again, he was still there. He was just kind of standing around, or pacing almost. The area that he was in was right by where I park my car every day. I had a really bad feeling, and I didn't want to take any chances, so I kept driving and decided not to go home. Instead, I headed back towards campus and called one of my roommates. I told her about the guy in front of our house, and she went to check out the front window and told me that she saw him. She did not know who he was and told me she would let me know if he went away. I got a call about 20 minutes later that he had finally left the area. Then, once more, I drove back home. After getting back, I looked around the street and was quick to get inside the house. I didn't see the guy at all. Not too long after that, I went upstairs to go to bed. I fell asleep pretty quickly, but one of my roommates soon woke me up. She told me that the guy was back and that she had already called the police. I was really confused at first and didn't know what was going on, but she led me into her bedroom, which had a window that looked out to the back of our house. In the backyard, we looked down and saw the guy was standing at the back door, seemingly trying to open it. She said he had been there for a while. It was almost 1 o'clock in the morning at that time. We waited upstairs and hoped that the guy wouldn't get in, and luckily, he didn't. When we heard the sound of a car driving down the street, it stopped by our house, and then we saw the man try to run away. However, he ended up being stopped by the police not too far from our house. I remember I heard that he claimed he was trying to get to his friend's house, and he mixed up the address. We all knew that was a lie. It turned out the guy didn't even go to our school and was never enrolled there. All those times he was in class with me, who knows what his real intentions were.
I'm going to tell you about my scariest memory of college. I went to college about 20 years ago, and this happened during the first semester of my freshman year. It was nighttime, about 9 p.m. I was in my dorm, which had 6 floors of rooms and a few lounges here and there. I lived with my roommate, who was a pretty cool guy, on the first floor. On this night, I had to print a homework assignment, and the only printers were downstairs in the lobby, so I went downstairs to take care of that. When I got down there, I saw a man standing in the doorway. Outside. I noticed he looked much older than most of the college students. That is, until I saw the pizza in his hand and realized that he was a pizza man. It was pretty common for college kids to order pizza to the dorms. He waved at me and I shook my head to say no, I was not there for the pizza. But then he knocked on the door and urged me over. I went to the door and opened it. I told him that I didn't order pizza. He said that was fine, but the kid who ordered had him delivered to his room and he needed to get in the building. I know how strange that sounded looking back, but I was much younger then and I didn't think much of it at the time. He walked away and I went back to printing my assignment. Once I finished, I went back to my room. My roommate and I hung out and played some video games until about 11 when we got tired, so we shut out the lights to go to sleep. I awoke sometime later to the sound of our doorknob being twisted. I was confused and I looked at my roommate's bed to see if it was him. He was still sleeping. I decided to try to ignore the sound and go back to sleep, but it didn't stop. After a few minutes, I started to get concerned. I got out of bed to look out to see who it was. Then I saw it was the pizza man that I had let in the building. I had no idea why he was trying to get in my room. I went over to wake up my roommate. I shook him and he was very confused at first. He sat up and just then our door opened up. The man started to walk in, but looked surprised to see us both awake. My roommate shouted at the man to leave. He responded by saying he wasn't going to and we had to do what he said. Then he showed us a bag he was carrying and told us we did not want to know what he had in there. I took this as some sort of a threat. I didn't know quite what to do. Then my roommate started towards our window, which happened to be open slightly because it was a hot night. He pushed it open farther and jumped out. I saw the man start to pursue, and without even thinking, I followed my roommate out the window. We ran around campus and saw the man chasing after us. We kept going as fast as we could until we found a better lit street and were able to see a campus patrol car. He saw us in a panic and stopped. At this point, the man was gone from chasing us. We explained the situation, and more police were called to the dorm building to look around. After the search, though, the man was not found, and he was able to get away. I felt bad for letting him into the building, but I am glad nobody got hurt. I went to college in a big city and had 9 friends in my closest circle. We would hang out almost every day and just live our best lives. During our junior year, we had planned a boy-only weekend retreat at one of our buddies' farms about 2 hours from the city in the country. His dad owned about 200 acres and had a large chicken coop and a farmhouse with a pool. We were all excited. We had no idea that excitement would soon turn into something else that would remain with us for the rest of our lives. That Friday, we all packed our backpacks and left for the country on our motorcycles. All of us rode back then. We got to the farm and the party started. The first and second day went by. All fun until about 11 p.m. that Saturday. My buddy's dad that owns the farm called him on the landline and told him that one of their uncles had died in a small town about 2 more hours away. His dad was close with the deceased and wanted to check with us if we could go there and help the old lady that had just been widowed as she was alone. We all decided to ride there and help out. We left the farm around 11:30 p.m. and rode for 2 hours through country roads, some tar roads and some dirt roads as well. When we got close to the town, there was not a single person on the roads, just us 9 people on 9 motorcycles. The only lights on the road were from our vehicles. We pulled over on the side of the road to look for directions. Mind you, there were no iPhones or Google Maps back then. It was just good old-fashioned printed maps. After about 20 minutes of scratching our heads on where to go, we saw a light from a car in the distance. One of my friends flagged down the car as it came closer to ask where the town was. It turned out he was a resident of the town, so we decided to follow the car. It was already about 2 a.m. The guy in the car told us, "If any one of you are smokers, I recommend lighting a cigarette when we hit the dirt road." I asked him why, and he replied, "So the witches don't snatch you." I thought it was a bad attempt at humor given the hour. We started following him and we hit a wooded area with a thin dirt road. These woods were different. It was the summer, but these woods didn't have any leaves on the trees. As soon as we got deep into the woods, the guy in the car rolled down his window and he lit a cigarette. That's when I felt it, that eerie feeling deep inside my heart. I rode next to one of my friends who smoked and asked him to light his cigarette too. He laughed it off. I asked him to stop for a second and bummed a cigarette and lit it up myself. Now my helmet was off, I was puffing smoke, and the woods had this different type of silence. I got about halfway through my cigarette and that's when I heard it. A laugh. A scary, bone-chilling, heart-dropping cackle. I asked 2 of my friends who were riding next to me if they had heard it, and they confirmed it. I had not heard anything like that in my life. We rode close to each other for what seemed like an eternity, but it was only 15 minutes longer. When we got to the house, we thanked the guy and the car drove off. As we parked, we all looked at each other with the same question in our eyes. All 9 of us heard that laugh from atop the trees. It was not one cackle, but at least 5 times. Anyways, we knocked on the widow's door and she let us in. The poor lady was in shambles. We helped her out the entire next day and left before sunset. Right before we left her house, we were talking, and I brought up the nice man who had shown us where to go, how to get to her house. It was a small town, so she had me describe the car he drove and what he looked like, so that she could thank him later if she saw him. After some questioning back and forth, we discovered that the man who had helped us through the woods to the town was the widow's dead husband. He drove the same car and looked just like him when she showed us photographs. Possibly it was a very weird coincidence, but it was very strange. That night and that laugh has been etched in our memories forever. When we got back to the city after a few days, I asked my buddy's dad about the woods and the witch story. He told us that legend has it that a witch lives in those woods and snatches men who happen to be in the woods. She's afraid of fire, and that's why people light a cigarette when they drive through there at night. He thought it was all tales that the country folks made up. We've never told him the experience that we had firsthand that night. I'm going to tell you about my scariest memory of college. I went to college about 20 years ago, and this happened during the first semester of my freshman year. It was nighttime, about 9 p.m. I was in my dorm, which had 6 floors of rooms and a few lounges here and there. I lived with my roommate, who was a pretty cool guy, on the first floor. On this night, I had to print a homework assignment, and the only printers were downstairs in the lobby, so I went downstairs to take care of that. When I got down there, I saw a man standing in the doorway. Outside. I noticed he looked much older than most of the college students. That is, until I saw the pizza in his hand and realized that he was a pizza man. It was pretty common for college kids to order pizza to the dorms. He waved at me and I shook my head to say no, I was not there for the pizza. But then he knocked on the door and urged me over. I went to the door and opened it. I told him that I didn't order pizza. He said that was fine, but the kid who ordered had him delivered to his room and he needed to get in the building. I know how strange that sounded looking back, but I was much younger then and I didn't think much of it at the time. He walked away and I went back to printing my assignment. Once I finished, I went back to my room. My roommate and I hung out and played some video games until about 11 when we got tired, so we shut out the lights to go to sleep. I awoke sometime later to the sound of our doorknob being twisted. I was confused and I looked at my roommate's bed to see if it was him. He was still sleeping. I decided to try to ignore the sound and go back to sleep, but it didn't stop. After a few minutes, I started to get concerned. I got out of bed to look out to see who it was. Then I saw it was the pizza man that I had let in the building. I had no idea why he was trying to get in my room. I went over to wake up my roommate. I shook him and he was very confused at first. He sat up and just then our door opened up. The man started to walk in, but looked surprised to see us both awake. My roommate shouted at the man to leave. He responded by saying he wasn't going to and we had to do what he said. Then he showed us a bag he was carrying and told us we did not want to know what he had in there. I took this as some sort of a threat. I didn't know quite what to do. Then my roommate started towards our window, which happened to be open slightly because it was a hot night. He pushed it open farther and jumped out. I saw the man start to pursue, and without even thinking, I followed my roommate out the window. We ran around campus and saw the man chasing after us. We kept going as fast as we could until we found a better lit street and were able to see a campus patrol car. He saw us in a panic and stopped. At this point, the man was gone from chasing us. We explained the situation and more police were called to the dorm building to look around. After the search though, the man was not found and he was able to get away. I felt bad for letting him into the building, but I'm glad nobody got hurt.
In my last year of college, I picked up a job on campus working at the front desk in one of the residence halls. This meant that I would be working weird overnight hours, but being the night person that I am, I was all for it. At the start of spring semester, a new student named Ryan moved into a vacant room on the first floor, not far from the front desk I sat at 3 nights a week. Ryan was a tall, lanky 20-something-year-old with blonde hair who showed no expressions and seemed to be a bit socially awkward. He had an off vibe about him from the start. In that first week, he came to the desk frequently to ask questions, and I gave him the best advice I could. Well, my kindness might have been a mistake. About a week later, I was sitting at my shift, 12 a.m. to 6 a.m., just minding my own business and catching up on some homework. Ryan came running down the hallway. He started a conversation trying to get to know me.
I was being polite and listening, knowing he probably hadn't made a lot of connections yet being new. Well, he shifted the conversation and it started getting very weird. He inquired about things about me, and he started aggressively telling me how he was going to join the jiu-jitsu club so he could learn how to crush someone's windpipe, all while I was just sitting there listening, having only said a few words. Red flags were going up in my head the whole time, realizing that this guy might not be stable. He was pacing the floor, raising his voice at me, so I started recording the conversation in case I needed proof from my boss or if something happened. I even had the campus police number pulled up on my phone, because the conversation started getting extremely uncomfortable and he had a lot of anger in his voice. He would stare at me without blinking while he talked. As he carried on, I started to ignore him, hoping that he would just leave, for it was almost 2 a.m. at this point and I was all by myself. Luckily, he eventually went to bed, and when he did, I called my boyfriend immediately, almost in tears, to tell him what happened. Over the next few days, my coworkers would update me that Ryan had come to the desk looking for me, asking questions like, what's her work schedule and where does she live? Knowing that I work mostly nights, this was unsettling because I did not like being at the desk alone with him. This continued over weeks where he would come to the desk and ramble for an hour about unsettling ideas or weird things. He would often ask me about another girl who lived there, things like if he could have her phone number, what floor she lived on, what her room number was, and if she was single. He was seeming really sketchy to me, and it got to the point that if I heard a door open on the first floor, I would run to hide in the closet so he wouldn't know I was working. Sometimes my boyfriend would sit there with me if Ryan wouldn't leave. Another night specifically, I texted a coworker to call me from the desk phone to say there was an incident that they needed help with on the 3rd floor so I could escape. He tried to follow me upstairs, putting his hand on the elevator door so that it wouldn't shut. I pretended like I was taking a form up to my coworker and hid out in the 3rd floor common area for about 30 minutes, hoping he would be gone. When I got off the elevator, right as the doors opened, I saw his expressionless face staring back at me, like he waited the whole time for me to come back. I acted like I got the wrong form, switched it, and headed back upstairs for another 45 minutes to be sure he was gone. Luckily, when I came back, he was. I eventually brought it up to my boss, as did a few coworkers of mine who were worried about my safety, since it was always the middle of the night, and he decided to feed off my vulnerability of being alone. She ended up having a conversation with him because he was making a lot of residents and staff uncomfortable, and said the next time he gets a complaint, they're filing it with campus police. After the first 2 months, I didn't have any more issues with him, but I always hid anytime I thought that he was coming. Leaving work was very scary because I parked so far away and the parking lot isn't very well lit, but I'm thankful that nothing bad ever happened. I'd hate to think about how long this could have gone on or if I had said the wrong thing during one of those creepy nights.
My senior year of college, I lived in what I would describe as a typical college house. It was old, sort of run down, had 2 stories and an unfinished basement. I was renting it with one other roommate, a girl named Katie who I had met my freshman year. We had become pretty good friends and shared a dorm our sophomore year of college. So one time, Katie went home for the weekend to see her family. She left on Friday and was going to be gone until Sunday night. On Friday night, I went out with some friends. We would go out on weekends all the time, but this time I had to be up the next morning because I had work, so I decided to try not to stay out too late. Everything about the night was normal, and I returned back home at probably about 11 p.m. When I got home, I went upstairs to get ready for bed. Maybe 20 minutes or so after I got home, there was a knock at the front door. It had to be one of my friends or something because of how late it was. The neighborhood was pretty standard for being about a mile outside of a college campus, and was pretty quiet usually. I walked downstairs and went over to the window to look to see who was there before answering the door. I had a sort of weird feeling about it right from the start though. Maybe it was because of the fact that I was alone, or maybe because if it was a friend, they probably would have contacted me first. They would have texted me or called me before just coming over. When I looked out the window, I saw that there was a man standing there who I didn't recognize. Now, it was really dark out, and I didn't have a great view, but I was still pretty confident that I had never seen this guy before. This seemed strange, and I wasn't going to answer the door, so I went back upstairs and hoped that the guy would just go away. He knocked a couple of more times, but eventually stopped, and I went down to check and see if he was gone. He was, and I felt better. I then went back upstairs and got into bed. But just a few minutes after that, I heard the knocking again. I went down to check, and the guy was there again. He was standing right outside the front door. There was no way that I was answering, but I did want to know what he wanted. I stayed in the living room as the man knocked a few more times. He stayed there for probably 2 or 3 minutes. Then, finally, I heard him walking away. I was just happy that he was gone again, but just hoped that he was gone for good this time. I waited around downstairs for probably 10 minutes, and the guy didn't return. Then I went back upstairs again to finally go to bed. I got into my room, turned out all the lights, and got into bed. I closed my eyes, but no more than a minute later, I heard a noise from downstairs. It was the sound of our back door opening. I couldn't believe it. Instantly, I jumped up and ran over to my door. I locked it and then went back over and grabbed my phone to call the police. I couldn't really hear the guy walking around downstairs, but could just barely hear some noises. When I called the police, I went and hid under my bed. I was lucky to have a lock on my door, but I still didn't know who this guy was or what he was capable of. I was terrified. When I was on the phone with the police, I stayed on the line with them the entire time until they arrived. I didn't hear anything coming from downstairs, and I didn't hear the man coming upstairs either. It took maybe 10 minutes, and then the police were there. They entered through the back door, which was open, but did not find the man after searching the house. They also searched the property as well, but the man was never found. He must have left before they got there. I was just happy that he was gone. Obviously, I always remembered to lock the back door after that. Still, I wonder who the man was and why he chose our house.
The way my college was set up was basically 2 large hills. Classrooms, administration buildings, and libraries were on one hill, and the dorms and cafeterias were on top of the other. In the valley between the 2 hills was where the gyms and sports centers were located. I was studying engineering and would often stay late in one of the study rooms until 1 or 2 a.m. One night I was alone walking back to my dorm around midnight, and I saw a guy standing at the top of the hill. Nobody else was around, and I was at the bottom of the hill. I had seen this guy on campus before, and he always gave me the creeps. His eyes looked really unhinged, and he often walked with jerky, almost frantic movements. Usually, I didn't think too much of it. I assumed he was a student and maybe had some physical or psychological issues. A few of my classmates had severe OCD and would do quirky things while out and about, but none of them had the same look in their eyes as this guy. I wouldn't say it was an evil look, but his eyes always seemed untethered from reality. I always got the sense he was seeing something a lot darker than the rest of us. On this night in particular, as soon as I saw him, I got a bad case of the creeps. He was coming down the hill straight for me, so I casually crossed to the other side of the path. He followed so that he was still coming straight for me. Again, I crossed the path, and he did the same. I was getting nervous when suddenly some guys came out from the soccer field at the bottom of the hill. The creepy guy noticed them, and when I moved out of his path, he didn't follow me. As I passed by him, I noticed that he was staring at me, so I glared back to let him know not to mess with me. After that night, I started walking a different route behind the tennis courts to avoid him. It was kind of risky since it was late at night and nobody was ever around there, but I also began calling my parents on my nightly walks back home, and that helped too. I saw that guy a few more times on campus during the day, but I never caught him looking at me again. Hopefully, my glare scared him off. I still have no idea if he was a student or just some random weirdo hanging around looking to cause trouble.